Luke shook his head helplessly and entered the house through the open window. He signaled to the two SWAT members who were dragging the middle-aged man along. Jim was one of the two SWAT members. He found it a little odd, but still pulled the middle-aged man upright. Luke put the burgers and the receipt into the middle-aged man's cuffed hands. "Your burgers have been delivered. That'll be $50 in total. No tip necessary." He then took a few notes from the guy's desk, which amounted to $50 exactly. The middle-aged man. Jim. The SWAT members. Harrison, who was outside. After the middle-aged man was thrown into a police car, Luke gave the cash and the SWAT helmet to Jim. "See? You don't need to submit a work expense now." Harrison's expression was strange, but he nodded in the end. "That's right. It's true that the guy wanted the food himself. Everybody here can bear witness." Jim hesitated, but in the end put the cash in his pocket and said to Luke, "Thanks." Luke chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't steal your job again. I don't work for SWAT." Harrison rolled his eyes. "You dare say that? Don't you know many times you've stolen our work?" After this bizarre case was over, Luke said goodbye to Captain Harrison and left in his second-hand Ford. Watching the Ford drive off, Jim couldn't help but sigh. He really is such a steady character. My legs were shaking when I thought I had to deliver the food, but for him, it was too easy. He subconsciously touched his pocket which contained the $50 he had just gotten back. He had even forgotten about it. Harrison glanced at him but didn't say anything. The man had killed more tough criminals than his entire SWAT squad had. How could he not be a steady character? The sun was setting by the time Luke got home. After he opened the door, someone jumped on his back. "Ha ha ha ha. Surprise." Smiling, Luke kicked the door close and unhurriedly put his keys down. "Yes, what a big surprise. Hey, can you at least pretend to be surprised?" The person on his back tapped his head gently in dissatisfaction. Luke said helplessly, "But it's too hard." "All right, we'll go out for a big meal tonight. How does that sound?" "Not interested. It's not like I can drink." The person on his back was unenthusiastic. "Claire, you're not 18 yet." Luke stretched his hand back to pat her head. "Although everybody drinks alcohol before 18, I can't give you this privilege, all right?" Naturally, the person on Luke's back was his cousin Claire. Hearing that, she said angrily, "I was just saying it casually. Why are you lecturing me like an old man?" Luke carried her on his back to the living room. "Once you go to college, who'll be there to lecture you every day? I'm only reminding you in case you really think that drinking is a good idea." "Claire, fine, you like reasoning the best. Even Robert can't beat you in speaking." Luke chuckled and asked Selena, "What did you do with her in the afternoon?" Selena was eating popcorn on the couch with Dollar. Hearing the question, she shrugged. "Claire said that she wanted to wait for you, so we came straight back without going anywhere." "Luke, then should I make a feast for the both of you tonight?" Selena immediately answered, "Okay." Claire, however, was stunned. "You're cooking?" She looked at Selena suspiciously, and thought it was strange that Selena wasn't cooking. Selena snorted. "I can only make pig swill. If you want to eat it, I can cook for you, but for the record, I won't eat it." "Claire, what?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "Then I'll go prepare dinner. Whether or not Claire eats what you make, I don't care." Saying that, he patted Claire's head again. "Get off now. I have to make dinner." Claire finally jumped off reluctantly. "I want to watch you cook." "Luke, be my guest, but don't cause any trouble." "Claire, no problem." But just several minutes later, Selena heard Claire's exclamations from the kitchen. "That's impossible. This has to be a trick. How can my brother suddenly turn into a chef? Why did you never cook at home? Can Selena really only make pig swill?" Selina rolled her eyes. She kept reading the case files while she ate snacks and gave some to Dollar. Luke wasn't angry or impatient in the face of Claire's endless questions, and answered all of them. They had always been like this back at home. This little monkey hadn't played with him like this in a long time. 40 minutes later, Claire finally followed him out of the kitchen. Can it really be eaten? Will I get food poisoning? Pondering for a moment, Luke replied, then how about you watch me and Selina eat first? Claire shook her head firmly. Luke nodded in resignation. Do you want something to drink? Dinner will only be ready in half an hour. Claire, I'll get it myself. Luke shrugged and sat down to enjoy his tea. Claire came back with a Dr. Pepper. She opened it and had a mouthful, before she burped in satisfaction. She sat down on the couch and smelled Luke's green tea curiously. It smells fragrant. Can I have some? Luke, go grab a cup and pour some for yourself. Hugely interested, Claire fetched a cup and poured tea into it. She blew on it until it was cooler, and then drank it down in one gulp. Then, she jumped to her feet, spat out the tea, and hopped around the room. Ah, it's so bitter. Why is it so bitter? Is it medicine? Selina burst out laughing. Neither she nor Luke had said anything just now, precisely to have some fun with Claire. Tea could taste unimaginably bitter right after drinking a sweet soda. At Claire's age, her favorite was sweet foods, and she could do without bitterness. Luke poured a cup of tea for himself unhurriedly, and Selina said, pour me a cup, please. Luke smiled and poured some tea into her cup as well. Then, the two of them smiled broadly as they had the tea and looked at Claire. Claire couldn't understand their behavior at all. She picked up the teapot and looked at it for a long time. Are there 2 layers in the pot? Why else can you enjoy such bitter stuff? Selina laughed out loud. You shouldn't have drunk this after drinking soda. It'll be so bitter it makes you cry. Of course, she wouldn't tell Claire that she did the same stupid thing before. Selina suddenly felt a sense of superiority. Finally, she was no longer the only person to have done that. After fooling around for a bit, the 3 of them moved to the backyard. Selina and Claire switched into their bathrobes and ran to the spa. Claire missed the big bathtub, but she wanted to give a Luke surprise, so she hadn't taken a soak earlier. Now that Luke had come home, she decisively chose to enjoy life. Luke sat next to the pool and handed them drinks every now and then. He also asked Claire about her itinerary for this trip. Claire was about to be an adult now and would be going to college, so naturally, Luke shouldn't arrange everything for her. Claire also wasn't someone who couldn't take care of herself. She was very independent. Luke wouldn't help arrange everything for her. Letting her handle things herself would be the best option. Claire then nattered on. In short, there were 2 points. Firstly, she would stay in the college dorm in her first academic year to better adapt to college life. Secondly, she would go out on her own in a couple of days to check out the study and living environment. In other words, Luke and Selina weren't part of her plan. Luke wasn't really surprised. Claire would be staying here for the month, so they would be seeing a lot of each other. But this was just the summer vacation. Next year, Claire would rent her own place, and she wouldn't stay at Luke's often during the holidays. Naturally, that was just Claire's plan. Luke might be in New York next year. If she wanted to visit him, she would have to fly to the East Coast. But he didn't have to tell her that yet. Besides, Claire coming to a college in Los Angeles wasn't entirely because of Luke. This was Los Angeles, the city of angels where all the stars of America were gathered. One of Claire's dreams was to be a star, but she hadn't thought about whether she wanted to become a singer or an actress yet. So, just let her take her time to think about it. Truth be told, there were some English songs from Luke's previous life which did leave a very deep impression on him. Of course, he didn't listen to that many English songs in his last life. What he did remember were the popular English songs that were global hits, like My Heart Will Go On and Diamonds. If Claire wanted to become a singer, that really would spare Luke worry. After all, most of the time, it was the song that made the singer popular, not the other way around. There was a very simple reason why Luke didn't rely on these songs to make a fortune: he had no talent in singing or dancing. Not going out of tune or dancing embarrassingly was already his limit. Also, after Daddy's system showed up, he didn't need to take this path. The three of them spent the night chatting in the backyard. At 9 the next morning, Claire suddenly sat up when she smelled food through the door, which was slightly ajar. "What's that smell? It smells so good." She put on a random loose t-shirt and walked out. She saw that Luke was on his computer in the living room, and Selena and Dollar were having breakfast. She jumped onto the couch next to Luke. "Why aren't you having breakfast?" "Luke, I already ate." "Selena and Dollar will still be eating for a while. Aren't you hungry?" Claire touched her belly. "A little bit." "Luke, then why don't you go and clean up?" Claire snorted. "Nagging so early in the morning, you're just like Mom." Luke wasn't bothered. "If I don't say anything, you'll probably just laze around on the couch for 10 minutes. Can you blame me?" Claire sniffed and jumped up. "I'm on vacation. Of course I'll be lazy." After Claire came out of the shower, she was shocked to see that Selena and Dollar were still eating. "How much have you eaten?" Selena blinked and replied tentatively, "It's because I exercise a lot." Saying that, she lifted the lid on a steamer. "Have a taste of this. This is Luke's best dish, steamed buns." "Steamed buns?" Claire sat down and picked one up with a fork. It's delicious." 2 people and 1 dog ate for another 10 minutes and finished all the buns. Luke finally said, "Now that you're full, come here. I'm going to give you a lesson on safety." Claire pulled a long face. "But I'm on vacation." "You still want to give me a lesson?" "Luke, it's very simple. You remember Catherine's rules on safety, right?" Claire nodded and went over to look at the screen of Luke's laptop. "It's actually the same thing, except that I need to update it for you with information about Los Angeles." Luke clicked on a map as he spoke, and a bunch of red spots popped up. These are locations where people have been severely injured or murdered in Los Angeles in the last 12 months. He clicked again. These are the sites of robberies that took place in the last 12 months. Far more yellow spots appeared all over the map. You only need to remember the areas where most of these cases happen on this map. Don't hang around those places at night, and don't walk through remote alleys in those areas during the day. Simple, right? He patted her head with a smile. "Claire, that's all. That isn't too hard. Why do you look so serious?" Luke sighed. "I work in the Major Crimes Division. Those are the cases I'm responsible for. Many people became victims just because they were careless or went out at night and took a remote shortcut one time. This isn't Shackleford. Single women easily become targets in certain areas at night." Claire nodded and said again, "I'm a fast runner. I also know self-defense skills for women." Luke rolled his eyes. "They all have guns, and most of them operate in small groups. You think you can run in the face of several guns? Or do you think you're good enough to seize the guns with your bare hands?" Claire choked. She wasn't that good. She could only nod. "Fine, I got it." Luke finally got up. "Selena will tell you what other things a girl should pay attention to. I'm leaving for class." "Claire, for class? You're teaching now?" Luke pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I'm not sure yet." Puzzled, Claire watched Luke leave the room, before she looked at Selena. "What class is Luke going to? Isn't he a detective of the Major Crimes Division?" "Selena, police training." Claire scratched her head. "He's going to train the new police officers." He's the one getting training. Did you forget? He never went to police school. Just keep it to yourself and don't tell anybody, said Selena. Claire laughed out loud. Fine, I almost forgot that Robert got him into the Shackleford Police Department. Selena got up as well. Let's go to the gym. I'll give you some basic training for women. Claire grew curious. What is it? Selena glanced at her. The real self-defense skills for women. A moment later, Claire's exclamations rang out from the gym. Huh? Seriously? Isn't that too ruthless? Hitting that? And so hard? OMG. Grip it until it breaks? That's not necessary, is it? Luke returned home in the afternoon and thought it was strange when he found the living room empty. Had Claire already gone out today? But soon, he heard noises from the gym. He went over and looked through the open door, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't she here on vacation? Why was she training now? Inside the room, Selena was teaching Claire a certain joint lock. After a quick glance, Luke realized that it was one of the forbidden moves that he had taught Selena, the type that was guaranteed to cripple the opponent. He thought for a moment before he asked, "Why are you teaching her this?" Hearing Luke's voice, Selena turned her head. "You said that this is a life-saving skill. You don't want her to learn it?" Luke hummed in acknowledgement. "Then you should be clear about the situations it can be used in. It'll be a hassle if she permanently cripples some thief for life." Claire's eyes glowed. "It's that great?" Luke heaved a sigh. "It's not as easy as you think to run into someone that you can use the skill on. Don't even think about trawling a dangerous area at night for an opponent." Claire nodded regretfully. "Fine, that's indeed unrealistic. Robert and Catherine had taught her since she was young not to take meaningless risks with her life. Of course, for some people, extreme sports weren't considered meaningless, so nobody stopped Claire from skateboarding and roller skating." Claire was slightly distracted now that Luke was back. "Luke, can you and Selena fight for me to see? The type of real, close-range fight that Selena talks about." Luke shook his head. "I'm afraid not." He didn't want Selena to be haunted by bad luck, nor did he want to have to pull her into playing blackjack with him. Claire was disappointed. "No." Luke smiled. "Selena has strike training. See if you can reach her level first." Claire grew interested again. "Really? I want to see." Kids were really gullible. Luke chuckled inwardly. He took off his shirt, the holsters under his arms and the gadget belt around his waist. He then picked up 2 hand targets. Only then did he smile at Claire. "Watch and learn from Selena." He turned around and gestured to Selena. The two of them were practically of one mind, and she knew from his eyes that he wanted her to hold back today. She could only roll her eyes back at him. "Start." At Luke's instruction, Selena's fists came at him like a storm. Bang! 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 Claire was shocked. "Are you kidding me?" As a high school student who loved all sorts of exercise and as cheerleader captain in her last year of high school, Claire had tried out many sports. She had also done some basic Brazilian jiu-jitsu training with Luke, and knew a thing or two about combat. The strength and speed which Selena was demonstrating were far more advanced than what high school players exhibited in competition. This wasn't looking down on Selena, since it wasn't rare for high school boxers to be more than 1.8 meters tall and weigh around 200 pounds. But what Claire didn't know was that if Selena was trying her best, she could crush most professional middleweight boxers. In the end, this fake show which Luke and Selena put on was thrilling enough to make Claire interested in combat training. She declared that she would have basic combat training with Selena every day from now on. Luke was hugely relieved. This way, there was no need to worry that this little monkey would never run out of energy. The next few days were peaceful. Luke and Selena worked on cases as usual. Occasionally, Luke went for the police training, but he always left quickly after he showed up and checked in. None of the students in his class had any complaints. That was because during this period, they had their first class on the basics of firearms. Peterson had called Luke in again, not to teach the class but to subdue certain arrogant rookies. Ever since he found out that Luke was an official detective, Peterson's attitude toward him had done a 180-degree turn. Those who had the capability should be treated thus. Today, Luke will demonstrate the basics of dismantling and assembling a gun, said Peterson solemnly. Luke gave him a questioning look. For real? Won't that be too ruthless? Peterson replied with a sure gaze, just wow them and make them shut up. Helpless, Luke could only step forward and dismantle and reassemble the provided Glock at the speed of a veteran police officer. Satisfied, Peterson stepped forward. Okay, if you can reach his level, you pass this class. That's all for now, take a break. Everybody secretly cursed Peterson in their hearts. Nobody was angry at Luke. After all, he was only doing as Peterson instructed. Peterson didn't really care how the rookies cursed him. He was already used to it. Luke cared even less. After that incident, even fewer people had any objections to Luke leaving early. This sort of man who shattered the confidence of others shouldn't be here at all. He was a nightmare for the other students, like when your parents compared you with other kids. After what Peterson did, none of the students in Luke's batch tried to worm their way into making friends with Luke. Only 3 girls in his class came to him for his number. Luke could only politely turn them down, and instead gave them the number for his office landline. After all, he was barely in the office. When Luke went to the training, Selena took the opportunity to help Claire familiarize herself with the dangerous areas in Los Angeles. Luke and Selena very quickly went back to their regular routine, since Claire didn't want to disrupt their work. Do what you need to do yourself. This was something Robert and Catherine had drilled into her. Luke was even less inclined to hold her hand, and simply gave Claire an unremarkable necklace that had a tracker in it as a final safety measure. That afternoon, Luke returned home, only to find that the house was dark. Nobody was in the living room, and Selena and Claire were murmuring together in the kitchen. He said, "I'm back." At his words, the kitchen door suddenly opened, and Selena and Claire pushed out a cart with a 3-layered cake on it. On the cake were 2 lit, 1 and 9 candles. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you," Selena and Claire sang with big smiles behind the cart. Dazed, Luke patted his forehead. "It's my birthday. I completely forgot." He hadn't been interested in birthdays at all in his previous life, not in his own or other people's. He had improved a little now thanks to the influence of the people around him, but not by very much. He never thought much about birthdays after he left Shackleford, and in the end had forgotten his own birthday. On the other side, Selena and Claire laughed so hard that they couldn't continue singing. Claire and Selena rarely saw Luke look so gobsmacked. After laughing for a while, Claire put both hands to her face. "Make a wish, young man. Maybe your dream will come true next year." Luke nodded with a smile, put his hands together and made a wish in his heart. "What did you wish for?" asked Claire with her usual curiosity. Luke laughed and tapped her head. "You ask that every time." Claire lamented, "And you never tell me." Luke smiled but sighed in his heart. "My wish each time is that everybody stays safe and happy." But in this world, that was an extravagant wish. Thus, he made this same wish every birthday, and hoped that it would be a little useful. After the simple birthday ritual, Selena turned on the lights. "Okay, it's time to cut the cake." A certain dog's drool was already dripping like a waterfall. It loved cream cakes, particularly those with strawberries. There were no fresh strawberries on the cake today, but there was strawberry sauce. The dog was already unbearably hungry. Luke only made one cut before his phone rang. He took it out and said with a smile, "It's Catherine." "Well, I've already cut the cake. You can start now." The two women and one dog enthusiastically started to parcel out the booty. Luke answered the phone on the couch and smiled as he chatted with Catherine. Catherine also wished him happy birthday on the other end, then dragged Robert over to say the same thing. A certain rough man was just this much of a tsundere. Actually, from the faint sounds Luke could hear over the phone, he knew that Robert had been listening right next to Catherine the whole time. After the birthday greetings, they began to chat. Luke asked about their romantic trip, and Catherine jokingly said that Robert was too conservative and was still bundled up tightly on the ship. Luke chuckled and didn't say anything. He didn't have the right to say anything. After all, he liked to bundle himself up tightly too. He always wore a loose shirt to hide his guns and equipment. He didn't use the waist holster that most detectives used for work, but continued using the inconvenient arm holster. Robert had similar habits, but also had other concerns, like the scars on his body. Naturally, he wouldn't expose his body so easily. They talked for a while. Catherine was about to hang up, when Luke heard the sounds of a disturbance on the other end. He frowned. "Robert, what's going on?" After a brief silence, Catherine finally said, "He went outside to check the situation. It sounds a little noisy." There was some bewilderment in her tone as well. "Luke, don't hang up, and don't go outside. Wait until Robert gets back." 2 minutes later, there was the sound of Robert's voice. "There's a bit of a problem. Unknown armed assailants have appeared on the ship. I've already seen more than 40 of them. These people are definitely well trained, and this is very likely a premeditated operation." Luke thought quickly. "Don't be reckless. Catherine is there." Robert said impatiently, "Do you think I'm an idiot? If I were alone, I would kill all of them." "Ah, sorry, honey, I was wrong." Clearly, he had been glared at by Catherine. "Luke, try to buy as much time as possible and avoid confronting them. I'll get you reinforcements." Robert scoffed. "We're floating on the D*MN Atlantic right now. The nearest continent is hundreds of kilometers away. Where are you going to find reinforcements?" "Luke, I just made a fortune." Robert was stumped for a moment. "So what?" "Luke, it's $20 million. What do you think I can do?" Robert choked. What could $20 million do? It was enough to hire dozens of retired elites like Robert for an urgent assignment. You could do whatever you wanted when you had money. After a brief silence, he said, "Fine. In that case, I won't look for other help." He could also find reinforcements if he asked, but he would rather not owe some people favors. Although Luke and him bickered every time they talked, they were, in the end, family. He had no power to stop Luke from trying to help him and Catherine, nor did he have to. "Luke, all right. Remember, for Catherine's sake, don't be reckless." Robert said furiously, "Scram. Wasn't this just telling him to act like a coward?" Fine, that was indeed what he was planning to do. Luke was right. With Catherine here, Robert didn't dare take any risks. He even rejoiced inwardly that when he and Catherine had discussed their travel plans, they decided to send Joseph to his grandpa instead of taking him with them. Otherwise, he and Catherine would be far more on edge at that moment. Luke hung up and smiled at the two women who were looking at him suspiciously. "There's a little situation that I need to take care of." Claire asked nervously, "Did something happen to Mom and Dad?" Luke patted her head. "What are you thinking? Even I get scared when Robert goes on a rampage. Don't underestimate him." However, Claire didn't seem very reassured. Luke didn't waste any time. "Don't worry. Your brother is rich enough to hire people to ensure their safety." He gave Selena a meaningful look as he spoke, then gestured to the dog behind her. When he drove the car out of the garage, the dog was in the passenger seat. Do whatever you can to find me a plane that can fly to New York ASAP. Luke called Jenny when he started up the car. At the same time, get me a small plane in New York for a parachute jump. I needed to get to latitude 43.09 degrees north and longitude 296.31 degrees east, ASAP. Jenny was only silent for a moment. After reconfirming the coordinates, she said, "I'll get back to you in 5 minutes." She then hung up. Putting the phone away, Luke looked at Gold Nugget sitting obediently on the side inside. "You'll be coming with me later. Are you scared of skydiving?" Gold Nugget looked at him scornfully and barked. Luke got what it wanted to say. "Fine, if you do well this time, you'll get a bonus after we come back." Gold Nugget's eyes lit up and it began to whine. "Luke, nothing less than $10,000, and no upper limit. How does that sound?" Pleased, Gold Nugget nodded. After that, Luke's phone rang. He picked up, and Jenny gave him the location of a private airfield. She then said, "The private jet will land at a private airfield in New York in 4 or 5 hours. I'll contact someone about a plane for a parachute jump, and you can confirm if it's suitable before you reach New York. I'll have it waiting for you at the private airfield in New York so that you can take off at any time." "Luke, thanks." After a brief silence, Jenny said, "Be careful." Luke put the phone away and glanced at the dog. "What are you looking at?" The dog curled its lip and turned its head to look at the view outside the car. Luke finally called Selena and told her the basic situation. "Selena, no problem at all. I'll take care of things here. Be careful. Luke, Gold Nugget is with me. You." Selena didn't consider it a big deal. "That's fine. That guy's amazing, it'll be good if it can help you." Luke just hummed in agreement and hung up. He and Selena were too close for him to thank her for something so small. He reached a private airfield in the outskirts 20 minutes later. Disguising his appearance, he simply reported Jenny's name and was led to a plane by the waiting flight attendant. Luke was in no mood to talk to the beautiful flight attendant. He simply said thanks and then said, "We can take off now. I'm in a hurry." The flight attendant didn't waste time on words either. Few people who urgently needed to fly at night wouldn't be in a hurry. Luke wasn't her employer, but her employer was very powerful, so whoever could borrow this plane couldn't be ordinary. On the plane, Luke took out his laptop and checked the intelligence. He knew what Robert and Catherine's travel plan was, but hadn't studied it in detail. At that moment, he frowned when he found the ship's location. The ship, which left from New York for Europe, was right in the middle of nowhere, like Robert said. It was hundreds of kilometers to the nearest continent, and almost 10,000 kilometers from New York. Considering what Robert said about those people being prepared, Luke felt that things didn't look good. There was no point reporting this to the police. In a major case like this where 1,000 people were held as hostages on a ship, the police's first choice would be negotiation. It might be more than 10 hours later when they really sent out professional teams for a rescue operation. As for the tourists who were killed in the rescue operation, that would just be a number for the police. It didn't really matter who died, as long as they weren't important people. Luke, on the other hand, only wanted to ensure Robert and Catherine's safety. The safety of the other tourists wasn't something he could take care of. He couldn't protect over 1,000 tourists on his own. As the plane flew east, Luke checked the messages which Robert sent to him every now and then via the satellite phone. The situation was neither good nor bad. The assailants on the ship seemed to have a clear target. They didn't attack the tourists, but had them gather in groups in different locations, as if they were looking for someone. But as the tourists were herded towards several locations to be locked up, there were fewer places for Robert and Catherine to hide. There were over 200 assailants, each with their own role. They were very careful and professional. They set up a perimeter and cleared the ship floor by floor of the tourists. Robert didn't dare do anything at all. All the criminals had walkie-talkies. They were also operating in groups and checking in with each other regularly. If he killed any of them, it would be discovered in less than 10 minutes, and the other criminals would search for him. At the same time, the assailants had sealed off critical locations on the cruise ship. If Robert was on his own, these blockades would be nothing. But Catherine was with him, and he wasn't confident they could sneak back and hide in the areas already cleared by the assailants. Thankfully, the ship was quite big, and the criminals weren't in a rush. A blanket search would take some time. Luke silently calculated the time, and was still a little worried. The best outcome would be that he arrived first. That way, he would absolutely be able to ensure Catherine's safety. He didn't have to worry about Robert, who wasn't an ordinary person either. The worst outcome would be that both Robert and Catherine were discovered. Luke could only hope that Robert wouldn't act impulsively when that happened. But just 3 hours into the flight, Robert sent a piece of bad news. The police had already learned that the ship had been hijacked. Clearly, he wasn't the only one with a satellite phone on the ship. The assailants thus picked up their pace and became rougher in their methods. The first unlucky B***** to be shot also appeared. He was a police officer who was traveling with his wife. He got riled up when his wife was shoved by the assailants and he got into a tussle with them. One of the assailants then opened fire. Luke furrowed his brow. This was exactly the situation he was afraid of. On an isolated ship, the assailants would be more relaxed and less wary of the outside world, and wouldn't act too hastily. But the threat of the police was bound to cause a chain reaction. Also, now that the criminals had shot and injured someone, they wouldn't hesitate to shoot the next rebel. Finally, at midnight in New York, Luke quickly got off the plane and boarded another small plane on the private airfield. The pilot was a bearded man. He simply started up the plane and took off after Luke recited the order number and the coordinates of his destination. He didn't really care why this client, who was covered all in black, including even his face, was going to the ocean in the middle of the night. After all, the client had paid 10 times the usual price. For this unexpected fortune, the pilot didn't mind taking some risks. He wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen. This plane had been personally modified, and it was against the law to use it for business purposes, but it flew faster and further than other planes of its size. A round trip of almost 2,000 kilometers wasn't something a regular small plane could do. Furthermore, this client would be jumping out of the plane halfway, which was quite rare. But so what? In any case, the client had already paid. In the dark, vast night, the plane climbed swiftly, leaving behind metropolitan New York that was ablaze with lights. Looking at the speedometer, Luke asked, "How many hours to our destination?" The bearded man, "Within 3 hours." Luke checked his watch. It was 12:10. Pondering for a moment, he asked, "How much faster can you go without risking our safety?" While he wished the plane could fly like a rocket, it would unfortunately just disintegrate in the air if that happened. After a brief silence, the bearded man said, "It'll cost more to get there earlier." "Luke, I can do that." The bearded man, "I can get you there in 2.5 hours. How much more can you give?" Luke, 200,000. The bearded man glanced back at him. "I don't accept checks." Luke searched his backpack casually and took out a black bag. He tossed it to the bearded man and said, "Start the countdown. If you don't get to our destination by 20 to 3, you won't get any of the money." The bearded man paid him no mind at all. He just swiftly checked the 2 wads of cash with one hand before he stuffed the bag into the space under his seat. "With money, it's possible." Saying that, he pressed several things on the dashboard, and the plane suddenly accelerated. Luke completely understood the bearded pilot's way of doing things. Why would he accept a private job at midnight to fly out to the ocean 1,000 kilometers away if it wasn't all about money? Why would he turn a blind eye to the client jumping out of the plane halfway if he wasn't greedy? Luke appreciated people like this who did things for money. After all, he was rich. The entire journey was silent. The bearded pilot focused on flying without saying anything or even looking back. However, he would subconsciously kick the bag of money every now and then cheerfully. He had earned $500,000 from this one flight. There was only one thing he could say: please contact me again for work next time. Driven by money, the bearded pilot finally said at 2:22 a.m., "We're only 10 minutes away. Be prepared to jump." Luke hummed in acknowledgement and put on a parachute nearby. 5 minutes later, the bearded pilot reminded him, "We're above the coordinates now." Luke put his fake phone away and said, "The money is yours." With that, he got up and was about to open the cabin door. The bearded pilot, "Wait." The next moment, he held out a card between his fingers. "This is my card. Call me if you need this sort of service again." Luke accepted the card. "I will, but I hate talkative people the most, understand?" The bearded man smiled without saying a word. He wouldn't even have bothered to talk to Luke if it wasn't about the money. How could he have loose lips? Luke opened the cabin door with one hand, and carrying Dollar, who was wearing goggles, he jumped out. The bearded pilot finally loosened his grip on the gun he had been holding behind his back. He went to the back and closed the door. Quickly turning the plane around, the bearded man set the plane on autopilot and sighed with relief. "Damn, I thought he was going to kill me when he said that." Mumbling to himself, he took out the bag of cash from the cockpit and examined it for a moment with a device. He smacked his lips. "It's all real, no fakes. This guy is pretty trustworthy." Having been in this business for a long time, he had met many clients who would slip in a couple of hundred in counterfeits when they paid. Who knew whether it was deliberate, or if they couldn't tell that the bills were fake at all? He couldn't demand compensation just for several $100s. Now, there was a client who had paid him $200,000, all of it genuine, which was worth cherishing. What a decent client. He sighed to himself as he stroked the cash. Several seconds after Luke jumped out of the plane, he stored the parachute in his inventory and put on a triangular item on his back. Dollar, who was secured to his chest, looked around curiously. Looking at the rapidly dropping altitude on his watch, Luke pressed a button on his right fist. In the next moment, the triangular object on his back unfolded into two black enormous wings. Luke's body abruptly halted in its fall, which then turned into a glide as he became a shadow swooping toward his objective on the ocean in the night. This was an experimental project, inspired by a certain wealthy guy. However, that wealthy guy's cape, designed to look like bat wings, was also meant to look cool. Luke's wings were only for practical purposes, and had an economical shape with no frills. Fine, it wasn't that he didn't want them to look fancy, but he didn't have Batman's money or that much time to waste on design. Besides, it wasn't exactly a cape, but more like a flying suit combined with a hang glider. Luke didn't invent this for sightseeing in the air. Naturally, the faster it was, the better. Thus, its advantage was that it was much faster than a regular wing glider. Luke could even land without a parachute. Its shortcoming was that it was very hard to operate. Only someone with extraordinary dexterity as well as physical outburst and quick reflex could smoothly steer it and land safely. Wearing the triangular wings, Luke moved fast in the night as he flew right for the only source of light on the dark ocean, the Atlantic cruise liner. As they swiftly approached the ship, Gold Nugget suddenly said, "You're not going to crash directly into it, right?" "Luke, I'm a human being, not a rocket landing pad." "Gold Nugget, do you need my help?" Luke thought quickly, then agreed. "Okay. I'll slow down when we're right above the ship. Remember, our landing can't be noisy." "Gold Nugget, no problem. I'll take care of it. Isn't this task worth at least $500? The dog thought to itself. Luke approached the top of the ship at more than 100 kilometers per hour. When they were at a suitable distance, he straightened his body and performed a cobra maneuver. At the same time, he pressed another button, and the triangular wings unfolded for a second time and turned into a parachute. Gold Nugget reacted quickly. The moment Luke slowed down, it shot out two thick golden tentacles. When the tentacles reached the ship, they spread out like a spider web and covered the top of the ship, evenly dispersing Luke's impact on the surface. At the same time, what looked like a tray formed on Gold Nugget's back to support Luke's body. Luke pressed a button on his wrist, and the triangular wings quickly folded back into their original state. He landed without a sound. Putting the triangular wings into the inventory, he couldn't help but smile as he rubbed the dog's head. This dog head's ability was really useful. It was the perfect support. As if sensing the rare fondness from Luke, Gold Nugget pushed its head into his hand but didn't make a sound. It was here to make money today, and wouldn't give Luke any excuse to deduct its pay. As he smiled and rubbed the dog's head, Luke took out his fake phone and switched it to map mode. He immediately found Robert's location. He sent Robert a short message. "Are you okay?" When he read Robert's instant reply, he chuckled. There was only one sentence on the screen. "I'm going to surrender if your reinforcements still aren't coming." Luke could totally imagine how frustrated Robert was when he sent that. "They're coming." He gave a brief reply, then began to run. At the same time, he said to the dog in his arms in a low voice, "Help me land like you did just now." He had to admit that landing with Gold Nugget as a buffer was simple, convenient and quiet. Gold Nugget quickly nodded its head to show that it wasn't a problem, while secretly adding another $500 to Luke's tab. Thanks to Gold Nugget's help with landing, Luke reached the top floor not far away in just a few leaps. He gestured at Gold Nugget with both hands, and the dog nodded in reply. He sent the message, "Open the door in 10 seconds, to Robert." Then, he raised 3 fingers in front of the dog and put them down one by one. The moment all 3 fingers were down, he leaped nimbly from the top floor and fell swiftly through the air. The moment Luke fell, Gold Nugget sent out 4 tentacles, 2 of which stuck to the ceiling and the other 2 to the ground. With the 4 tentacles exerting strength at the same time, Luke was thrown from the mouth of a passage further into the hallway. A criminal several meters away sensed something and looked around, only to see that the passage was empty and quiet, and nothing was out of place. He scratched his head. Did I not get enough sleep last night? Why do I feel like something gold just flew by? Luke, on the other hand, had been thrown 10 meters into the hallway. He landed gently and unbuckled Gold Nugget, before he pointed at a door. The dog stretched out a tentacle, opened the door on the right, and crept inside. At that moment, a door on Luke's left opened slightly. Luke said very softly, "It's me." He then pushed the door open and walked in. Robert's face flashed in the door gap. He quickly closed the door after Luke entered. Luke just said, "Let's move to the room opposite." "I've already opened the door." Catherine came out of the living room, and Luke hugged her. "You packed everything?" Catherine nodded. Luke had already asked them only to take items like their IDs and bank cards, and to leave behind other things like clothes. Luke led Catherine to the door. He then raised his hand at Robert, who was on the alert. 3, 2, 1. Luke left the room first and dashed into the room across the corridor with Catherine in his arms. Robert followed closely behind him and closed the doors of both rooms. They accomplished the switch in the blink of an eye. Gold Nugget was nowhere to be seen in the room. From that moment on, it would remain invisible and only provide support when necessary. Robert finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Didn't you say you would hire reinforcements? Why did you come here yourself?" Taking Catherine to the window, Luke said very softly, "I'm precisely the strongest backup that you can't even hire with money." Robert was speechless. These words seemed very hard to refute. Not wasting time, Luke asked in a low voice, "How many floors have they searched?" "Robert, the 3rd floor from the top has been completely searched. Some of the assailants have already entered this 1st floor." Luke, I'll escort you down to the third floor. Robert glared at him. How are we going to go down? Catherine's here. Luke chuckled. Don't worry. I'll take the both of you down. Catherine, I'll hoist you down later. Don't be scared. Catherine looked at him and nodded silently. Luke would never play around with their lives. He wouldn't do anything unless he was confident. This suite had a window which opened onto a balcony. The reason Luke chose to relocate them to this room was so that they could climb down from the balcony. Securing Catherine to his front and holding Robert with his right hand, Luke threw out his grappling hook with his left hand, and the three of them went down swiftly. On the third floor, Luke threw Robert onto the balcony and then jumped onto it with Catherine. This room was empty. After they entered the room, Luke opened the bag on his back and briefly told Robert how to use the wrist grappling hook. Along with a special, secure buckle, it would allow Robert to relocate quickly with Catherine in an emergency situation without being restricted by the terrain. He didn't need to explain the communication system or guns to Robert, who was a professional to begin with. After Luke was done speaking, Robert frowned. What are you going to do? Luke, I'm going to keep an eye on the hostiles' movements. If they plan to do something to the ship, we'll have to escape immediately. Robert, we're on the ocean. How are we going to escape? Luke, I'm rich. I can call for a plane to pick us up in an emergency. Robert was speechless. For Luke to get here so quickly, he definitely spent a lot of money for a plane. It made sense that he would be able to call for a plane to pick them up later. Of course, things weren't that simple. It would be very hard to find a plane willing to fly 1,000 kilometers at night to land in the middle of the ocean to pick someone up. The bearded pilot's small plane couldn't land on or take off from water, and planes that could were generally incapable of flying as far as 2,000 kilometers. Some of the larger seaplanes could, but they were rare and wouldn't be available all the time. Luke could only ensure Robert and Catherine's safety first. If anything did go wrong with the ship, they could at least escape on a lifeboat first. Robert frowned and thought for a moment. Luke waved his hand. You just keep Catherine safe. Just enjoy your life as a retiree now. Leave this to the professional. Robert was annoyed. I'm a professional too. Luke blinked. But I don't have a wife. Robert cursed long and avidly in his heart, but couldn't argue with that. Looking at the two men bickering with each other, Catherine patted Robert on the head, and then Luke. Okay, let's do as Luke says, but you remember what I told you before, right? Luke raised his hand and saluted her. Safety first, and don't be rash. Catherine rubbed his head and sighed. Just, remember that. She could tell how fearless Luke was, just from how he traveled across America in just a few hours and then 1,000 kilometers out into the Atlantic. She didn't think that Luke could really be obedient. The men in the Coulson family might all look docile, but they wanted something more in their hearts. She was only reminding Luke so that he wouldn't be complacent. It seemed like a long exchange, but their discussion took less than 2 minutes. Luke gestured at Robert and Catherine not to worry. He then walked back to the balcony and gave Gold Nugget in the room next door a meaningful look to ensure their safety at all times. There was no way he could leave the two of them alone here. Naturally, Gold Nugget was left behind to protect them. Gold Nugget was ecstatic. It was now in charge of protecting not just one, but two of the Fiend's family members. That should be worth $1,000, right? Luke flung out his grappling hook and returned to the top floor. Relying on his agility, he moved quickly over the side of the cruise liner and soon reached the back of the ship. A bunch of the criminals were transporting something there. Luke took out binoculars to observe them carefully, only to find that they were moving what looked like cans of liquid. Each can could hold around a gallon, and was white and not transparent. Judging from the packaging, it looked like organic cow's milk. These guys were moving the cans very carefully. Obviously, whatever was in them had to be precious. 200 professional criminals hijacked a ship of 1,000 passengers just for a batch of organic milk. Of course not. On the deck, several people were standing together. Two of them were giving orders to those who were moving the milk cans. There were two more hostiles, one of whom was holding a well-groomed middle-aged man at gunpoint and the other was interrogating him. The middle-aged man looked dejected, but he answered their questions obediently. Suddenly, Luke frowned at the night sky. Two helicopters were headed this way from afar. Luke had a bad feeling. These two helicopters were making very little noise. Even with his keen hearing, he was only able to pick up faint, unusual sounds on the wind. Furthermore, their strobe lights weren't on, which meant that they definitely weren't ordinary aircraft. Regular aircraft were obligated to turn on their strobe lights during flights. This was a safety measure that absolutely couldn't be omitted. A moment later, Luke saw two spots on the surface of the ocean. Were those speedboats? Luke frowned even harder. Had some secret special force been deployed to rescue the hostages? That didn't make sense. Generally speaking, the authorities would first try to negotiate with the hostiles who were holding so many passengers hostage. They had to at least figure out what equipment the hostiles had and what their objective was before deciding how to proceed, otherwise, it would be big news if anything happened to the 1,000 or so tourists. The speedboats drew closer to the ship and then stopped. Luke could only see two hazy black spots on the ocean in the dark, while the hostiles didn't seem to have sensed anything at all, and didn't react. 10 minutes later, Luke raised his eyebrows as he looked at the 20 grappling hooks on the edge of the ship. They were taking action already. Unbelievable. Thinking for a moment, he didn't make a move. It was only a matter of time before the hostiles on board were alerted. Luke had already made up his mind. Once he confirmed something wasn't right with the situation, he would escape with Robert and Catherine. The 20 people who snuck aboard were definitely an elite special force. Their equipment and movements were very professional. The hostiles didn't lack skills, but they didn't sense anything as the special force boarded the ship and occupied a few key locations. Looking at the positions of the special force, Luke knew he had guessed right. This secret special force wasn't here to rescue people. They had taken up positions to attack the deck aft side. They weren't here to rescue the tourists at all. 20 special force soldiers were going to fight almost 200 hostiles. This was just asking for death. Luke informed Robert of the situation in a low voice and told them not to worry about the upcoming battle since he would just watch on the side. Speechless for a moment, Robert then passed on Luke's words. Catherine looked at him suspiciously. You sure he really isn't going to take action? Robert pondered for a few seconds. Honey, since he says he isn't, we should believe him. The battle on the rear deck finally began. Since the hostiles reported in at a fixed time, the special force was exposed less than 5 minutes after they snuck onto the boat. The hostiles reacted pretty quickly. Once they realized that the situation wasn't right, they covered for each other as they pressed forward to the positions of their accomplices whom they had lost contact with. Realizing that their opponents weren't an untrained mob, the special force immediately attacked first. Intense gunfire rang out and the battle instantly heated up as both parties traded wild gunfire near the aft deck. The special force had the upper hand and hid themselves very well. The hostiles were no less capable, and only a handful of them were shot down. Pondering for a moment, Luke ultimately remained silent. After the tourists were gathered together, the hostiles hadn't bothered with them except to limit their range of movements. Thus, the hostiles weren't here for the tourists, but for the unknown substance in the milk cans. The special force that had come later showed no concern for the safety of the tourists either. Who the hell knew where they were from? Naturally, Luke wouldn't help them, not when Robert and Catherine were tourists. But the sound of the choppers grew louder as they drew close. Since the special force had been exposed, there was no need for the choppers to hide anymore, and they came to back up their teammates. In less than 2 minutes, 2 dark helicopters of an unknown make emerged aft side. There was an eye-catching burst of fire in the night sky as two six-barreled machine guns began to strafe the hostiles. The hostiles suffered a huge blow. Choppers versus foot soldiers was cheating to begin with, and machine guns versus rifles even more so. Luke, however, sneered. He had already seen two hostiles at one exit take out a Russian SA-18 air defense shoulder missile launcher. The next moment, a streak of fire whooshed out. One of the helicopters had just veered to the side, when it was hit. Boom! The sky rained fire as a huge fireball fell from the sky into the ocean. Like a cat that had been stabbed in the butt, the other chopper veered away to instantly put some distance between itself and the ship. The hostiles who had been suppressed by the machine guns on the helicopters immediately took back the upper hand and continued to put pressure on the special force again. However, the leader of the hostiles paid no attention to the special force or the fleeing helicopters. He simply had his men continue moving the milk cans. Sitting leisurely on the edge on the top floor, Luke observed the fight. Neither the hostiles nor the special force, nor Luke who was watching the drama from above, noticed that one of the milk cans was hit by a piece of the chopper when it blew up, and the milk can dropped into the ocean. A stream of ruby-red fluid trickled into the ocean from the hole in the milk can. A fish that was over 20 centimeters long was leisurely swimming by, when it flicked its tail and abruptly turned its head to dash in one direction. A moment later, it rushed into an area of light red seawater and swallowed the water greedily. But just a few seconds later, it was swallowed along with the water by a large fish that was half a meter long. Taking over from the small fish, the big fish continued to gulp down the red water. But several seconds later, it was enveloped by a shadow. A giant manta ray hurled its flat body at the fish and knocked it unconscious. Along with the battle on the cruise liner, an even bloodier and more brutal battle was taking place under the water. Luke didn't sense anything wrong. His sharp nose wasn't keen enough yet to penetrate water and detect traces of fish in the ocean. He continued patiently acting as a spectator. Looking at the situation, the special force would only be able to hold on for a few more minutes. Without support from the choppers, and outnumbered as they were by the hostiles who weren't amateurs at all, the special force was soon completely suppressed. The hostiles didn't plan to continue fighting either. As the number of milk cans dwindled, the hostiles on the ship started to reassemble, obviously ready to evacuate. To one side behind the ship, several boats that belonged to the hostiles were waiting. Luke relaxed. The hostiles didn't have the smell of explosives on them. From the bits and pieces of conversation he had caught, they didn't plan to destroy the ship either. He just needed to wait for them to be done with their robbery, and the cruise ship would be safe. With practically none of the unknown special force left on the ship, the battle was coming to an end. Beneath the surface, the battle had entered the most heated stage. At that moment, the red zone was no longer just because of that unknown red liquid, but more than that, was filled with the remains of various fish. Two great white sharks that had arrived not long ago were now being dismembered by two large and three small killer whales. While they usually didn't eat their opponents after killing them, these killer whales were devouring the two dead great white sharks like crazy, along with the fish in the sharks' bellies. Suddenly, a thick shadow surged up from the bottom of the ocean and instantly wrapped around one of the bigger killer whales. Instantly on the alert, the other killer whales turned and lunged at the shadow. The next moment, an all-encompassing shadow shot out from the depths of the ocean and instantly wrapped around all the killer whales. Blood spread out in the water. In the bloody water, two dark blue eyes flickered for a moment, as if searching for something. At that moment on the ship, Luke wrinkled his nose. There was the thick smell of blood in the air, which didn't belong to humans, but to fish. What was going on? He looked in the direction of the smell, which was where the hostiles' evacuation boats were. The battle on the ship was over. The 20 Special Force soldiers were all dead. The hostiles' advantage in numbers was too clear. At the price of 40 to 50 casualties, they finally eliminated the troublesome Special Force. At that moment, they were treating their wounded comrades and moving them to their own boats. Suddenly, there was a deafening rumble, followed by yelling from the hostiles' boats. Luke was astounded as he watched a massive shadow wrap around one of the boats and drag it into the ocean. He mumbled to himself, "Are you kidding me?" That was a boat more than 20 meters long, but it disappeared from the surface of the ocean in less than 30 seconds. That was unbelievable. However, that was just the beginning. After the first ship sank, the rest of the boats were dragged into the ocean one after another, all in less than 5 minutes. On the cruise ship, only several leaders and about 50 of the hostiles were left. They were also overwhelmed by this sudden mishap. They didn't know what to attack. Down below were their boats. Before the shadow attacked first, they would only hit their teammates if they opened fire. When the shadow attacked, a boat would sink in 10 to 20 seconds, and they hit the boat more often than they hit the shadow. But this attacker didn't give the criminals much time to think. After the boats sank, 5 in total, the surface of the ocean aft side suddenly rippled violently, as if something was moving underneath. A moment later, 7 to 8 shadows, each more than half a meter in diameter, broke through the surface and swiftly climbed up the rear of the ship, reaching the deck a dozen of seconds later. Panicked, the hostiles didn't need to be ordered to run. At the same time, they fired like crazy at the shadows. Disgusting starchy liquid burst out of the shadows, but they just writhed for a moment before simply chasing after the hostiles again. As the shadows started to hunt down the hostiles, Luke sized up the last batch of milk cans on the deck and wondered, "Now what can I do with these cans?" The hostiles were very careful when moving the milk cans, but they weren't afraid. Their leaders were the same. So, the unknown substance probably wasn't dangerous, but was valuable. Luke finally moved. From the shadows on the other side, he stealthily approached the aft deck, then abruptly dashed out. In less than 2 seconds, he reached the last batch of milk cans and bundled them together with a rope he had already prepared. Like a quick snake, the cans of unknown substance were tied together. Heaving them onto his back, he went around 2 sweeping tentacles and slipped away. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. A criminal head who was running away suddenly sensed someone dart past and overtake him to disappear into a passage not far away. He was dazed for a moment. Because it looked like that person was carrying a bunch of milk cans, the important goods that the criminal head had been ordered to take back. At that moment, something tightened around his waist, and his heart instantly jolted. He turned his head despairingly, only to see the sharp tip of an enormous shadow about to envelop him. No. With a short scream, the criminal head disappeared forever from the ship. In less than 5 minutes, the hostiles, including their leaders, were killed by the 7 to 8 black shadows. The frightening thing was that the black shadows swallowed up most of the hostiles without leaving any bodies behind. Hiding in the passage, Luke instantly stored the cans of unknown substance which he had looted into his inventory. He looked out, only to see that there were barely any hostiles left. What was even more frightening was that the thick black shadows were still getting bigger. Luke's sight and mental strength were far better than a regular person's. After being a detective for so long, he was also especially sensitive about details. These black shadows had only been half a meter in diameter when they first appeared, but they were now more than a meter in diameter. From where he had been watching at the top of the ship the entire time, he could perceive the speed of this change even more. However, it didn't really matter to him whether they were half a meter or 2 meters in diameter. Tangled up in these thick, black shadows, the rear of the ship was slowly sinking. Luke watched indifferently as the black shadows slithered around on the deck and tossed some things aside. It would be best if this fellow just left. That way, he wouldn't need to take action. Thinking that, Luke glanced into the night sky at the helicopter that had just returned. The black shadows searched the deck for a moment and didn't seem to find what they wanted. Finally, they changed course and moved toward the ship's hold. Luke glanced at the helicopter again, which finally moved. The 6-barreled machine gun opened fire again and strafed the enormous black shadows. Starchy liquid burst out of the black shadows as they waved about frenetically. Unmoved, the helicopter kept firing. It seemed that the black shadows were unable to withstand the attack, and they quickly retreated from the deck back into the ocean. The helicopter went around the ship and turned the searchlights on the water to look for the black shadows. At that moment, it started to drizzle, and soon turned into a downpour. Standing silently next to the rail on the top floor, Luke stared at the surging ocean. A storm was coming. In the middle of the rain, the helicopter descended after making 2 rounds. Several ropes were dropped from the chopper, and 4 Special Force soldiers began to rappel down. Luke was a little intrigued. This Special Force had just lost a huge number of men. They weren't even sure if that monster was gone yet, but they were already coming down to check the situation on the ship. Clearly, the hostiles and the Special Force were all here for the unknown substance and weren't willing to give it up, despite how extremely dangerous it was. Luke suddenly turned his head and looked at one side of the boat as a black shadow broke the surface of the water and lashed out with astonishing strength at the helicopter in the air. The pilot reacted fast enough and promptly veered to the side. The black shadow swept past 10 meters under the helicopter, far from hitting it, but both the pilot and the Special Force soldiers rappelling down were already yelling, "Crap." While the sudden attack didn't hit the chopper, the 4 dangling ropes couldn't avoid it. The black shadow struck 2 of the ropes, the enormous force immediately stopping the helicopter from moving forward as it was swung in a half-circle before it was whacked into the ocean. Luke didn't need to take a closer look to know that the helicopter and the soldiers were doomed. Those black shadows would definitely eat them alive. A moment later, a shadow that looked like a small mountain slowly rose out of the ocean, and several thick black shadows stuck to the ship as it climbed up to the aft deck. At that moment, Luke could hear the ship creak sharply as the entire hull slowly leaned backward. The Atlantic cruise liner was a behemoth which weighed almost 90,000 tons when empty, but it now shuddered under the pressure of this massive shadow. "Damn, this is really one hell of a monster," Luke mumbled to himself. In the face of such a terrifying colossus, the one thing Luke had always worried about had now become a reality: what should he do in the face of a far bigger opponent? This big seafood before him was gigantic and had many limbs. Luke wasn't sure if it weighed 1,000 or 2,000 tons. If he had to describe its appearance, he would choose between an octopus, a cuttlefish or a squid, yet it wasn't exactly like any of them. He contacted Gold Nugget. "You're looking at this giant octopus, right? Can you take care of it?" Gold Nugget, who was watching the battle from a distance, instantly replied, "I think it'll take me a whole year to finish eating it." "Luke, I'm talking about symbiotic control, not asking you to eat it. But it looks very delicious, and a lot like that roast squid you made for me." Gold Nugget couldn't help drooling as it spoke. "Luke, it does look like a squid, but how can you eat it when it's still alive? So, can you control it or not?" After a brief silence, Gold Nugget replied, "I think it's very violent." "Are you sure you want me to take control of it?" Recalling the distinctive trait which Gold Nugget had confessed to Selena before, Luke thought for a moment, then vetoed the idea. "Forget it. Help me keep an eye on Robert and Catherine, you must make sure they're safe. Don't worry about me." "Gold Nugget, are you sure? You're not even the size of the smallest sucker on the tip of its tentacle." "Luke, I'll kill it if it dares kick up a fuss. Do you believe me?" "Gold Nugget, I do. Not." The dog had silently added in its heart. Luke ended the communication and kept watching the big guy. The giant octopus-like creature moved over the deck, swallowing up the scattered bodies of the Special Force soldiers. It didn't swallow the bodies with the mouth on its head, but with the mouths on the tip of its tentacles, which also had dense barbs along their edges, unlike a regular octopus. In terms of appearance, this fellow was a little similar to a certain monster that Luke had encountered back in Rumford. This mountain of an octopus looked clumsy, but it actually moved very fast and soon reached the mouth of a passage. Exerting strength with its tentacles, it easily tore the passage opening wider. Luke didn't have that kind of strength. The deck, which was made from all kinds of metal welded together, couldn't withstand the terrifying brute force of this huge seafood. Luke quietly backed away, his mind whirling with all kinds of thoughts. Finally, the monster forced its way into the narrow hole in the deck, and then made its way to the main hall on the bottom level. Was this guy going after the tourists in the main hall? Luke murmured to himself. He had never stopped moving, and already detoured around to the back of the giant octopus after picking up 2 M4A1s and a 416 Hong Kong dollars dropped by the Special Force soldiers. He then aimed at the back of the octopus's head and fired. That was, if that oval that was 10 meters tall really was its head. The giant octopus roared in pain but didn't turn around. It continued heading downward, its tentacles sweeping out like giant snakes. Luke didn't stop firing. Whenever he emptied a clip, he would promptly switch to another gun so that there was no break in the gunfire. Unlike the hostiles earlier, his shots were on point as he hit the mouths of the tentacles, causing them to writhe frenetically. Once he used up the bullets, he reloaded with the backup clips in his inventory. That was the advantage of the M4A1, its clips could be used in HK-416s and most AR rifles. It was the most common firearm in American combat units. Using 3 rifles in turn and firing in a swift rhythm, Luke very quickly reduced the sharp tips of the tentacles to pulp. Even if the octopus was a mutant of some sort, it couldn't take this. While a consensus had been reached over whether or not invertebrates could feel pain, Luke now wasn't sure. From what he had seen, he noticed that this giant octopus probably felt pain. Or should he say, being shot at made it uncomfortable. As for whether or not the sensation was pain, nobody could tell. To this mutant giant octopus, the rifle bullets were probably nothing more than needle pricks, but if a person's finger was jabbed hundreds of times with a needle, it certainly wouldn't feel great. The giant octopus, however, simply recalled its tentacles and covered its back end with its thickest tentacle before it continued downward. Luke frowned. Was this guy that determined to eat up those tourists? Mulling over this, he suddenly took out a can of the unknown substance from his inventory and threw it onto the aft deck. When it was several dozen meters away, Luke raised his hand and fired. Bang! The bullet pierced the milk can, which sprayed white milk over the deck. The giant octopus didn't react and continued forward. Luke frowned and quickly took out the other milk cans. Analyzing them for a moment with sharp nose, he threw one of them onto the aft deck again and blasted it apart. Bright ruby red liquid splattered from the milk can. Several seconds later, the mutant giant octopus suddenly paused, then abruptly changed direction and charged madly toward the back of the ship. Luke took a running leap to the side and watched as a soft, mountain-like body squeezed out of the hole on the deck and stretched out its tentacles to the red liquid. When the tentacles touched the liquid, they shuddered slightly. Luke even saw the pulpy tip of one of the tentacles start to swiftly regenerate. The tentacle which touched the red liquid regenerated quickly, like a movie special effect, new flesh grew out of the wound in dozens of seconds. Mind whirling with thoughts, Luke looked at that oval head which swayed with excitement, and suddenly took out a glass bottle from his inventory and chuckled to himself. I've got stronger stuff here. He gave the glass bottle a light toss so that it was above that big head. The moment he threw out the bottle, he raised his gun, swiftly adjusted his mindset, and shot the glass bottle when it was about to fall onto that big head. Bang! Bang! Greenish-yellow fluid and broken glass sprayed all over the big head. The big head which had been swaying with delight suddenly paused, and then started to shake like crazy. Faint vapor wafted up from the greenish-yellow fluid on its head. As if it was being devoured like crazy by invisible ants, that part of its body caved in at a visible rate. Looking at the giant monster, Luke smiled. You're not the only giant monster I've seen. The big seafood was in such agony that it slapped its own head with its tentacle. Unfortunately, it was useless. The alien's corrosive fluid couldn't be fixed with a slap to the head. Luke opened fire once more, this time at the hole in the big seafood's head. The big seafood screamed even more miserably. The acidic fluid which had only been corroding its skin at first flowed into the new channels created by the bullets and entered deeper into its body. Confident now, Luke quickly took out his special M500 revolver from his inventory. Bang! 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 5 armor-penetrating bullets created even deeper channels in the big head. Bang! 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 5 highly explosive bullets blew up and widened these new channels even more. The giant octopus couldn't take it anymore and started to curl up, its dozen or so tentacles whipping the deck randomly. Luke put the revolver away and moved forward 10 meters. Glass bottles filled with the alien's acidic fluid appeared in his hands one after another, and he threw them into the wound on the big head whenever he had the chance. Avoiding the giant tentacles that were lashing about like crazy, Luke was like a cat nimbly avoiding a giant's hands. He threw 10 of the glass bottles into the giant octopus's wound before he stepped back and took out the M500 again. Bang! 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 He shot another 5 highly explosive bullets into the wounds on the octopus's head, and they blew up with loud bangs. The big seafood suddenly stopped moving, before its entire body began to shake. Retreating to his original position, Luke could see that the dark area inside the head wound that was the result of corrosion was quickly expanding. The big seafood spasmed for a few seconds, as if suffering an electric shock, before it finally started to move again. This time, it no longer struggled, but rolled madly back and forth on the ship. The enormous ship shook with its movements, as if it was about to capsize. Luke also felt quite helpless. Exactly how thick was this big seafood skin? Even after a minute, the alien's corrosive body fluid still couldn't kill this guy. A large body was indeed an advantage. At least, it was unimaginably difficult to kill this creature. As Luke pondered this, he fired his gun again, adding salt to the big seafood's injury. Thick skin. Then I'll help the marinade sink in deeper. Over 10 seconds later, there was a deafening rumble which dumbfounded Luke, as the big seafood dropped into the ocean. After rolling back and forth, it finally rolled into the ocean and didn't come back up again. The water under the ship surged violently for one moment, before it slowly settled. Luke slapped his forehead. Was this mutant giant octopus actually smart enough to escape? Could it be that it had a bigger brain because it had a bigger head? At that moment, the system notification popped up to verify his speculation. System, stop the deep-sea kraken's attack and save all the people on the cruise liner. Completed. Total experience, 52,400. Total credit, 52,400. Contribution rate, 100%. EXP plus 52,400. Credit plus 52,400. System, as experience has reached 70,000 points, the host is now level 14. Experience, 9,280/90,000. Extra stat points, 5. What a pleasant surprise. That giant octopus really would have killed everybody on the ship. Thus, by beating it back, Luke had basically saved the lives of more than 1,000 tourists and hundreds of crew members on the ship. Judging from the total experience and credit points, it could be more than 2,500 people in total. Luke could only regret that this Atlantic Ocean liner wasn't at full capacity. This ship could accommodate 2,600 tourists in total and roughly 1,000 crew members. He could have earned even more experience and credit. Even so, a harvest of more than 50,000 experience and credit points was his biggest haul yet. On the other hand, the system notification implied that the mutant giant octopus wasn't dead yet. Maybe the alien's acid was diluted by the seawater, or maybe its skin was so thick that even 10 bottles of the acid wasn't enough. No matter how potent the alien's acid was, that was only in terms of quantity or concentration. It couldn't corrode all the way through Earth, nor would a single drop turn the entire ocean into acid. But while this kraken looked a lot different from an octopus, some of its behavior was very similar. For example, this giant tentacle in front of Luke's eyes. During the struggle just now, the giant octopus actually broke off one of its tentacles before it escaped. Was this because it couldn't think straight from the pain? Pondering for a moment, Luke glanced at the giant tentacle nearby, before he went back to look for Robert. Walking into the room, he smiled at Robert. "It's over. I need to ask someone to take care of this. Let me use your phone for a bit." Robert handed him the satellite phone right away. Luke dialed a number. "Hello, this is Luke Coulson. I have something here. You better step on it before someone else beats you to it." Several minutes later, he hung up, and saw the strange expression on Robert's face. "What's the matter?" Robert heaved a sigh. "Rick Flegg, the operations supervisor for a particular division in the FBI, right?" Luke was surprised. "You know him?" Robert nodded. "Let me talk to him later." Luke, "Okay. I need to watch the deck. There's something there that shouldn't be touched." Robert, "Got it. Go on, then." Luke walked out of the room. He had only taken a few steps, when a voice came out of his walkie-talkie. "I smell something really, really delicious." Luke was stumped for a moment. "What?" "That big thing on the deck and the liquid on the ground seem very tasty." The voice of the dog head rang out again. Pondering for a moment, Luke asked, "Even tastier than lobsters and king crabs?" Hesitating for a moment, the dog replied, "It's not that kind of tasty, but more like that special energy in you and Selena. It feels different, but it's definitely delicious." Thinking for a moment, Luke said, "Come with me." The dog immediately cut the communication and slipped out of the neighboring room. Luke led it to the aft deck, crouched down, and whispered in its ear, "Is the liquid you mentioned over there?" He pointed at where the unknown substance had sprayed over the deck. Gold Nugget barked lightly in agreement. "The liquid should be the same thing that attracted you to the tentacle, right?" Luke continued asking. This time, Gold Nugget tilted its head and thought for a moment, before it barked. Luke nodded, deep in thought. "They're basically the same, but with minor differences." Gold Nugget barked again to show that he was right. Luke nodded. "You can go back now. I'll come over in a bit." Gold Nugget began to whine. Luke was rather helpless. "We don't know what that thing is at all. What if it gives you a stomachache?" Gold Nugget wagged its tail. Luke firmly destroyed its hopes. "Don't forget Selena. This might not be harmful to you, but it could be to her." Gold Nugget withered and left dejectedly. Luke rubbed the dog's head with a smile. "All right, you did very well this time. I'll give you an extra bonus when we get back, all right?" Gold Nugget perked up. Bumping into Luke's hand, it then slipped away. The dog head was elated. "Hee hee, with a little more money, I'll be able to buy a top-quality laptop and go online. Wasn't there that saying, nobody knows you're a dog on the internet? That way, it would be able to play to its heart's content." After the dog disappeared, Luke considered what it just said and looked at his credit points in the system, 109,880. For the first time, his credit balance was above 100,000. That thing which he tried a long time ago popped into his head again. After hesitating for only a brief moment, he made a decision, and his credit points instantly became 9,880. Two notifications immediately popped up in the system. System, 100,000 is required to upgrade the inventory function. Upgrade? System, the inventory function has been upgraded. Luke then added a stat point to mental strength. Mental strength 26. He couldn't be any more satisfied as he looked at the panel. After he was done adding these 5 stat points, his mental strength would reach 30. But he still had a long way to go to 40. He needed 90,000 experience points to reach level 15, and probably 100,000 to reach level 16. Luke didn't think that he would get 4 more chances to save an entire ship of people. He still had to keep grinding, and do his best to open new raid areas. That way, he might be able to reach the threshold before he went to New York. As he thought that, he walked over to the giant tentacle and started working on it. Wow, this meat is really tough. The fishy smell is a little strong. Do I have to roast it for gold nugget? These spikes are a little interesting. After toiling for a good long while, Luke finally went back, pleased. He was elated when he sensed the empty space in his inventory. How many life-saving things could he store inside? If he put food and water in it, there would be enough to feed Selena for decades. As he was thinking that, he changed out of his outerwear and shoes. After cutting up the octopus tentacle, it felt like his entire body reeked of a fishy smell. After everything was done, he leaned against the wall inside a passage and kept an eye on the aft deck while he munched on chocolate beans which he took out of his waist pack. He didn't bother with the tourists and crew downstairs. The hostels hadn't locked them up, and simply gathered them together in the entertainment venues. Those places didn't lack anything. Now that the hostels were all dead, those people could do whatever they wanted, as long as they left the octopus tentacle alone. How many people would come running over to look at the octopus tentacle wasn't something he could control. He was alone, and he was a police officer. It was impossible for him to control the movements of 2,000 people. An hour went by just like that. Many of the crew members had already started to appear on the deck as they examined the surroundings from high vantage points. Luke heaved a sigh. Look if you want. At most, it'll just become another American legend and horror story. Looking at how the situation was unfolding, it would be the tourists after this. In an hour at most, the deck would be packed with spectators. Bored, Luke fished out a chocolate bar and took a big bite. Flag, don't screw this up, or in the future, I won't believe you can get things done. Just as he said that, he heard some activity, and saw a few red lights in the night sky to the west. Luke narrowed his eyes and deduced that it was a large plane. In a short while, the plane approached the ocean surface and landed with a loud rumble, leaving long white trails behind it on the water. Luke raised an eyebrow. This vehicle could actually land on water. Also, its model was unfamiliar. There weren't many types of large seaplanes, and even fewer of them were military aircraft. This large plane looked like none of them. Was this a special plane created by a certain secret department? As Luke pondered this, he saw a few hovercrafts leave the plane and carry fully armed people over to the ship. Luke shifted to face the passage as he leaned against the wall, and he took out a lollipop. After almost 70 fully armed soldiers boarded, Luke straightened and greeted his old acquaintance. Agent Flag. Flag, who was in charge, simply waved at the others to proceed as usual, before he went over to Luke with 2 agents. When he approached, a vague smile flashed across his face and was gone in an instant. He stretched out his hand. Luke, just call me Flag. Can you tell me what happened? Luke gestured to him. Let's talk on the way. There's someone who wants to see you. Flag was stunned. There was someone he knew here. As he wondered, he followed Luke. Luke briefly described what happened earlier, but left out the part where he put holes in the mutant giant octopus's head and forced it to jump into the ocean. He simply claimed that it returned to the ocean after gobbling up the hostiles and the special force. Flag listened quietly. After Luke finished, he raised his hand and walked away, before he spoke into his walkie-talkie. Lock down the right side of the aft deck. There's a suspicious unknown substance in the form of a bright red liquid. Collect any residues you find at once. After giving the order, he took out a phone and spoke shortly into it before he hung up. Then, the 4 of them continued toward the room which Robert was in. Luke knocked on the door. It's me. Agent Flag's here, too. Flag, come in alone. Luke, go to the room opposite. Catherine's there. The door quickly opened, and Robert's voice came out. Hearing that voice, Flegg was stunned, disbelief in his eyes. You. The two agents behind Flegg looked at their boss with puzzled expressions. Doing his best to calm down, Flegg ordered, the two of you wait outside. The two agents noticed Flegg's hand signal and relaxed. That gesture meant that the situation was safe and there were no abnormalities. The door shut. In the corridor, Luke shrugged. Do what you like. He then opened the door opposite. The two agents looked at each other with bitter smiles. This was the hard lot of working under someone else. Inside, Robert and Flegg stood in the living room. Flegg slowly tidied up his clothes, stood straight, and saluted. Greetings, sir. Member of the B-34 squad, Rick Flegg, reporting for duty. After a brief silence, Robert also straightened and saluted him in return. Done with etiquette, Flegg finally continued, it's so good to see you again. I always thought that you. Robert gestured for him to take a seat and said, you're no fool, you know what our department's usual practice is, right? Flegg smiled bitterly. How am I supposed to know if you really retired or the codename on paper died? In their department, there were few who knew who was dead or still alive. As for those who were already dead, few knew how they died. It was also the reason why he was so surprised to see Robert. He had always thought that Robert had probably been killed by some big shot at the prime of his life, or at worst had been sent on some suicide mission. There was no way he could have retired so early. But Robert was actually alive and kicking, and was even on holiday on a cruise ship. Flegg didn't know what to say about this low-key living. Robert had never been one to beat around the bush. Staring at Flegg, he said directly, I want you to cover up Luke's role in this. Can you do that? After a brief silence, Flegg finally nodded. No problem. But you and him. Robert, he's my son. Flegg smiled wryly. That explains a lot. Looking at his face, Robert asked, what else has he done? Flegg looked conflicted, and didn't say anything. Robert scoffed. All right, I know you're always the most obedient, which is why you're still alive. Go do your thing. Flegg stood up with a bitter smile. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Robert also stood up, a little impatient. All right, after you leave this room, don't say you know me. I'm already retired. While Flegg stayed silent, he mumbled inwardly, that's right, your redacted files are probably collecting dust in some supposedly non-existent red archive. After Flegg left, Luke and Catherine returned to the room. Looking at Robert, Luke asked, an old colleague. Robert snorted. What are you thinking? I've been retired for over 10 years already. He was still drinking milk back then. Luke, no matter how you look at it, Flegg's only in his 30s, right? Robert, he looks older. Anything wrong with that? Luke shrugged. Fine, fine. He could see that Robert didn't want to talk about Flegg. He turned around and looked at Catherine. The FBI guys are here. Do you want to continue with your trip? Catherine thought for a moment and shook her head. Forget it. Once the ship docks, let's just continue with our holiday on dry land. Robert. Luke. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Luke answered it, and an agent said to him in a low voice, Captain Flegg needs to talk to you about something. Luke turned around and looked at Robert. After getting a nod in reply, Luke walked out of the room. He quickly reached the aft deck. Seeing that he had arrived, Flegg simply greeted him before he asked, I need to ask you what happened in detail, you understand? Luke nodded. Just now, he had been the one talking while Flegg listened. It was now time for Flegg to ask the questions and for Luke to answer. That was how investigations were usually carried out. However, Flagg's questions were mostly focused on the hostiles, the middle-aged man kidnapped by the criminals, and the secret special force that arrived later. Unfortunately, they were now all in that giant octopus's stomach, which made it very hard for Flag to confirm their identities. He could only speculate on their backgrounds based on Luke's descriptions. On the aft deck, Flag's men were wearing protective suits as they cut up the giant tentacle and packed the parts into big boxes. The tentacle was very big. 30 of Flag's men bustled around while the other half stood guard. The tourists and crew on the ship were all told that there was something dangerous on the deck that needed to be processed. They were all asked to remain in the main hull. Except for a few overly curious guys who were stopped by several soldiers, everything was under control. Of course, this also had to do with the reputation of the soldiers. They weren't the people's guardians, and instead were usually deployed to suppress a situation. For example, during a hurricane in Luke's previous life, the soldiers rode armored trucks into the disaster zones. Their responsibility was to maintain order, not to rescue the victims. By the same logic, they only needed to maintain order on the ship, and didn't have to be responsible for the safety of the tourists. Since the day they became soldiers, that had never been their obligation. The men in protective suits were crouched on the deck as they carefully collected something. Luke knew what they were looking for, the unknown red liquid. This thing had drawn the hostiles into hijacking the ship and the special force in an all-out attack, and had even drawn a mutant giant octopus in the end. It was the key to the whole thing. As a professional, Flag had noticed this key point right away. The men in protective suits were being very careful as they searched for the red liquid scattered over the deck. They divided the area into grids and slowly searched from the outside in, and didn't miss anything suspicious at all. As a result, they couldn't move quickly. Even after the giant tentacle had been cut up, packed and loaded onto the seaplane, they were still scouring the deck. Suddenly, there was a voice from Flag's walkie-talkie. "Captain, 2 planes are coming." Since the agents were letting Flag know, that meant that the 2 planes were already low in the sky. Luke could already hear the noise. 2 massive planes rumbled as they slowed down on their approach to the ship. The rear sections were already down, and several shadows that weren't small in size were dropped. Luke glanced at Flag. "It looks like you're outnumbered." Flag was silent. Those were C-5 Galaxy carriers, air behemoths that could carry 300 soldiers at a time. The 2 Galaxy carriers slowly swept past the ship and spat out a few marine vessels from their big bellies. Because of these boats, the soldiers on the carriers weren't at full complement, but the planes could still accommodate 200 people. In less than 10 minutes, 4 hovercrafts arrived. A searchlight on one of the hovercrafts then turned on, and there was the sound of a loudspeaker. "This is the U.S. Marines. Personnel on the ship, identify yourselves, or we will treat this as a hijacking and a terrorist attack." Luke glanced at Flag, who said to an agent next to him, "Take a few men and delay them in talks. Buy us as much time as possible." He then said to another man, "Tell the collection squad to work faster and stop dawdling. The thieves are already here." After the 2 agents left, Luke said with a smile, "That's the U.S. Marines. Aren't you scared?" Flag grinned. "It's because they claim to be the Marines that they definitely aren't." Luke was surprised. Flag explained casually, "On missions, Marines will usually say that they're the Navy or even the SAS, which makes wrangling easier." Luke immediately got it. FBI agents Flag and Wales, for example, were as fake as the Marines in front of him. When it came to fake identities, it could be said that the various departments had complicated relationships. As long as they weren't caught with evidence, the agencies often used another party's identity to shift the blame. The people on the deck clearly redoubled their efforts. Flag turned his head and looked at Luke. "Shall I send you back?" Luke quickly nodded. "I'd really appreciate that. Can I take those 2 family members of mine with me?" "Yes," Flag said without any hesitation. "It would be best to leave right now, or you won't be able to get away once those guys come on board. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hearing that, Luke instantly walked into the ship. A moment later, the three of them took Fleg's hovercraft to the seaplane. After the plane took off, Luke looked down at the ship and asked, "You're letting them take over?" Fleg hummed in response. "They have official approval. Naturally, we have to let them take over. In case, we got what we wanted. Anyone who wants it can go argue with the boss. I was only responsible for snapping it up," he murmured to himself. As someone on the front line, he only handled the operation side of things. It was none of his business how the big shots squabbled with each other, that was what their mouths and faces were for. He had also taken this into consideration when he brought Luke and his family away with him. From what Luke said, he was the only person who personally saw the mutant giant octopus on the ship. By taking Luke away with him, those newcomers wouldn't know what on earth Fleg had picked up. They wouldn't make a move outright either. Fleg was acting under the FBI's flag. The newcomers didn't have enough guts to clash with the FBI, even if they couldn't be sure of Fleg's identity. Even if they cursed floridly in their hearts, there was nothing they could do since they had come late. If the big shots backing them up had the ability, they could nab some of the spoils from Fleg's superiors. If they didn't, they should just go home and sulk. As the sun rose, the plane landed at a base, and Fleg called for a car for Luke and his family. He didn't have time to see them off, and wanted even less for Robert to draw any attention. He simply nodded at them from a distance in farewell. Luke and his family took the early morning bus, which wasn't crowded, and unhurriedly made their way home. When they opened the door and went in, Claire, who was pacing back and forth in the living room, turned around and saw Catherine. She jumped at her and shouted, "Mom, you're back." Catherine hugged the little monkey and kissed her cheek. "Luke brought us back." Claire couldn't be any happier. Although Robert had already called to tell her that they were all safe, she hadn't been completely reassured. Only when she saw the three of them walk in did the weight roll off her shoulders. Luke looked at the scene with a smile and signaled to Selena that everything was fine. Selena also relaxed. Luke had left in a hurry earlier. Though he had called twice after that, seeing how Claire couldn't sit still from her anxiety had also made Selena worried. Now that everybody was safe and sound, she could also relax. After everybody sat down on the couch, she remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Where's Dollar?" Luke said with a smile, "It should be here soon." It did well this time. I'll have to give it a huge bonus." Selena laughed when she heard that. "It only knows how to eat, what else can you give it?" Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. He couldn't skimp on gold nuggets reward this time, or it wouldn't be as enthusiastic in the future. He couldn't be petty about this. As everybody was chatting, Gold Nugget scurried out of a hallway on the side. When Luke went to get Robert and Catherine, this fellow had snuck onto the seaplane and found a corner to hide in. Covered by Luke, it successfully disembarked from the plane, slipped out of the base, and followed the bus as it ran home. When Luke and the others were talking, the dog had come in through the garage door which Luke had left open. Rubbing the dog's head, Luke gave it an approving look to indicate that he wouldn't forget its reward. Pleased, the dog then lay down next to Selena and started to snore quietly. Gold Nugget wasn't tired, but Dollar was a little sleepy. They talked for a while. Then, Luke went to freshen up. He had to go to work later. Robert, Catherine and Claire had been up all night. They needed to rest as well. They went their separate ways, and the house soon fell quiet. Listening to the distant sound of cars outside the window, Catherine sighed. Robert reached out to hug her. "What's wrong?" Catherine said with a wry smile, "I had always hoped he could stay safe and ordinary, which is why I asked you to get him a job as an officer in Shackleford. But in the end, Robert was silent for a moment before he tightened his embrace. "It's fine. He's quite capable. I'll be there to help him too if he's really in trouble." Catherine hummed a response, and an image of a person appeared in her mind. She wondered if she should talk to the person. But the idea disappeared as quickly as it arrived. Catherine very quickly dismissed the thought and slowly fell asleep. Luke and Selena went to work. Neither of them were sleepy despite being up all night. Both Luke and Selena no longer needed as much sleep, and were full of energy. At an intersection, Luke realized that the person also waiting at the red light diagonally opposite him was an old acquaintance. He couldn't help but smile. "Swat seems very free today. Harrison even has time to roam the streets." Selena raised her head and looked at him. "All police officers in Los Angeles right now have already been told not to send more people to the DA. Of course he's free." The two Galaxy carriers slowly swept past the ship and spat out a few marine vessels from their big bellies. Because of these boats, the soldiers on the carriers weren't at full complement, but the planes could still accommodate 200 people. In less than 10 minutes, 4 hovercrafts arrived. A searchlight on one of the hovercrafts then turned on, and there was the sound of a loudspeaker. "This is the U.S. Marines. Personnel on the ship, identify yourselves, or we will treat this as a hijacking and a terrorist attack." Luke glanced at Flegg, who said to an agent next to him, "Take a few men and delay them in talks. Buy us as much time as possible." He then said to another man, "Tell the collection squad to work faster and stop dawdling. The thieves are already here." After the two agents left, Luke said with a smile, "That's the U.S. Marines. Aren't you scared?" Flegg grinned. "It's because they claim to be the Marines that they definitely aren't." Luke was surprised. Flegg explained casually, "On missions, Marines will usually say that they're the Navy or even the SAS, which makes wrangling easier." Luke immediately got it. FBI agents Flegg and Wales, for example, were as fake as the Marines in front of him. When it came to fake identities, it could be said that the various departments had complicated relationships. As long as they weren't caught with evidence, the agencies often used another party's identity to shift the blame. The people on the deck clearly redoubled their efforts. Flegg turned his head and looked at Luke. "Shall I send you back?" Luke quickly nodded. "I'd really appreciate that. Can I take those 2 family members of mine with me?" "Yes," Flegg said without any hesitation. "It would be best to leave right now, or you won't be able to get away once those guys come on board. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Hearing that, Luke instantly walked into the ship. A moment later, the 3 of them took Flegg's hovercraft to the seaplane. After the plane took off, Luke looked down at the ship and asked, "You're letting them take over?" Flegg hummed in response. "They have official approval. Naturally, we have to let them take over. In case, we got what we wanted. Anyone who wants it can go argue with the boss. I was only responsible for snapping it up," he murmured to himself. As someone on the front line, he only handled the operation side of things. It was none of his business how the big shots squabbled with each other, that was what their mouths and faces were for. He had also taken this into consideration when he brought Luke and his family away with him. From what Luke said, he was the only person who personally saw the mutant giant octopus on the ship. By taking Luke away with him, those newcomers wouldn't know what on earth Flegg had picked up. They wouldn't make a move outright either. Flegg was acting under the FBI's flag. The newcomers didn't have enough guts to clash with the FBI, even if they couldn't be sure of Flegg's identity. Even if they cursed floridly in their hearts, there was nothing they could do since they had come late. If the big shots backing them up had the ability, they could nab some of the spoils from Flegg's superiors. If they didn't, they should just go home and sulk. As the sun rose, the plane landed at a base, and Flegg called for a car for Luke and his family. He didn't have time to see them off, and wanted even less for Robert to draw any attention. He simply nodded at them from a distance in farewell. Luke and his family took the early morning bus, which wasn't crowded, and unhurriedly made their way home. When they opened the door and went in, Claire, who was pacing back and forth in the living room, turned around and saw Catherine. She jumped at her and shouted, "Mom, you're back." Catherine hugged the little monkey and kissed her cheek. Luke brought us back. Claire couldn't be any happier. Although Robert had already called to tell her that they were all safe, she hadn't been completely reassured. Only when she saw the three of them walk in did the weight roll off her shoulders. Luke looked at the scene with a smile and signaled to Selina that everything was fine. Selina also relaxed. Luke had left in a hurry earlier. Though he had called twice after that, seeing how Claire couldn't sit still from her anxiety had also made Selina worried. Now that everybody was safe and sound, she could also relax. After everybody sat down on the couch, she remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Where's Dollar?" Luke said with a smile, "It should be here soon." It did well this time. I'll have to give it a huge bonus." Selina laughed when she heard that. "It only knows how to eat, what else can you give it?" Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. He couldn't skimp on gold nuggets reward this time, or it wouldn't be as enthusiastic in the future. He couldn't be petty about this. As everybody was chatting, Gold Nuggets scurried out of a hallway on the side. When Luke went to get Robert and Catherine, this fellow had snuck onto the seaplane and found a corner to hide in. Covered by Luke, it successfully disembarked from the plane, slipped out of the base, and followed the bus as it ran home. When Luke and the others were talking, the dog had come in through the garage door which Luke had left open. Rubbing the dog's head, Luke gave it an approving look to indicate that he wouldn't forget its reward. Pleased, the dog then lay down next to Selina and started to snore quietly. Gold Nugget wasn't tired, but Dollar was a little sleepy. They talked for a while. Then, Luke went to freshen up. He had to go to work later. Robert, Catherine and Claire had been up all night. They needed to rest as well. They went their separate ways, and the house soon fell quiet. Listening to the distant sound of cars outside the window, Catherine sighed. Robert reached out to hug her. "What's wrong?" Catherine said with a wry smile, "I had always hoped he could stay safe and ordinary, which is why I asked you to get him a job as an officer in Shackleford. But in the end, Robert was silent for a moment before he tightened his embrace. "It's fine. He's quite capable. I'll be there to help him too if he's really in trouble." Catherine hummed a response, and an image of a person appeared in her mind. She wondered if she should talk to the person. But the idea disappeared as quickly as it arrived. Catherine very quickly dismissed the thought and slowly fell asleep. Luke and Selina went to work. Neither of them were sleepy despite being up all night. Both Luke and Selina no longer needed as much sleep, and were full of energy. At an intersection, Luke realized that the person also waiting at the red light diagonally opposite him was an old acquaintance. He couldn't help but smile. "Swat seems very free today. Harrison even has time to roam the streets." Selina raised her head and looked at him. "All police officers in Los Angeles right now have already been told not to send more people to the DA. Of course he's free." At that moment, the light turned green, and Luke started the car again. Harrison's car was a little slower, and Luke drove past. He didn't plan on calling out to Harrison, there was no need. He simply gave Harrison a glance on the left side of his car. The light had turned red on the other street at the intersection, and out of the corner of his eye, Luke saw a large prisoner van slowly pull over. Not far behind the prisoner van, two officers got out of a police car and walked toward the van. A police car stopping a prisoner van? Luke was slightly amused. Was it unusual? A little bit. Was this something that would never happen? Not at all. Even SWAT and precinct departments would almost get into fights sometimes, although not very frequently. Turning back to look at the road in front of him, Luke frowned. With 26 mental strength, his brain was quicker than ever, and thanks to a boost from strength and dexterity, his eyesight and dynamic vision were also amazing. From his fleeting glance, he had sensed that something wasn't right, and he paid slightly more attention to the police car that stopped the prisoner van. Upon closer scrutiny, the anomalies in the two officers instantly became clear. There was also a black SUV behind the police car. 4 men got out, and something was very wrong with the way they were moving. Why? Because they looked like criminals who were about to take out their guns. After being a police officer in LA for so long, it was impossible for Luke to not become sensitive to that posture. At that moment, Luke had already driven dozens of meters past the intersection. He suddenly turned the wheel. As he pulled over, he said, "There's a situation." The 2 officers and the 4 men from the black SUV over at the prisoner van may be criminals. Selina understood in a flash and promptly opened the weapons compartment in the middle, taking out the huge bag that was inside. Luke's car had stopped on the side of the road by then, and they opened the car doors at the same time and got out. Selina threw a bulletproof vest at Luke while she quickly put one on herself. She didn't toss him a rifle. For a handful of criminals, a rifle would be pure overkill. After putting on the bulletproof vest, she fell back slightly behind Luke. By staggering their positions, they had more chances to adjust their actions as necessary. Luke ran quickly. Selina picked up AM-4A1 and hung her badge around her neck before she followed him. Cars were driving past through the green light, so she was delayed by several seconds. Finally, she got impatient and slid across the hood of a moving car to cross the road. The astonished driver watched Selina run off and remarked in a daze, "Wow, that officer is hot." "Ow! What are you doing?" In the passenger seat, his girlfriend roared furiously, "Why are you looking at her ass?" "I have one too." The man subconsciously averted his gaze. "I'm not. I was looking at her gun, I'm a fan of guns." His girlfriend said disdainfully, "Cut it out, is her gun on her ass?" At that moment, a burst of noise disrupted the couple's quarrel. Stunned, they turned to look at the intersection up ahead. The gun enthusiast mumbled, "Are those gunshots? Let's get out of here." The moment Luke sensed something was wrong at the intersection, the 2 criminals in the guise of officers reached the prisoner van. When he stopped the car and put on his bulletproof vest, the 2 criminals in police uniforms took out their guns and shot the driver and the escorts in the prisoner van. By the time Luke ran back to the intersection, the 2 criminals had already opened the doors and were escorting a man in an orange prison jumpsuit out. Luke didn't say anything. Putting on his badge, he took out his Glock as he quickly approached them. The prisoner van was more than 30 meters away from the intersection with many distracting cars and pedestrians in the middle. That was also why Luke didn't sense anything wrong sooner. But even at that moment, he was still only running at the speed of an ordinary person. At the same time, 2 men on his left were approaching the criminals as well. They were Harrison and his subordinate. Luke knew the subordinate too. It was Jim, the SWAT member whose burger delivery task Luke had stolen. At that moment, Luke was still behind them. He had driven past the intersection, but their car just happened to be in the middle of the intersection when they heard the gunshots. As SWAT members, they were just as sensitive to gunshots. They immediately stopped the car and beat Luke to the criminals. Finally, Harrison shouted, "LAPD! Freeze!" He and Jim fired at practically the same moment. That was SWAT standard procedure. After all, they had already warned the enemy. If the other party still refused to drop their guns and surrender, they deserved to die. Harrison, who was already ready for action, hit one of the armed criminals almost the moment they turned around. Harrison had only just run over before he fired at the moving criminals. He also had to take the pedestrians into consideration, and the target was more than 10 meters away. For him to take one person down instantly, his marksmanship was extraordinary. Most police officers would need time to adjust and aim at a criminal 10 meters away. Stopping abruptly to shoot at a target was like stopping to do a jump shot in basketball. It was a specific skill. Luke also saw clearly that while Jim had missed his own target, it was only because the criminal happened to move to the side just as the shot was fired, and he was lucky enough to avoid it. After they opened fire, the criminals in front of them also stopped pretending. The 4 criminals from the black SUV took out 2 Uzis and 2 MP5s from under their loose black shirts. Both Harrison and Jim took cover behind the cars on the side of the road. Those were all fully automatic weapons with fierce firepower. Pa! 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 Bam! 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 Gunshots rang out, but they weren't as intense as Harrison and Jim had expected. Also, why was there gunfire coming from their right up ahead and behind them? Back sweating, one looked to the right and the other behind them. Harrison just happened to meet Luke's eyes as the latter turned his head, and Luke gestured in front of him. Jim looked behind him, only to see Selena lowering her M4A1 after firing it. As she bent forward, the police badge hanging over her chest was very obvious. What the hell? The words popped into Harrison and Jim's heads. Luke had signaled to Harrison that everything was over and that they should go forward and check the situation. Indeed, the 5 criminals had all been killed without managing to fire off a single bullet. Luke took down the person who escaped Jim's bullet as well as 2 criminals in black on his side. The 2 on the left side of the road happened to pass by a pickup when Luke opened fire, and so escaped his line of sight. Acting in concert with Luke, Selena had directly moved to the left side of the intersection to cover all blind spots. When Luke opened fire and distracted them, she fired decisively and took down the 2 men on the left. Recognizing Luke and Selena, Harrison was reassured. He craned his neck for a look before he got to his feet and swiftly pressed forward with his gun. By the time Harrison and Jim arrived, Luke was holding the fugitive in the orange prison jumpsuit at gunpoint. He said, "What a coincidence, Harrison, Jim." Jim nodded and gave a forced smile. "Hey, Luke." He was known to be an outstanding shooter on his team, but he hadn't even secured 1 kill in this case. Harrison didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Alright, cuff him first before we chat, okay?" Luke shrugged and gestured for them to do as they pleased. He put the Glock back into his holster and narrowed his eyes at the fugitive who had his hands raised. "If you still want to run, I'll fire." The fugitive was a slim young man. He was rather handsome but had a grim look. Hearing that, his eyes flashed, and he smiled coldly. "Okay, I won't run. Can I ask, what's your name?" Luke raised an eyebrow. "You can think about that question in prison." In that brief exchange, the 2 of them looked at each other and had the same thought, I have to look into this guy and get rid of him when there's a chance. The young man thought that way because he had always been ruthless in his methods, while Luke could tell that the other party would seek revenge later. He had absolutely no problems getting rid of this sort of petty and vengeful guy. After cuffing the man, Jim went to his car and radioed in about the situation. Harrison looked at Luke and asked, "Working a case?" Luke shrugged. "On the way to work." "What about you? You're so free recently, you're still hanging around the streets at 9. Harrison, like you, I'm on my way to check in with the team first." "No way am I free, it's not like you don't know that I keep getting dragged over to train the rookies." Luke chuckled but didn't say anything. Since Luke's classic lecture on cowardice, Director Remick at the police school no longer had him teach and misguide the kids. In contrast, while Harrison's words could be very acidic, he was really serious when he instructed the rookies. Luke glanced at the fugitive who was standing obediently on the side. There might be a problem with his identity. Harrison nodded. "Do you want to follow up on this case?" Luke shook his head and said, "I don't have that much free time, and I still have to attend class." "Since you got here first, you should follow up on it." "Harrison, as if you need those classes." Luke sneered inwardly. "You want me to follow up? This guy might show up dead eventually, what will there be to investigate then?" The patrol cars quickly showed up, along with an ambulance which took one of the criminals to the hospital. Of the 6 criminals, only the one hit by Harrison was still breathing. The other 5 were already cold and didn't need saving. After handing the man over to the backup unit, Luke and Selena said goodbye and drove to the police department. When they went to look for Elsa, they simply mentioned the attempted escape in passing, and she didn't think too much of it either. It was just 5 criminals attempting to break someone out, it was a small matter. She wouldn't be surprised even if Luke and Selena told her that they killed 50 criminals on their way to work. She gestured for Selena to close the door and then placed a case file in front of her. She looked at them and said solemnly, "You don't have to work too hard on this case, got it?" Luke chuckled and nodded. He skimmed through the case file and said, "The case from the East Side? They threw it to us. Won't our East Side comrades complain that we're stepping on their toes?" Elsa said mockingly, "The big boss at the East Side Police Department is under a lot of pressure. After all, a DA, a judge and an FBI agent are dead, and a detective of the Major Crimes Division involved in the case is missing. He's too stressed to care about pride. That's the only reason why he didn't object to HQ stepping in." Looking at Luke's face, she stressed again, "But you're only helping out, okay?" Luke, "Okay. We'll go inspect the quality of their female staff and their coffee machine." He whispered inwardly, "If I don't slack off, I'll have to turn myself in or catch blood mint, as." Satisfied, Elsa nodded. On a joint investigation like this, the other party would claim most of the credit when the case was cracked, but if Luke overreached, most of the blame would fall on his head. Even if he did crack the case, the East Side Police Department might be grateful to him on the surface but might secretly hate him for exposing their incompetence. The request for help had come directly from HQ. Under heavy pressure from the D.A., the judge and the FBI, HQ could only summon the elites from the various precincts to work on the case together. As the team with the highest cleanup rate, HQ had naturally requested Luke and Selena by name. Luke also didn't waste time, and tossed the file to Selena as they left. They were in a hurry, not to investigate, but to eat. They hadn't had time to buy breakfast because of the fugitive case in the morning, and they were both starving. They went to their regular cake shop and bought in bulk before driving off to the East Side. After checking in at the East Side Police Department, they tactfully beat it and didn't stay a second longer than necessary. They didn't have time to inspect the female staff, let alone see the coffee machine. That was because the head of the East Side Major Crimes Division didn't seem grateful for the help. They drove to the crime scene. Pulling over to the side of the road, they leaned against the hood with the open food box full of all sorts of cakes between them. This was the street where Luke had caught Diego Garcia and killed Stan McCall as well as 30 members of the Garcia family. 200 meters from here was where the female FBI agent had been killed, so they came here first for a look. Since the idea was to take it easy, they naturally didn't really look around, and simply leaned on the hood to eat breakfast. Eating a slice of Napoleon cake, Luke looked at the art on the giant billboard opposite him with an extremely strange feeling. Selena had noticed the board too. She examined it with great interest. "This graffiti is pretty interesting. Is that the symbol of the new gang here?" Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head. "I don't think so. Gang graffiti usually isn't that good." Chewing on her food, Selena said carelessly, "The lower half really doesn't seem like it. It's a little sci-fi. But what about the top? Is that a demon or a ghost?" Luke's face didn't change, but he sighed inwardly. "How would I know what the artist was thinking? Am I that ugly?" The lower half of the art on the giant billboard was basically unchanged. It was still a woman with a gun, wings, and a hood over her head. Even the red expanse above her head was still there. But the blank space above that was now pitch black. The blackness looked vaguely like the shadow of a person, but the delicate strokes also made it look like an enormous black cloud above the angel's head. 2 black shadows stretched out on each side to cover the angel down below, as if protecting her. The black shadow's features were abstract, its eyes were 2 blood-red circles and its mouth was just a slight ridge from which blood dripped into the red expanse above the woman's head. "Is this painter a devil?" Luke grumbled inwardly. Was this new graffiti of him? He hadn't done more than kill dozens of evil gang members while he was completely covered up. Did he have to be depicted this way? Those who didn't know would think it was just graffiti, but didn't this mean that those who did know thought he was a monster? Not only was it pitch black and had bloody eyes, blood also dripped from its mouth. No matter how you looked at it, it was like a supervillain in a horror movie. Selena wasn't as bothered. She continued, "It's actually pretty cool. It's both goth and sci-fi." Luke mumbled, "It looks like a poster for a horror movie to me." Hearing that, Selena examined the graffiti once more and laughed out loud. "Now that you put it that way, it does seem like it." After that, they went to check the dumpster where the FBI agent's body was found 200 meters away. At the same time, they didn't go around asking questions. It couldn't be any more obvious that they were just doing a cursory sweep. As they looked around, they were watched from in and outside ramshackle shacks put together with plastic and cloth canvas. But nobody spoke to Luke or Selena. They simply remained vigilant and indifferent. For one moment, Luke paused to look at a particular shack. A little girl stared at them from the shack. But Luke smelled someone familiar with sharp nose, and felt helpless. "Bloodmint, you actually dare come back here? You're really asking to be killed." Actually, he could guess why Bloodmint came back. This little girl had been the hostage whom Garcia used to threaten Bloodmint into showing up, except Bloodmint hadn't come and Luke had acted in her stead instead. So, the little girl was probably somehow connected to Bloodmint, which was why she came back to check on her. After that, Luke and Selena left the east side and worked their own cases. They didn't get home until almost 5 in the afternoon. When they entered the house, Robert and Claire were watching TV in the living room and Catherine was cooking in the kitchen. After they cleaned up, everybody had dinner. The three had slept for half the day, which was also why Luke and Selena hadn't come home at noon, and they were now very energetic. But the two of them would never skip out on dinner at home. As they ate, Claire told Catherine about the sights and sounds of Los Angeles that she had experienced in the last few days. Robert, however, said, "LA will probably be chaotic for a while. You should be careful when you're out." Luke asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Robert wasn't an LA local and had just arrived today. It was weird for him to suddenly mention this. Robert glanced at him and jerked his head at the TV in the living room. "It's right there. That guy on TV said that he would pay anyone who can get him out of prison $1 million. Luke hence focused on the sounds from the TV. While they were having dinner, the TV had been set to a volume that was audible but which wouldn't disturb their conversation. Luke turned his head to where the female anchor was saying solemnly, "Alex Montel's family has a foothold in many countries all over the world, and is involved in all kinds of illegal activities from smuggling military arms to drug trafficking. Montel himself is worth billions." Luke watched for a moment before he said, "Why don't I hear of $100 million reward?" Robert chuckled. "It was there during the live broadcast in the afternoon, but now it's gone." Luke immediately got it. The TV station still needed to preserve its reputation, and it wasn't good to help a criminal with his advertising. But the truth was that whoever needed to know would already know. It made no difference if the TV station played it or not. Luke only thought about it for a moment before he put the issue aside for the time being. This matter was a little interesting. He would think about it more carefully when he was alone. After dinner, everybody went to the backyard to chat. The three women soaked in the big bathtub again, and Luke and Robert chatted on the side. Robert said that he and Catherine wanted to fly to Europe the next day and continue their trip. It hadn't been easy for them to make up their minds to take a holiday. They couldn't go home just because of a minor incident. Naturally, Luke had no objections. What happened on the ship really was nothing for Robert. Catherine didn't see the hostiles or the mutant giant octopus with her own eyes either, so it didn't have a huge impact on her frame of mind. In any case, whatever unpleasantness she experienced could be driven away by the wonders of London, Paris, and the Mediterranean. Catherine once dreamed of becoming a painter. She would definitely be happy if she could appreciate the masterpieces of Europe with her own eyes. Robert was fine with anything. No matter what, with Catherine by his side, his days could never be harder than when he went all over the world as a soldier. The next day, Luke and Selena went to work as usual. Robert said that it was going to get messy in Los Angeles, and Luke agreed with him, but it would be some time before that happened. At least, no criminals would take action until Alex Montel was moved. Until then, both the police and the criminals would remain quiet. Robert and Catherine didn't have Luke see them off. They went to the airport on their own and took a flight to London. Claire went out again that day, but Luke specifically told her not to go to less populated places. In the car, Selena said, "I didn't know the guy we caught is so rich. No wonder 6 armed men tried to rescue him yesterday." Luke hummed in response. "But whether or not he'll be alive for much longer is another matter." "Selena, what do you mean?" Luke sneered. "Whether or not someone successfully rescues him, he's already on the American police's blacklist. If LAPD suffered too many losses, there might be a stray bullet during the prison break that would just so happen to hit this troublemaker. It was one thing to secretly pay someone to rescue him, but to brazenly offer a reward on TV, did he think that the police had good tempers? Alex Montel was naturally the young fugitive whom Luke and Selena caught the other day. The guy had even asked for Luke's name in a threatening tone after he was nabbed. He was an arrogant tyrant who held grudges, and a lot of people had probably died at his hands. When they got to the police department, Elsa stared at them speechlessly for a moment before she sighed. "You're really good at catching people." It was clear she had also learned about Alex's $100 million reward. Unbothered, Luke said with a smile, "Boss, is it really our fault? You should blame the officers who arrested him at the very beginning." "Right, how was this guy arrested?" asked Luke casually. Elsa's expression turned strange at the question. "I heard that his car was stopped by the motorbike patrol because one of his tail lights wasn't on, and he was then arrested." Selena was dumbfounded. "How is it possible?" "Elsa, that's exactly what happened. He couldn't take out the car registration and prove that it was his. Actually, the car didn't belong to him." Luke said with a smile, "Then it's not really our fault. It was all the hard work of the street patrol." Selena still thought it was strange. But why was he moved in a regular prisoner van? "Elsa, the police had been dealing with him as a regular car thief and didn't realize who he was." Luke shrugged. "God must have meant for him to be arrested in Los Angeles. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent to prison just for stealing a car, would he?" Elsa was lost for words too. Recently, the number of criminals who were prosecuted and sent to prison in LA had gone down. For this guy to be sent to prison for suspected auto theft, he had to be drunk. Done chatting, Luke and Selena continued with their investigation. The DA and the judge only wanted fewer minor cases, but they couldn't slack off on homicides. When it was almost noon, Luke and Selena looked for a place to have lunch downtown. At that moment, a helicopter with the huge LAPD word on it flew past to a building not far away. Luke didn't really pay it any mind. LAPD had dozens of helicopters. In terms of joint air and ground efforts to catch criminals, LAPD was definitely among the top 3 departments in America that were pros at it. As Luke drove, he could see the helicopter slowly descend on the top of the building that was LAPD's headquarters. As the helicopter approached the rooftop, it suddenly started to sway. Luke frowned. The pilot of a police chopper couldn't be this bad, right? But the next moment, faint smoke rose from the helicopter as it started to spin and fall. Luke knew this was bad. Something had happened to the helicopter. Hitting the gas pedal, Luke said, "Selena, notify PD that something's happened to the chopper." Selena had also seen the smoke and falling helicopter, and of course understood. While the police department would quickly learn about the accident, it was also better to respond ASAP. With their lights and siren on, the police car sped toward HQ. In fact, right after Selena called it in, the police radio exploded with activity. A helicopter was attacked by unknown assailants at HQ and has crashed. Officers in the area, please head over to control the situation at once. Officers near HQ, be on guard against another possible attack. Clear the nearby streets of vehicles at once to prevent congestion. Luke and Selena weren't far away, but because of the traffic congestion, it took them a few minutes to reach HQ. Many officers had already arrived. At the same time, more of them were coming out of the building to maintain order. The helicopter had crashed, and 7 to 8 officers were bustling about at the scene. Luke pulled over and said to Selena, "You help maintain order and look out for anyone suspicious." Putting on his badge, Luke then quickly headed to the helicopter. The officers on the scene were trying to rescue the pilot. But they didn't have any professional tools, and there was limited space in which they could exert force, so it wasn't working. Luke could already smell oil. While it rarely happened like in the movies, when vehicles exploded the moment oil started leaking, it was still possible for them to catch fire. As Luke drew close, he saw a couple of officers who were trying to open the twisted door. The door creaked but couldn't be fully opened, so it was impossible to get the heavily wounded pilot out. The pilot was lucky that the helicopter hadn't fallen nose down but had fallen as it spun around. He was heavily wounded, but still alive. Luke shouted, "Get out of the way." The officers subconsciously looked at him and moved aside when they saw his badge. But as soon as they did, they became a little suspicious. After all, Luke looked too young. It was an emergency, however, and they didn't have better options. Luke walked over and said quickly, "When I pull later, work with me." With that, he grabbed the slightly open door with both hands. Bracing a foot on the helicopter, he roared, "Open." He pulled, and the helicopter door creaked open in a shriek of metal. All the officers were stunned. Luke, however, roared, "What are you looking at? Give me a hand." The nearest police officers finally came back to their senses, and whoever could pitch in helped to pull at the door. Thanks to everyone's efforts, the door finally opened. Luke mumbled inwardly, "Without all of you pulling, it would be too eye-catching if I opened it on my own." He could have torn the door off with one hand, but there was no way he would do that in public. With the surrounding officers covering for him, the door opening would be a result of everybody's efforts. After the twisted door was open, Luke took out a knife and swiftly cut the belt that the pilot was entangled in as he kept asking the pilot questions. This happened a lot in the movies, and it wasn't meaningless. First of all, if the injured could reply, that meant that their airway wasn't blocked. Secondly, the answers the injured gave could help determine if their mind was still clear. If they were confused, that might mean they had a hemorrhage. Finally, the questions could help determine the extent of the injured's wounds, to prevent them from being injured again when they were moved. As he worked and asked questions, Luke secretly sighed. The chances were slim that this pilot would survive, and even if he did, he would be a cripple. But as long as he was alive, there was hope. Holding the pilot's head and neck in place, Luke gently moved the pilot out of the helicopter. Walking at a steady pace, he then placed him on the ground on the side of the road. "One of you has to stay here to look after him. He has a spinal injury, and there might be something wrong with his neck as well. He also has several broken ribs. I don't know about internal bleeding." He quickly told the officers nearby, "Call an ambulance for him ASAP. He's in grave danger. Relay what I said to the paramedics. That will save them some time." The officers nodded quickly. Although this detective was young, he had been very professional when he examined the wounds and rescued the pilot just now. Well, he looked professional, at least. After rescuing the pilot, Luke joined Selena, and together they evacuated the surrounding people. There really were too many people in the city center. A lot of people actually didn't know that something had happened until several minutes later. Some idiots then inexplicably said that it was a terrorist bomb attack, instantly creating even more panic. Not only did they run wildly all over the place, some were even confused and ran toward HQ, as if they couldn't see the remains of the helicopter that was still leaking oil on the road. All of a sudden, flames rose up from the remains of the helicopter, and it was soon on fire. Finally, nobody ran in HQ's direction. Boom! There was an explosion, which wasn't too big. It wasn't as destructive as in the movies, and only wrecked the helicopter a little more. The broken pieces didn't even fly 10 meters. This time, fewer people were running around in a panic. The unperturbed bystanders who weren't afraid of death started to watch the show. Some even took photos with their phones. 2 news vans had reached the perimeter. The female reporters and cameramen, pros who were experts at courting death in the movies, instantly got to work. Luke felt that they might even lament that the explosion was too small and didn't have a big enough impact. Police officers started to arrive in droves, and Luke and Selena finally withdrew. The street patrol were professionals and it came to keeping order. Besides, there were far more of them, and would have a bigger effect than Luke and Selena. At that moment, Luke's phone rang. He glanced at the number and picked up the call. "Harrison, what's up?" On the other end of the line, Harrison said, "Come to HQ with all your gear." "Luke, I'm right next to HQ. I just wrapped things up." Harrison was stumped for a moment. "You're here. That's good. I'll have someone go get you." Luke, "Okay." Hanging up, he told Selena what was going on and fetched the big bag from the weapons compartment in their police car. Looking at the helicopter that was still burning on the street, he knew that the criminals had slapped LAPD's face swollen this time. For the sake of their dignity, HQ couldn't let the criminals break Montel out, at least not when he was still in custody inside HQ. After waiting for a few minutes at the entrance, an acquaintance came out and greeted Luke. "Luke, here." Luke and Selena went over to him. "Jim, you're here too." Jim gestured that they should be quick. He said quickly in a low voice, "We were going to escort a suspect onto the helicopter when this happened." He looked gloomily at the remains of the helicopter outside the building. "Luke, were there any casualties?" Jim slightly shook his head. "No, but I was almost beheaded by the chopper's propellers." Luke and Selena. "That was really damn close." Luke simply patted his shoulder. "This means that you're a lucky man." Ordinarily, Jim would have ended up in a hospital like the pilot, and if he were a little less lucky, everybody would be attending his funeral. Jim accepted this consolation. Sometimes, officers on the front line had to be superstitious. They arrived at a big office with 2 SWAT members guarding the door. Jim hesitated for a moment and looked at Selena before he finally opened the door. "Boss, Luke and Selena are here." Harrison turned around and was surprised to see Selena behind Luke. But he had always been a doer, and didn't waste time on idle talk. He beckoned at them and led them to a corner. He finally said in a low voice, "Selena, for the record, this is going to be a very dangerous operation, and I only asked for Luke." Seeing Selena nod, he went on and said, "I'm not underestimating you, but you don't work for SWAT, and you're not obligated to participate in this mission." After a brief silence, Selena looked at Luke and asked, "You joining?" Luke chuckled. "Harrison hasn't explained it yet." Harrison rolled his eyes. "Stop pretending. Alex Montel, the guy we arrested yesterday, made it loud and clear that he'll give anyone who can get him out $100 million. We were going to send him packing to prison on a chopper, but it was shot down before it even landed." Luke nodded silently. A helicopter would have been the safest means of transport. As long as Alex Montel was on it, whoever wanted to rescue him couldn't possibly shoot down the helicopter if they didn't want to kill their patron. However, it seemed some of the criminals were smart and weren't going to let HQ send him off so easily. Harrison, we can now only take the roads. The chief wants me to guarantee that nothing will go wrong, but I don't have that much confidence. You know what they can do. I can only ask for backup. Luke narrowed his eyes at him. You sure you're not trying to con me? Harrison smiled awkwardly and subconsciously looked away, but promptly looked back. I guarantee that I'll take responsibility for anything that might happen. Luke stared at him for a moment, then suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand. All right, I'm in. Do you want me to call you boss? Harrison smiled wryly. Don't. You can call me by my codename, Hondo. Luke gave him a strange look. That's, Harrison shrugged. An old friend came up with it. You understand. Luke fell silent. It sounded similar to a certain Japanese car brand, but since it could refer to Japan's Honshu Island or an African family name, this wasn't a codename that any ordinary friend would come up with. Things related to other nations could be a sensitive issue in America. Selena finally said, I want to take part. Harrison looked at Luke. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he couldn't help but ask, you have no objections? Luke chuckled. She's my partner. Lost for words for a moment, Harrison finally nodded. Okay then, but you must be careful. A lot of madmen out there have definitely lost their heads over this 100 million. That was also why he wanted Luke's help. Back then, Luke had waved his hand and handed $640 million worth of bearer bonds to Harrison. Given Luke's resistance to the temptation of money, Harrison trusted him more. After deciding to take part, Luke explained his plan to Harrison simply. Harrison accepted it after only a moment of consideration. Luke's plan was simple. He and Selena weren't SWAT members and didn't know them well, so teamwork would be a problem. Thus, it would be best if he and Selena cruised along outside the team to help out as needed. If it was anyone else saying this, Harrison would have spat in their faces and rejected the plan. But Luke's proposal was based on his combat ability, which was far above that of regular detectives. He was risking himself by taking part at this critical juncture as backup, and was also the only detective whom Harrison had requested. Harrison couldn't demand too much of him. A few minutes later, Harrison had everybody involved in the operation hand in their communication devices, which were replaced with new wireless communication devices. Luke simply slipped Selena's fake phone into an inner pocket and handed over their regular work phones. After that, all the personnel sorted out their gear and went to the bathroom. Half an hour later, they gathered for the pre-op briefing. Harrison was a sly old fox. With how often he had taken the fall before, he should have been fired dozens of times already, but his position as a captain had never been shaken. It wasn't because he was backed by someone powerful, but because many of the missions that were given to his squad were highly dangerous. For example, in the gunfight against Bullseye, 10 members in his squad died, but that wasn't because of any lapse in Harrison's command. The big shots in LAPD were no fools. If they let go of a subordinate like Harrison who was capable, willing to get things done, and wasn't afraid to take responsibility, then who else in SWAT would work on the tricky cases? If they let go of a captain over each case, then half of SWAT's teams would have been replaced in a year. Without these experienced old guys who weren't afraid to get things done, the new inexperienced SWAT rookies wouldn't be able to maintain law and order in Los Angeles, which would be a serious problem. Thus, even at almost 40 years old, Harrison was still a captain. He would be suspended a few times every year, but would be out and about again once the incident blew over. This fall guy was the higher-up's most trusted squad commander. Whenever there was an emergency, they would turn to him. Suspension. That was nothing more than a performance for the outside world. He had once even been suspended for 2 months, but that didn't affect his pay or bonus as he went to HQ every day to command his team remotely. As an experienced SWAT captain, organizing an escort mission couldn't be any easier. Besides Luke and Selena who would be providing peripheral support, Harrison also made arrangements for the other squads who would be helping out. He didn't blindly expand the escort team either. Harrison didn't want the convoy to suffer because of those guys who were crazy about money. $100 million was enough to make criminals fight a small war. As he listened to Harrison's arrangements, Luke checked his guns and looked for the inventory manager at HQ for a batch of bullets. This operation was directly handed down by the big shots at HQ, and all departments had to provide assistance. Thus, even though the inventory manager was astonished at the request for 500 bullets and multiple clips, he still handed them over. In any case, Luke and Selena's signatures were on the receipt. Perhaps they were collecting the bullets for their teammates too. The inventory manager could only assume that was the case. After organizing the mission, Harrison came over and asked in a low voice, "Do you see any holes?" Luke shook his head. "Harrison, you're a professional when it comes to these sorts of operations. You should believe in yourself." Harrison was relieved. He had been afraid that Luke would suddenly point out a big hole, which would have been embarrassing. However, as Luke continued to check his guns and load them, he continued, "Even if something does go wrong, we just need to get rid of the criminals in our way." Saying that, he snapped the chamber of his revolver back into place and raised his head with a smile. "You know that I'm best at that." Harrison forced a smile. "You're absolutely right." But there was nothing wrong with what Luke said. If they killed all the criminals in their way, they would naturally be able to complete this escort mission. He glanced at the Smith & Wesson M500 in Luke's hand. "You use this too?" "Luke, of course, in case I run into any criminal wearing a bulletproof vest." Harrison was lost for words. "Do you think you're hunting elephants?" Soon, the team was all set and moved out. Harrison already had a backup plan for ground escort in the first place. He just needed to make some minor adjustments to complete the deployment. Luke and Selena got into their car and drove into HQ's underground parking lot. Luke signaled to Selena and switched all the windows to dark mode. She sat in the back seat and patted Gold Nugget on the back gently. A ball of golden slime touched her hand and swiftly disappeared. When that was done, Selena climbed back into the passenger seat. Luke started up the car unhurriedly and went out to patrol the surrounding streets. He activated the comms a short while later. "This is Falcon. There are multiple lookouts around HQ, I've already spotted more than 10. Harrison, copy that. Everybody, stay sharp." Everybody turned serious. A ground convoy wouldn't be as easy as sending a prisoner off via chopper. Until they delivered Alex to the prison, the entire convoy would be in danger. The team of police vehicles drove out of the underground parking lot. 4 motorbikes led the way, followed by 3 cars, 2 black SUVs in the middle, and another 3 cars in the rear. The convoy moved quickly down the street toward Los Angeles County Prison in the east. Luke drove ahead of the team. Falcon reporting. Anomalies in the apartment building on the right 200 meters in the front. 2 tramps pushing carts are on the lookout at the intersection. There are 2 container trucks on both sides of the street which might be the source of an ambush. He didn't speak fast, but he exposed the criminals' position at a rapid rate on the comms. These criminals were all heavily armed, and had to be eliminated quickly. The convoy instantly slowed down. A moment later, the police force in the area converged to pin down the drivers of the 2 trucks. Surrounded by the police's guns, the dozen criminals inside the truck surrendered. Their ambush was a bust and they were surrounded. They couldn't even put up any resistance. The trucks weren't bulletproof. If any of them resisted, the police around them wouldn't hesitate to riddle them with holes. The 2 criminals who were pretending to be tramps were stopped as well. Several officers got out of their cars and took cover behind the open car doors as they pointed their guns at the criminals without saying anything. The 2 criminals obediently got on their knees. Their Uzis were confiscated without firing a single shot. Harrison rejoiced that he had shamelessly pulled Luke into the team, or quite a few officers might have already been lost in this round. The officers on the right side of the street had already reported that they had discovered 2 criminals, who dropped an RPG and 2 rocket missiles as they ran from being pursued. These weren't anything like guns. One shot would be enough to wipe out a police car along with a few officers. After the first engagement between the police and criminals, the police crushed the criminals without sustaining any casualties as they directly arrested more than 20 criminals. The tally was 1 o'clock. Luke drove unhurriedly and heard Harrison's instruction: "The first wave has been suppressed. Proceed, but don't drop your guard." Everybody knew what that meant. The ones to come out first were always the small fry who were the least patient and capable. $100 million reward wouldn't attract just this rough bunch. The professional criminals hadn't made their appearance yet. Falcon reporting. Send someone to check the garbage truck on the right side of the street 100 meters in the front. Practice caution, they may have guns. Luke drove past the garbage truck at a regular speed and radioed in after just a quick glance at the 2 garbage workers. He turned his head and looked at the other side. Have someone check the workers doing sewer maintenance at the intersection 350 meters away. Don't let them reach for their toolboxes. 2 of them are underground. The best would be to use tear gas grenades or something. Suddenly, Selena handed him the tablet and pointed quickly at a few locations. Looking at the red spots marked on several tall buildings in the image, Luke heaved a sigh. There may be snipers in this area: the 3rd window from the left on the 12th floor of Bodley Plaza, the 5th window from the right in apartment building number 52 on East 27th Street, and, as he reported 5 locations in a row, Harrison inwardly cursed that these people were all nutjobs. As long as these 5 snipers weren't terrible, they could throw the convoy into chaos. Snipers were truly a great threat to a convoy which only had rifles and pistols. They were scarier than the earlier RPG. The convoy slowed down again. The police force, which had just cleaned up one batch of criminals, swarmed toward the garbage truck and the sewer workers. A criminal ambush on the road wasn't a big problem. They either ran off or surrendered when they didn't see the convoy. However, the 5 snipers were either in an apartment or plaza building, which was a much more complicated environment. Going up would take a lot of time. The convoy could only take a detour. As Luke patrolled the new route, he considered when he should next make a move. Why didn't he just kill that Alex? First of all, there wasn't really a good opportunity to do so. Secondly, Alex was currently an important prisoner. Killing him would be slapping the police department in the face. Lastly, because of the $100 million reward, Alex had become a means of drawing out a huge number of criminals. Luke could justly take down these criminals during this mission. Blame? Of course that would fall on Alex, this heir to a criminal gang. It was Alex who was offering the $100 million reward, not Luke. By getting rid of the criminals, Luke was upholding law and order in LA as well as LAPD's dignity. He should get a whole bunch of medals. As he was driving, Luke suddenly frowned. This is Falcon. The number 206 patrol car 200 meters in front of the convoy belongs to Westside, but I don't recognize the 2 officers in it. Have their front desk check number 206 ASAP. Be warned, there are 2 more individuals in the back seat who may be armed. Harrison mumbled inwardly, what the hell is with this eyesight and memory? You can even spot that. Luke wasn't responsible for just one area. He was the advance guard who never stopped patrolling the surroundings, which meant that he couldn't waste time on any one location and could only do a sweep. Even so, he had noticed that something wasn't right about the police officers in one of the patrol cars. Harrison sent men to deal with the criminals who were pretending to be police officers and had the convoy speed up again. They had been out for less than 15 minutes, but had already arrested more than 40 criminals. Harrison was under a lot of pressure. Thankfully, the criminals' losing streak continued in the second round, and the police still had 0 casualties. The tally was 2 o'clock. Without even firing a shot, Luke continued to spoil the criminals' plans. The convoy continued to advance toward the east side. Luke raised his vigilance. The bulk of the third round of attacks would definitely happen here. There were fewer people in this area, and it was easier to play tricks. Soon after they entered the east side, Luke saw a line of vehicles rumble over from not far away. He immediately spoke into his walkie-talkie. Falcon reporting. There are 5 large trucks approaching the convoy from the south. There may be more than 50 armed criminals on them. Be prepared to fight. As he spoke, he turned the wheel and chased after the 5 trucks. The criminals whom they had just cleaned up had been on standby as they lay in ambush, which gave the police enough time to surround them. But these 5 trucks had chosen the perfect time and location. They were already charging right for the envoy before Luke noticed them, giving him little time to sound a warning. Considering their speed, they would cover hundreds of meters under a minute, so the situation was unavoidable. Thankfully, there weren't any tall buildings around them, only low houses or factories. The convoy didn't need to worry about attacks from above. Luke was right on the heels of the 5 trucks. After the criminals from the first truck opened fire at the convoy, Luke and Selena also opened fire without hesitation. There was no need to give criminals attacking the police a warning. Bang! 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 The length of the trucks was a small hitch in the criminals' plan. By the time the criminals in the first truck got out and opened fire, those in the third truck were only just starting to get out. Luke drove parallel to the trucks. As their car passed by, Luke and Selena aimed their M4A1s at the open trucks and fired. The criminals who had yet to get out were immediately on the receiving end of a warm and friendly greeting from LAPD. Screams burst out from 3 trucks. The criminals who were pouring out fell at the doors, some screamed, some rolled about, and some dropped without making a sound. Luke and Selena didn't get out of their car. Their car was bulletproof. It was faster and safer for them to shoot from the car. Keep an eye on the trucks at the back. I'll deal with the criminals up front. With that, Luke turned his gun so that it was aimed at the very front of the trucks. Over 30 criminals had engaged the police. It was quite a heated battle. Luke wasn't hasty. He reloaded his gun and shot twice at every criminal he saw. If they were killed, they were unlucky, if they weren't, they were lucky. After he emptied a clip, more than 10 criminals in the fight collapsed as they were routed. It wasn't like they were a real force, they were just a group that had been set up for the time being to make a fortune. They didn't have any courage at all. They could bully the escort convoy when they had the advantage in numbers. But now that more than 60% of them were down, it was impossible for them to continue fighting. The criminals scattered. Those who were lucky ran into Luke's blind spot and survived the disaster. Those who were unlucky ran right in Luke's direction and were shot down. These were all experience and credit points that had delivered themselves to his door. He certainly couldn't let them go to waste. Alright, Falcon has taken care of the criminals in the 3 trucks in the rear, but there may be survivors. The cleanup crew should be careful, Luke said into the walkie-talkie before he turned the car and drove to the front from the side to continue with reconnaissance. At HQ, Harrison listened to the report. Of the 5 trucks, only the 2 in front engaged us. The criminals in the 3 trucks in the rear were attacked by Falcon when they were getting out and basically didn't take part in the battle at all. He did some calculations. Almost 30 men had gotten out of the first 2 trucks, so there must have been 30 to 50 people in the last 3 trucks as the main force. In the end, Luke and Selena had taken care of all of them. Harrison suddenly remembered that Luke had done something similar in Nakatomi Plaza. A bunch of criminals had been taken down when they were still in the back of the truck. Even Luke wasn't sure how many people he had killed. But this was just a passing thought, and Harrison instructed the convoy to proceed. This was a very big operation today. After this battle, the convoy was halfway through their journey. The rest of the route was mostly flat, open area with few things that could act as cover. In places like these, the criminals would have to move on a large scale if they wanted to win. Without 200 to 300 people, there was no way they could stop the convoy. But it would be very obvious if that many people were deployed. LAPD's chopper was currently following them high in the sky. It was a bright, sunny afternoon, and the helicopter didn't have to go lower to be able to see a long distance away. The helicopter was at a pretty high altitude, and didn't dare stay in the same location for too long. It didn't want to be the second LAPD chopper to crash on the same day. Luke didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. The convoy pressed forward as it left the residential district and entered the more remote industrial area. If they were to run into a large criminal operation, this would be the best chance for it. Otherwise, once the convoy left the city, it would be a barren stretch of land with nowhere to hide, and the chopper would be able to spot anything unusual. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Luke frowned. Looking in the direction of the convoy, he drove over. Someone had already reported the situation over the comms. The car carrying the prisoner has flipped on its side from an explosion, but we have not detected any attackers. I repeat, we have not detected any attackers. Neither had Luke. He hadn't sensed any attackers, or even smelled any explosives. However, the SUV carrying Alex had indeed flipped on its side from an explosion. Was it some kind of homemade bomb? Or, an extraordinary ability? He scouted the area but didn't discover anything. There was nobody around. Even when the prisoner was transferred to another SUV, nobody showed up. Everybody moved on, and the SUV which had blown up could only be left behind. Suddenly, Luke's expression changed as he heard the sound of cars all around him. F***ck. Cursing in his heart, he turned the wheel and backed the car into a dilapidated building next to the street. The next moment, cars came pouring out from everywhere with loud rumbles. They were all speeding over from up ahead, like the trucks earlier. The chopper was already hurriedly warning them, "This is Vulture. At least 50 cars are approaching from the east." Luke silently hid in the shabby building as he watched the cars rush past him from the east to the west. It wasn't that he was scared, but that there was no need to engage them. There were so many of them that blowing up a few cars wouldn't make a difference. Instead of letting them hem him in, he preferred to attack them from behind. After observing the passing cars for a moment, however, Luke had a strange expression on his face as he said into the walkie-talkie, "This is Falcon. Hondo, these people, they don't seem to be armed, or look like criminals. You better make sure who they are before opening fire." Harrison was also stumped when he heard that. "They're not armed. Luke, the 7 or so cars I saw were all carrying kids in their 20s. I don't see any weapons. They look like they're joyriding." Harrison immediately checked with the lookout in the helicopter. The lookout examined them carefully, and was also surprised a moment later. "No weapons. Vulture repeats, we don't see any weapons." At this moment, the two parties finally engaged. More precisely, the cars surrounded the convoy, which had no choice but to slow down and stop. These people laughed as they got out. They surrounded the police cars, and then loud music rang out. These youngsters bustled into formation, and began dancing. What the F***ck? Everybody in the convoy cursed at practically the same time. "Is there something wrong with you people? You should be firing your weapons now. Why are you dancing? How dare you dance? This wasn't a Bollywood movie." The convoy was in a difficult position. They would be crazy to open fire. In front of them were completely defenseless young people. Many of them were even 15 and 16-year-old high school students. Was dancing against the law? Of course not. While this scale was a little shocking, no one said that 200 people couldn't get together to dance. Looking at the situation from his end, Harrison was silent for a moment before he said, "Patrol officers, ask them what they're doing and tell them not to get in the way of official business." The 4 motorbike officers were the most unlucky. Their colleagues were still in the cars, but they were drowning in an ocean of people. Completely surrounded, they didn't dare attack or move. Some of the kids even performed extremely challenging dance moves on the police motorbikes. Selena was a little stupefied. That's possible. What kind of move is that? Luke frowned. He didn't know what these kids were up to. Were they really here just to dance? A moment later, the 4 patrol officers had bitter smiles on their faces. One of them spoke into his walkie-talkie. Hondo, they said that they were hired to shoot an MV for a new song by that famous singer Shira. Luke and Selena looked at each other in bewilderment. That was nonsense, right? He took out his fake phone and sent a text message to Shira. A moment later, Shira texted back. Luke sighed in relief. It has nothing to do with Shira. She's busy preparing for her tour. She's not planning to release any new songs. Selena looked at the kids who were still dancing spiritedly and said, "So, someone deliberately set this up?" Luke nodded. But most of his attention was on the surroundings. These kids didn't have the smell of weapons or dangerous items on them. They were just a distraction. What Luke was most worried about was that the criminals would seize this moment to attack when there were so many kids next to the convoy. Fortunately, no such insane attack happened. After a lot of effort, the music was finally turned off and the patrol officers convinced them that they were real police and not actors for the MV. Exchanging looks of dismay, the kids started to get out of the way. Harrison had the patrol officers ask them who had organized this operation, but when the kids looked around, they said they couldn't find a girl called Paige. Paige was the organizer. She was a cheerleader at a particular high school who had let everybody know of this gig the day before. Also, every teenager who took part in this gig was paid $50 in advance. Since they could have fun and get paid for it, the kids had very quickly come together in one large group. From what they said, they were told to surround a bunch of fake police cars and then dance for the MV. Some of the chatty kids didn't forget to add that this MV had an anti-violence message. The patrol officers didn't know what to say. So, we're the violent villains in the MV? Isn't your opinion of LAPD a little too negative? This farce delayed the convoy for more than 10 minutes, before it finally squeezed out of the group of youngsters. While not a single shot had been fired, this had been even more nerve-wracking than a battle. Some of the officers who had almost opened fire just now had sweat on their backs. If they had been just a little more hasty, several youngsters would have been injured or killed, which would probably have made the headlines and earned them the condemnation of all LA citizens. Nothing happened to the convoy after that. When they reached the edge of the industrial zone, the attack they were waiting for finally happened. Luke's expression suddenly changed and he gave another warning. There might be criminals lying in ambush up ahead. Everybody, stay sharp. The convoy immediately became more vigilant. A series of vehicles suddenly emerged from 2 factories in the distance and charged toward the convoy. When the officers saw the 2 vehicles in the lead, they cursed right away. Damn it, armored trucks. Machine guns. They have machine guns. Open fire. Open fire. Gunshots rang out, but the 2 customized armored trucks were well prepared. Their thick steel armor wasn't scared of ordinary rifle bullets at all. They simply rumbled forward. The moment the 2 armored trucks appeared, Luke and Selena quickly shot at the rear tires from behind. Several cars were following the 2 armored trucks, but there was a distance between them. Luke and Selena took advantage of the opening and fired a storm of bullets. Seeing the rear tires explode, Luke relaxed. Thankfully, these criminals hadn't used special tires for the armored trucks, or bullets might not have been able to blow them up. Feeling relieved, he pressed the walkie-talkie. This is Falcon. We've blown up the rear tires of the armored trucks. Switch directions, convoy, switch directions. Keep your distance, keep your distance. Hearing that, Harrison immediately gave the order. It would be a joke to have the police cars confront armored trucks with machine guns. The enemy had completely turned this hijacking into a war. The convoy, however, didn't switch directions immediately since the machine guns on the armored trucks were already firing despite the flat tires. Tong! 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 Even though Luke had given advance warning, one of the 4 motorbikes in the lead was barraged with a storm of bullets. The officer on it instantly toppled over, and the motorbike exploded in a fireball. The other 3 motorbikes swerved and dodged frantically, 2 directly falling to slide over the ground. The 2 patrol officers were thrown from the motorbikes, but had no time to worry about the pain as they desperately crawled away. Only one motorbike was able to swing around and hide in a nearby street. The motorbike patrol only had pistols. They certainly didn't dare fight the machine guns on the armored trucks. The convoy was in a mess too. The patrol cars weren't as well trained. Their reactions were slow despite Luke's warning. Or rather, the armored trucks had shocked them. Slow to get out of the way, they were instantly warmly welcomed by 2 M240s. A row of bullet holes appeared in the windshields of 3 patrol police cars as they veered off the road. There was no telling if the officers were still alive. Frowning, Luke said, "Selena, kill the machine gun shooter." Selena had already been aiming since early on, and instantly responded, "I don't have an angle." Their car was lower than the armored trucks. The shields around the machine gun shooter blocked almost all firing lines. "Luke, I'm going to go between them. Shoot through the gap in the shields." "Selena, copy." The car sped up and approached the 2 armored trucks. 3. Luke began to count down. The car shuddered as Luke pushed aside a regular car that was in his way with a bam. After colliding with the criminals' cars behind the armored truck with a series of noises, the police car abruptly slowed down. 2. Luke continued counting down, his hand steady on the wheel. 1. Finished colliding with the other cars, their police car finally slipped between the 2 armored trucks smoothly and steadily. The gaps in the shields on the sides of the 2 machine gun shooters were exposed. Bang! 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 Luke fired 3 bullets. One of them hit the shield, and 2 hit the shooter on the left, who fell into the truck. Selena fired a string of bullets over the shield and into the gap to hit the shooter on the right in the head. "Target down," she said quickly. Luke was relieved. The 2 armored trucks with machine guns were the trickiest to deal with. They could cause a large number of casualties in a very short space of time. There were more small fry in the cars behind the trucks, but they weren't big problems. Thinking that, Luke didn't aim with intent, but simply fired a barrage with the M4A1 back at what he remembered of the positions of the criminals' cars. Bang! 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 Ha! Screams rang out as 3 unlucky criminals were hit by random bullets. Luke tossed the empty gun to Selena and swung the car around. Driving the car in reverse, he took out his M500. Bam! 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 Even though both parties were moving, it was only a distance of 10 meters, and Luke accurately shot the front wheels of the 2 armored trucks. Bang! The last bullet hit the machine gun position on one of the armored trucks at very close range. A criminal had just come out to take control of the machine gun, but he was shot in the chest. He hit the shield and then fell back into the truck. Luke put the M500 away and said into the comms, "Take note, some of the criminals have bulletproof vests on." It had just been a flash, but he had noticed that the machine gun shooter who was hit in the chest by the bullets didn't look right. As long as there were plates in the bulletproof vest, taking bullets to the chest would only give you some bruises, and wouldn't even fracture any bones. Therefore, while it was legal to own guns in most American states, bulletproof vests were strictly regulated. At HQ, Harrison cursed, but wasn't too surprised. Since these criminals had gotten themselves armored trucks, it wasn't strange that they would have bulletproof vests. It was a good thing that Luke and Selena had blown up the tires of the armored trucks. The biggest threat to the convoy was gone. Harrison ordered the convoy to switch directions and go around the armored trucks. Luke and Selena, however, were asked to stay behind to tend to the injured police officers and hold the criminals back. This was an order that Harrison dared to give only to Luke. He also gave Luke full permission to act however he saw fit, and Luke could retreat whenever he wanted to. Luke and Selena were going to confront dozens of criminals on their own. He had no right to stop them from retreating. Luke quickly backed the car into an alley on one side. He simply said, "I'll get off and approach from the side. You distract them with the car." After he opened the door and got out, Selena immediately moved to the driver's seat. Taking note of Luke's movements, she waited for the best timing before she floored the gas pedal and charged out. Propping the M4A1 on the open car window, she didn't aim at all but simply held down the trigger as the car charged onto the street and into an alley opposite. The criminals had just picked up their accomplices from the armored trucks. They were about to turn around and chase after the convoy, when the unexpected shooting happened. Looking at the Chevrolet that flashed past, the criminals' teeth ached with hate. It was precisely this plain Chevrolet that blew up the tires of the armored trucks and wounded quite a number of their comrades. The convoy had already disappeared, yet this car was still haunting them like a ghost. But the criminals had a commander as well. After a burst of scolding from the walkie-talkie, the criminals who had planned to chase the car turned to go after the convoy instead. The $100 million reward was more important than avenging their partners. The deaths of several allies wasn't a big deal. That just means there's fewer people to supply the money with, the leader of the criminals murmured to himself. Suddenly, there was a series of gunshots, and the SUV the commander was in veered off the road before coming to a stop. The driver, "Boss, our tires were blown up too." The commander, "Arg, find that goddamn cop. I'm going to kill him." 3 of the dozen cars immediately stopped. At the commander's orders, the criminals headed to where the gunshots had come from. Bang! 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 After a series of gunshots, the air suddenly quieted down. A moment later, the criminals reported via the walkie-talkie, "Boss, our tires were blown up too." The commander seethed with fury. All 3 cars? All their tires were blown up. *T. How can that be? "Boss, what do we do? We'll be surrounded by the police if we run." The commander thought for a moment and said, "Get out and grab the wounded cops as hostages. Their cars should still work." Altogether, 11 criminals got out of the 3 cars as well as the commander's car. They were quite professional. They stayed low and took cover behind corners and various things on the side of the road as they advanced. They weren't stupid. That cop in the Chevrolet was too good at shooting. They weren't the machine gun shooters and didn't have any protective shields, and even with bulletproof vests on, a few shots to the chest would still leave them gasping for air. When that happened, they wouldn't be able to run even if they wanted to. Just as they approached the position Luke had fired from earlier, there was the rumble of an engine, and a familiar Chevrolet emerged from the corner of the street behind them with a gun propped on the open window. Bang! 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 The Chevrolet flew past them as a series of bullets hit their cover. The 11 criminals all took cover. If they didn't have any cover, they could only lie on the ground. Even so, 2 unlucky bastards were still hit. They clutched their butts and yelled in pain. At that moment, Luke appeared from the side and sprinted so that he was to one side behind them. Bang! 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 5 criminals were all shot in the head and killed. These guys were all wearing bulletproof vests. Luke wasn't interested in wasting time on them. A chill crept into the hearts of the remaining 3 criminals. They stuck their guns out in an approximate direction and fired wildly. Selena's car just happened to stop in front of Luke. Looking at his hand signal, she threw the car into reverse and backed up at a steady pace. Using the car as cover, Luke kept pace with the front of the car. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Luke killed all the criminals except for the commander with 1 shot. He still had to go back up the convoy, and couldn't leave too many survivors here. He couldn't be bothered to show any mercy to people who confronted police cars with heavy machine guns. Luke finally walked over and his gun shifted slightly. Bam! Bam! The commander in the bulletproof vest screamed when he was shot in the knees. As the leader, he could be kept alive, but that didn't mean his limbs had to be intact. Luke finally stepped forward and kicked the criminals' weapons to the side. He then waved at the 3 motorbike riders not far away. "He's all yours. If he tries anything, kill him. The department won't say anything. Have HQ send backup and take care of the scene." After cuffing the criminal's commander, he got into the driver's seat of his car. Selena had already moved to the passenger seat. The Chevrolet suddenly sped up and chased after the convoy. Luke had only driven several hundred meters, when he sensed something and turned his head. "Selena, take a look at the sky. I think I hear choppers." Right as he said that, 2 helicopters flew over their heads in the direction of the convoy. A moment later, gunshots rang out, and the comms exploded with activity. "HQ, we're under attack from hostile choppers. Officer down in car 433. Officer down in car 275. We need backup. We need air support." Luke frowned and bent his head slightly to look out the windshield at the sky. 2 Bell helicopters were hovering in the sky, and 4 criminals were doing a mad sweep with M249 machine guns. "This is Vulture, this is Vulture. We're too far away right now to provide support." The officers on the helicopter also felt helpless. They were flying high enough so that they wouldn't be easily shot down from the ground, but that also meant that they were far from the criminals' helicopters down below. Until they descended to a suitable altitude, the convoy had to withstand the attack from the choppers on their own. "Luke, you drive and let the convoy know that I'll take care of the choppers." Selena cooperated smoothly with him. The moment he put down the seat and moved backward, she had already taken over the wheel, and she stepped on the gas pedal again. Now that her physique had improved significantly, she could complete these difficult movements effortlessly. At the same time, she raised the back of the seat again and opened the sunroof for Luke. Luke stuck his head out of the sunroof. "Take the street on the left." Selena turned the car into a small side street before coming out on a street on the left. At that moment, the car was on the left behind the criminals' helicopters. The moment the car reached the street on the left, Luke opened fire with his M4A1. He aimed through his scope at the machine gun shooters 100 meters high in the sky. Bang! 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 One of the shooters suddenly fell back into the cabin of the helicopter. Bang! 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 The second shooter folded over and dangled out of the cabin door. The criminal's firepower was instantly reduced. "Luke, the other side." Selena turned the car and drove to the right of the second helicopter. Bang! 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 A series of bullet holes appeared in the glass in front of the startled pilot, and the helicopter slanted away. Luke waited for a moment for the helicopter to fly dozens of meters ahead of him. Bang! 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 He emptied his clip as he aimed precisely. The helicopter had barely flown away from the convoy when blood splattered in the cockpit as the pilot was shot dead. It was clear that this pilot wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest. The helicopter spun and crashed somewhere in the distance. Luke didn't spare it a glance. He quickly reloaded his M4A1. Bang! 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 The criminal's last helicopter was still hesitating when it was hit by a series of bullets. It instantly fled in fear, trailing smoke. This is Falcon. The criminal's helicopters have been taken care of. Luke pressed the walkie-talkie and spoke into it. The convoy finally caught a break. Just now, they were suppressed by the 4 M249s in the sky and chased by a dozen vehicles. They could only do their very best to dodge, and it was very hard to fight back. Harrison wiped the sweat from his forehead. These criminals were really outrageous, using armored trucks, helicopters and machine guns. They seemed determined to annihilate the convoy. If it wasn't for Luke, it would be hard to say how many people in the convoy would have survived. Luke didn't slow down after taking care of the helicopters. Selena had already sped up and caught up with the convoy that was fighting the criminals. Naturally, the convoy wouldn't stop, or they would be surrounded. Unwilling to see $100 million slip away, the criminals persisted in chasing the convoy despite their heavy casualties. It was in this situation that Luke and Selena caught up from behind. Luke shot at the tires and the drivers with his M4A1 so that the cars went out of control. Selena coordinated with him by driving at the smaller vehicles and slamming them into the buildings next to the road. After multiple modifications, their car was much heavier and sturdier than regular cars. It was too easy to knock the other cars aside. The two of them were ruthless. Several minutes later, the 7 or so cars belonging to the criminals ground to a halt either because of flat tires or because the drivers were dead. The convoy finally completely got rid of the criminals and sped toward the prison. 20 minutes later, as the SUV carrying the prisoner entered the prison, everybody breathed sighs of relief. They had weathered hails of bullets, and even a public dance, to arrive at this place. This had been a major test of their nerves. Now that the prisoner had entered the prison, the officers in the convoy had completed their mission. It wasn't just the wardens, but there were also agents from the FBI, CIA, and DEA at the prison. Alex's family was involved in trafficking drugs and military firearms. These agencies were all interested in him. No way would they let anyone break him out of prison. After some deliberation on the part of the big shots at HQ, these agencies hadn't been involved in the escort mission. Even if the police department had the advantage in numbers, it wasn't enough to deter the criminals who were crazy about money, and intelligence could leak from many different sources. If that happened, it could turn into a gunfight between hundreds of people in downtown Los Angeles, which could lead to citywide mayhem and compound the problem. Los Angeles had experienced wide-scale mayhem before. The tens of thousands of gangsters in the city weren't obedient babies, and it was inevitable they would come out and fight if given the chance. LAPD didn't want to give them that chance. Therefore, LAPD simply deployed a small but capable team to swiftly escort Alex to prison. Luke and Selena didn't enter the prison. They simply waited outside in their car. Soon, the convoy started to turn around after delivering the prisoner, and Harrison told Luke to go back to HQ with them. Luke thought he had to write a report on his engagement with the criminals on the east side, and he didn't think much of it as he agreed. Back at HQ, when he saw Harrison wave at him, Luke told Selena to go wash her hands and have something to eat first. He walked into Harrison's office. Looking at Harrison's still gloomy expression, he comforted him. "It's over now. 2 of our colleagues died, but that was hard to avoid. Don't be too sad." During the escort, a motorbike officer was killed at the scene, and one of the officers in the police cars was also killed instantly by the machine gun. Thus, none of the survivors were too happy even though they completed the mission. Harrison simply shook his head. With an odd expression on his dark face, he signaled for Luke to come closer. Luke leaned in close, and the guy whispered something to him. He was instantly dumbfounded and couldn't cursing what the F***ck in his heart. But he soon collected himself and said in a low voice, "So you're saying?" Harrison was a little embarrassed. "Can you and Selina take care of it?" Luke rolled his eyes. "Do you even need to ask? I'll call Selina over before she thinks we're getting off work." Harrison smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Get off work? If only. Selina came in with the food box shortly after, followed by Dollar. Luke and Selina both freshened up in the bathroom in the SWAT's large office. Sitting in a quiet corner, they had some pastries and conversed in low voices. Thanks to Luke, Selina heard top-secret information. She was astonished at first, then was enlightened, before she became resigned. "All right, then. If it's overtime, we have no choice. Hopefully this will be easier." Luke kept silent. That was hard to say. They quickly finished eating, then bought some drinks from the vending machine before waiting in the office. The other officers gradually clocked off one after another, but Harrison's squad didn't leave, and neither did Luke and Selina. They waited until 8 o'clock that night. During the wait, Luke asked Harrison for a pair of binoculars and went up to the top of HQ to observe their surroundings for a good while. Pulling Harrison aside, he said in a low voice, "The top of the building is being monitored from at least 5 locations, and that's only the ones I discovered. Realistically speaking, there may be more." Harrison couldn't help but curse in a low voice. "Damn it, don't they watch TV at all?" Luke said helplessly, "They aren't idiots." Alex's face wasn't revealed at the prison, was it? Harrison nodded in resignation. "Then we'll have to take the roads again." "Right, your car's too conspicuous. I don't think you can use it anymore." Luke thought for a moment before he said, "I'll take one of your cars. Selina will drive our car and scout out the situation in front. I can change the car's color." Harrison frowned. "Is that necessary?" Luke chuckled. "My car has been modified. Why else do you think I was able to spot the criminals so quickly?" Harrison was enlightened. Pondering for a moment, he nodded, "All right, then. But you have to be quick. We're leaving in half an hour." "Luke, 10 minutes will be enough." At 8:30, Los Angeles finally welcomed the dark as the bright sun officially sank into the night. Selina had set off 10 minutes earlier. In the car, which was now gray, she checked HQ's surroundings to make sure that the criminals weren't skulking around on a large scale. At that moment, 3 unmarked cars which didn't even have demountable sirens drove out of HQ's underground parking lot. The cars weren't clumped together. A black Toyota was 50 meters up ahead, and a gray Honda was 20 meters behind. In the gray and blue Hyundai SUV in the middle, Luke and a SWAT member sat in the back seat. Luke had met this SWAT member named Sanchez before, when they took care of the middle-aged fatty who had planned to binge-eat himself to death on Shake Shack burgers. Noticing Luke's curious gaze, she turned her head. "What's wrong?" Luke shrugged. "I'm just a little bit curious. After all, this is a rather dangerous mission." That was right. This SWAT member, whose full name was Chris Sanchez, was a Latino woman. Unlike Selina, she had more angular features and her lips were thick and sexy. Her breasts, on the other hand, were as magnificent as Selina's. Generally speaking, she was a gorgeous woman. Her lips, in particular, were always pursed in a pout, which gave her a carefree and teasing expression. Hearing Luke's words, she rolled her eyes. "Are there any SWAT missions that aren't dangerous?" Together with her teasing appearance, her eye roll was surprisingly erotic. Luke chuckled. "There were armored trucks, choppers and machine guns in the afternoon." "Those?" Sanchez choked. "Fine, I really haven't run into those. Most of the time, it was SWAT who used 2 of the 3 to deal with criminals, not the other way round. Secondly, SWAT was city police, not an army. Fighting criminals with machine guns in the city would simply be too excessive. SWAT's armored trucks were mainly used to break through obstacles and to protect their teammates. The choppers were also sent out as their eyes in the air. The choppers didn't have machine guns. At best, they could only accommodate several. In the passenger seat, Harrison's expression was tense. Listening to the conversation, he couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "Do you have a thing for Latino women? Are you hitting on my teammate?" Furthermore, Sanchez had encountered many tough criminals, some of whom carried machine guns, although not on armored trucks or helicopters. Was she interested in Luke too? But it was only a passing thought. SWAT and the Major Crimes Division weren't the same division. Also, it was their own private affair if they wanted to mess around. Harrison had no right, nor was he interested in meddling. In between Luke and Sanchez was a man in regular clothes whose head was covered in a black hood. Listening to the conversation, he suddenly remarked, "You Americans are the greediest. You'll do anything for money." Luke's expression remained unchanged, but Sanchez growled impatiently, "Shut up. You got 2 of our colleagues killed." The man sneered. "All police officers should die." Harrison said impatiently, "Skywalker, give him a greeting." Luke smiled. "No problem, Hondo." With that, he jabbed an elbow into the hooded man's belly. The hooded man instantly stopped speaking as he gasped for breath. Luke hadn't hit very hard, but it was enough to make the man's stomach cramp with pain. He couldn't even catch his breath. Sanchez looked at Luke's wide smile and immediately gave him a higher danger rating. If Luke had worn a furious look on his face, she wouldn't have thought much of it. However, Luke didn't look like he had lost his temper at all when he hit the hooded man without hesitation, which made her uneasy. Luke drew back his elbow unhurriedly, as if he hadn't been the one to hit the man. He was wearing 2 earpieces at this moment, one to receive updates from Harrison's side and the other to receive Selena's real-time reports. They had already driven quite a distance, but were still in the busiest part of the city, which was also the most dangerous. In this sort of environment, ambitious people could attack them from both sides of the street and from the top. This sort of attack would be very hard to fend off. The 3 cars reached an intersection. The first car passed the intersection, and the light turned red. The car that Luke was in was 2 cars behind and had to stop. Soon after the first car passed through the intersection, it pulled over next to the street and waited for the 2 cars behind. Luke glanced around unhurriedly. This was an unruly area, with all sorts of mobsters and tramps wandering the streets at night. Some of them were peddling weed and drugs, some were begging, and some were simply smoking or silently eating food which they had scavenged from the dustbins. They were the scars on the bright and glamorous skin of Los Angeles. They were invisible in the sunlight but especially eye-catching at night, unable to be erased or healed. Harrison reminded them via the walkie-talkie, "Be extra vigilant, a lot of robberies have happened." Boom! There was an explosion. Luke's gaze hardened. He looked back, only to see that the third car 20 meters behind had flipped over in the explosion. Harrison was stunned, but immediately said, "Skywalker, go take a look at the third car." Everybody in the convoy was wearing jeans, or sports or casual pants with loose shirts to cover their bulletproof vests and guns. Even then, Luke was still the one who looked the most harmless and least suspicious. Luke agreed. "Be careful." While this seemed like a dumb thing to do, they didn't have a choice. Their reputation would be ruined if they abandoned their colleagues who could still be alive and ran off. Luke didn't dare do that, and nor did Harrison, who was a captain. It wasn't rare for a leader, especially one on the front line, who lost the support of his subordinates to be stabbed in the back someday. Luke headed swiftly for the third car, but most of his attention was focused on the second car that Harrison was in. When he reached the third car and began to check on the SWAT members inside, something finally happened. There was the sound of a drawn-out roar. Cracks suddenly appeared in the windows of the second car before the glass exploded a split second later. Luke suddenly turned around and raised his head. He looked in a particular direction on the side of the road, but didn't see anyone. He didn't stop moving and was already rushing toward the second car. His head felt like it was swelling up. The incredibly loud roar flooded his head as if a nightclub stereo had suddenly been stuffed into it. His ears were ringing and he was dizzy. The earpieces he was wearing could automatically filter out loud noises, but somehow weren't working now. Puzzled, Luke took a step back. At that moment, a short person suddenly dashed out from one side of the street, opened the back door of the car, and dragged Sanchez and the hooded man out of the back seat. The stranger simply ignored Sanchez and pulled at the hooded man to run away. The roar abruptly stopped as soon as the stranger took action. The people on the street who were covering their ears felt uncomfortable and shook their heads as they looked around for the source of the sound. Luke was about to take out the M4A1 that was hidden under his armpit. Ah! The roar surged again, and Luke's head swelled with discomfort. Sensing the information he got via his sharp nose, Luke almost laughed. "You're enjoying this, huh?" Ignoring the irritating roar, he sped up and jumped at the shorty who was attempting to rescue the prisoner as he stretched out one hand to grab the stranger. As he expected, when he reached the shorty, the roar suddenly stopped. Supporting the hooded man with their left hand, the stranger blocked Luke with the other. A cold smile on his face, Luke grabbed the person's hand and was about to twist their arm behind their back, when... boom! The glove on the hand that Luke was holding exploded without warning, and he was flung back more than 10 meters. When he was still in the air, the roar rang out again to envelop Luke more fiercely than before. Even with his physique, he still felt dizzy. Luke was both pissed and amused. "You sure know how to use your ability creatively." The moment he landed, he exerted strength in his legs and sprinted back. He raised his fists and punched the hooded man as well as the shorty, pulling him along in their stomachs at the same time. Only then did he raise his gun to shoot at a particular window next to the road. Ah, ugh, the roar promptly wobbled and was cut off. Luke didn't stop. He took a running leap onto the wall. Grabbing the ridges on the wall of the apartment building, he heaved himself up and climbed upward. He was as nimble as a monkey. Borrowing the strength of elementary parkour and quick reflex, he made use of the ridges and cracks in the wall and reached the third floor in less than 10 seconds. He then jumped through the window which he had shattered. Ah! Bang! Ouch! Luke drew back his fist and said, "If you shout again, I'll punch 20 centimeters higher next time." The shorty who was kneeling on the floor could barely respond. She was curled up and retching as she gripped her stomach. Luke's punch just now had almost made her throw up her lunch. Luke spoke into the walkie-talkie. "Hondo, how are you doing?" As he asked the question, he took out handcuffs and put them on the shorty on the floor. He then picked her up by the back of her neck and went downstairs. Over the walkie-talkie, Hondo gave a rare "motherf asterisk cur" before he replied, "I'm fine, just feeling sick." Luke didn't know what to say either. Even he had felt lightheaded at this shorty's roar. It would be strange if a regular person like Harrison didn't feel terrible. He reached the bottom of the building with the shorty in less than 20 seconds. He reached into his pocket and took out what looked like a flashlight. Walking out of the main entrance and onto the road, he saw the other shorty with her back to him as she struggled to get up. Luke firmly stabbed the thing he was holding at her butt. It was waving right in front of his face, after Ollie. Z. 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 Put on. The person had only gotten up halfway, when she convulsed and collapsed again. Luke snorted. "That's for the explosion just now." The SWAT members in the third car crawled out and reported no casualties. The attack they suffered earlier was very strange. Their car had only been flipped over, but they were fine. Harrison simply had them push the car back over. The mission had just started. They couldn't take a break yet. He then looked at the back seat of his car. There were now 4 people there. However, it was Luke who was sitting in the middle now. On his left were the 2 shorties he had just thrown in, and on his right was the hooded man. Seeing Harrison's gaze, Luke said, "These 2 are a little tricky. They can't be left alone here. Have Christmas Girl, Sanchez's codename, take the 3rd car." Outside the car, Sanchez smiled bitterly. She didn't need to hear Harrison's order. "Got it, I'm going over." Saying that, she staggered over to the 3rd car that was now the right way up. A moment later, the 3 cars moved out again. The passers-by were completely confused. What was that? It hadn't looked like a gunfight. Was it some kind of prank, or some reality show being filmed? Plenty of production teams and idiots had done this before in Los Angeles, and everybody was familiar with it. In the 2nd car, Luke pointed his Glock at the 2 people on his left, one of whom was sitting on the other. "You didn't hurt any of my colleagues earlier, and I don't want to turn your faces into tomato paste, so just sit there and don't think about trying anything." On his left, 2 faces that were almost identical glared at him. These were 2 girls who looked to be around 15 at most. They were minors, and probably twins. They both had blonde hair, except that one had a longer mushroom-like hairstyle while the other had a boy's cut. They also had blue eyes, upturned noses, thin and cute upper lips and slightly plump lower lips. Along with their oval faces, they would certainly grow into beautiful women in the future. It was also one of the reasons why Luke hadn't blown their heads up just now. Beautiful girls, particularly 2 who had yet to become adults, always deserved more mercy. The other reason was that even though their attack caused a mess, none of the police officers had really been injured. In the 3rd car that had been blown onto its side, the SWAT members had nothing more than bruises or scratches. Although Luke had been blown back 10 meters, the explosion had been a very strange one, and seemed to only be some sort of shock wave which had sent him flying. In Harrison's car, everybody only felt dizzy and nauseated. Hence, these were a pair of twins with extraordinary abilities. And they had pretty interesting abilities. One of them could create shock waves similar to explosions, and the other could roar like a lion. The girl who created the shock waves was the one with mushroom hair. She was also the one who had opened the door to take the hooded man. The girl who roared like a lion was the one with short hair, who used her ability to provide remote reinforcement from her high vantage point on the 3rd floor. However, nobody dared to underestimate these 2 little girls. They had almost carried off the hooded man just now. If Harrison hadn't dragged Luke once more into the mission tonight, they would have already succeeded. The 2 young faces that were almost identical glared at Luke furiously, but they didn't dare try anything. Just now, Luke had taught them a good lesson. More importantly, Luke had stuffed a towel into the mouth of the girl with the lion's roar, and she had been placed on top of her sister who could create the shock waves. Not only was it hard for them to move, Luke also had his gun trained on them. They were not only audacious but also very smart, if not overly so. In the afternoon, hundreds of criminals with armored trucks, helicopters, and machine guns had been deployed, but they hadn't even been able to reach the masked man. Yet, these 2 girls had managed it. Harrison even started to question himself. Was there a major flaw in his plan? How else could this have happened? But the rest of the trip was quiet, and they didn't encounter anything else before they reached the county prison. It also proved that Harrison's first escort mission during the day had been necessary. The hooded man in the car just now was the real Alex Montel, the person who put up the reward of $100 million. The person whom the police convoy delivered to the prison in the afternoon was a SWAT member stand-in. Since Alex's face was covered during the escort, nobody really knew if it was him. The escort team in the afternoon weren't Harrison's direct subordinates either. His men had been standing by at HQ the entire time. Only Harrison and a big shot at HQ knew of his plan. None of the others knew anything. The big shot at HQ had made the arrangements beforehand and locked the stand-in in a separate room. Nobody was allowed to visit him. Until the real Alex was delivered to the prison, the outside world had to be duped into thinking that he was already in prison so that there would be less obstacles during the real escort mission at night. As things turned out, the plan basically worked. First of all, even though some criminals were still suspicious, they would only think that they were too late as time went by, and HQ went back to normal. The massive fight between the police and the criminals was already on TV. The news was broadcast again and again precisely to create this impression. After all, the criminals weren't the police. Even if they had doubts, they couldn't do a search to confirm their suspicions. Secondly, 100 unmarked cars had left HQ after work. It was impossible for the criminals to monitor all of them. Harrison had also controlled the rate at which the cars left the parking lot so that several unmarked cars left together more than 10 times, which would also be a blow to the confidence of these ambitious people. Who knew if Alex Montel was in one of those cars and had already left? Lastly, the escort route at night wasn't as straightforward as during the day, and they took a circuitous route instead. They had deliberately chosen a fast route after peak hour traffic. The whole operation took less than 40 minutes, and barely gave the criminals any time to react. Except for the two young girls next to Luke, all the other criminals had been tricked. Luke also remembered that the twins had been in the group of dancing kids in the afternoon. They had even gotten close to the police car carrying the suspect. There was no telling how they figured out that the person was a stand-in, but they didn't take action back then and decided to collect their reward at night. Only one last question remained: how had they predicted the route that the cars would take for the night escort mission? Looking at the current situation, they didn't get help from an ordinary person. This wasn't something that was easy to pull off. As everybody else got out and escorted the hooded man to the prison cell, Luke stayed in the car with the two girls. In fact, he was trying to make idle conversation, but the girls simply stared silently at him with their big blue eyes. He sighed. "If you don't tell me what happened, I'll have to hand you over to the professionals, understand?" Fear flashed in the twins' eyes, but they didn't say anything. Luke felt helpless. "You're really not going to say anything? I may let you go if you tell me." Hesitation flashed in the twins' eyes, but they remained silent. Luke then stopped trying. Who knew if the girls were too guarded against him or if they had a special resistance to mental abilities, but his beginner-level mental communication didn't work on them at all. He tried several times, but couldn't even get their names out of them. He didn't want to torture them for answers either. The truth was that he was being serious when he said he would release them. They had exercised restraint in their abilities and behavior, and weren't prone to violence. Luke was quite sure of that. A person who was contemptuous of life and whose hands were stained with blood would feel very different from ordinary people. Luke himself relied on his public achievements to conceal his own anomaly, but he still couldn't trick veterans such as Robert and Flegg. He didn't think that the twins could trick him. But they were keeping mum, and he hesitated. Should he call Wales or Flegg? But that would be sending them into the tiger's den. Luke himself didn't want to work under Wales. That place was just one gigantic trap. There were also too many problems with Flegg's agency. Considering the things they had taken in, they must have plenty of clandestine research projects. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Luke suddenly put away his gun. "Forget it. After we leave the prison, whatever you do is none of my business." Seeing his action, the two similar faces looked surprised and confused. After making the decision, Luke relaxed as well. He searched his pocket and found a chocolate lollipop. He unwrapped it and put it in his mouth. Noticing the astonished gazes on him, he didn't look at them, but searched his pocket again and stretched out his hand. "Want some candy? Tell me if you do." The girls looked from his mouth to his hand. The short-haired girl's hand had just moved, when the mushroom-haired girl stopped her. Amused, Luke put 2 lollipops in the hand of the short-haired girl who had just been pulled back by her sister. "You can have them later." There was still a towel stuffed in the short-haired girl's mouth at the moment. Staring at the night sky, Luke couldn't help but warn them, don't use your abilities for illegal things like this anymore. It won't be the police who will be waiting for you then. Harrison's team came back and got into the cars. Seeing that the back seat was silent, Harrison didn't think much of it and just had his teammates start the car. After the cars left the prison, Harrison finally gave a long sigh of relief. Thank God, it's finally over now. Luke smiled but didn't say anything. Harrison looked back at the twins and asked, what do we do with them? Luke pondered for a moment. Put them in the custody center at HQ. After what we went through with the criminals today, don't tell me we have to interrogate them too. Harrison pondered for a moment before he agreed. As long as they got an order from the higher-ups, SWAT would carry it out without question. But when it came to interrogation, they weren't specialists like the detectives in the Major Crimes Division. Of course, SWAT had their own, professional, means of interrogation as well. However, when Harrison saw the young faces of the two girls in the rearview mirror, he promptly discarded these excessively ruthless methods. In this world, men were all about looks, and Harrison was no exception. He wouldn't hesitate to kill a few armed criminals, but he couldn't use professional interrogation methods on two girls who hadn't reached adulthood yet. Also, the SWAT members on this night mission were unharmed and they completed the mission successfully. It was as if a burden had fallen off Harrison's shoulders, and he didn't want to bother with the girls. Luke and Harrison pretty much thought the same in this regard. They were in such good moods that the world looked beautiful at the moment. What puzzled Luke was that the twins didn't run halfway even though he had explicitly said that he wouldn't do anything if they did. They just let themselves be obediently locked up in the temporary custody center. Everybody at HQ was too busy at the moment to interrogate them. Now that the real escort mission was over, the big shots at HQ naturally had to hold a press conference and tell the citizens the good news. Secondly, the losses and contributions on this operation had to be tallied up. Arrangements also had to be made for the dead and injured officers. Even though the twins were described as criminals who had attempted to rescue the prisoner, the officers on guard still focused more on their appearances. Almost 70 criminals who had attempted to rescue the prisoner were in custody. The twins would only be questioned the day after tomorrow at the earliest. On this point, HQ still had to thank Luke and Selena. The two of them had killed almost 70 criminals in the afternoon and heavily wounded almost 30 of them, which meant much less work for the interrogators. What HQ paid most attention to were the guys who had almost annihilated the convoy with machine guns on armored trucks and helicopters. It was a proud tradition of the American police to get back at every suspect who killed police officers, otherwise everybody wouldn't consider the police a big deal. The twins were locked up for the time being in a holding room. They had the privilege of using a separate room far away from the other suspects. This was yet more proof that the officers who worked at the custody center were just as superficial as Luke and Harrison. Luke left HQ and drove his own car out of the underground parking lot to go home. Looking at his face, Selena asked curiously, "Did something good happen to you again?" Luke chuckled and said, "Sort of. We'll take it easy tomorrow. We'll check in the morning and then go home to cook a feast. You can spend the morning catching some rays. How does that sound?" Selena nodded and said in a sure tone, "It seems something good really happened." Luke was amused and didn't say anything else. As he drove, he checked the system notifications. System, hosts experience, 14,890/90,000. Credit, 15,390. System, you have defeated Stephanie Cassidy and received a list of her abilities. Stephanie Cassidy's abilities: basic vocal sound, basic musical instruments. Elementary sound wave, X gene. Prerequisites: 40 strength, 20 dexterity, 20 mental strength and 10,000 credit points. System, you have defeated Artemis Cassidy and received a list of her abilities. Artemis Cassidy's abilities: basic physics, basic chemistry. Elementary energy outburst, X gene. Unavailable. Sure enough, they were siblings. Stephanie was the short-haired girl who could roar, and Artemis was the mushroom-haired girl who could unleash a shock-wave explosion. Luke wasn't too surprised that he couldn't learn Artemis's ability. He was already familiar with how the system worked. He realized that it was impossible for him to become an elemental mage, or a close combat mage, like Thor. It was better to just be satisfied with being the beefy marksman. However, Stephanie's ability was very interesting. Elementary sound wave didn't seem very impressive at first glance, but Luke was very satisfied with it. In the battle earlier, Stephanie had shown the very practical use of her lion's roar. It was essentially a multi-use, portable stun grenade that could be turned on and off at any time. When Luke pictured how the enemy would freeze at his roar before he fired his M500 at them, how could he not feel happy? There were many times when it wasn't a destructive ability that was required, but one that was just right for the situation. Luke could increase his offensive power by modifying his weapons, but he had always lacked a crowd control ability. Both stun grenades and his rope skills weren't effective on people with extraordinary abilities. As a massive crowd control skill, this lion's roar suited him very well. The next day, Luke and Selena had just checked in at the police department, when they received Harrison's call. "Luke, I have a bit of a problem," said Harrison. "Luke, what is it?" "Harrison, the two girls escaped last night." "Huh? How did they?" "Wait, why is it your problem?" asked Luke. Defense at HQ had been pretty solid last night. After all, dozens of criminals who had attempted to rescue the prisoner were locked up there. The fact that the twins escaped was a little unbelievable, but how did Harrison have anything to do with it? Harrison smiled bitterly. "According to the guards, I took them away at midnight." He stressed the I. Luke was stunned. "What?" Harrison smiled bitterly. "Yes, and based on the surveillance footage, I really was the one who took them out of the custody center." Luke considered for a moment. "Was it someone disguised as you? Or were you being controlled?" Harrison smiled bitterly again. "I think it was a disguise. I was sleeping at home last night. My security system showed that I didn't go out. Also, you remember Sanchez, right?" "Luke, yes, your very hot teammate." "Harrison, she just called me. She said that she was ambushed at home in the morning yesterday and knocked unconscious. It was only this morning that she broke free of her restraints and called us." "Luke, then who the hell was the person who went on the mission with us? Another person in disguise?" He had a thought. "I'll come over. I was with her in the car yesterday. I'll see if I can find any leads." Harrison readily accepted. That was precisely his intention. The biggest problem at the moment was that he and Sanchez were suspects. While everybody wanted to believe that they were innocent, the surveillance footage made it impossible for them to explain themselves. In the image, it really was Harrison who took the twins out of the custody center, escorted them out of the police department, and left with them in the same car. Sanchez, on the other hand, had been active in the police department for the entire day, and there was even more surveillance footage of her. Harrison was grasping at straws when he called Luke, pinning his last hope on Luke's high rate of cracking cases. In this regard, Luke was a pro. Hanging up, Luke turned the car around and told Selena what had happened. Selena knew what happened yesterday. The twins had left a deep impression on her with their abilities. Hearing that something strange like this had happened, her interest was promptly piqued. Could it be someone else with extraordinary abilities? Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. "Apart from something that defies science and common sense, I can't think of any other possibility. We were with Harrison and Sanchez for so long yesterday, but I didn't sense anything unusual. If they were pretending, they may as well quit being police officers and become stars with those acting skills. Harrison might even win an Oscar." Thinking for a moment, Selena agreed with him. "We don't know Sanchez very well, but even if Harrison really wanted to take the girls away, he wouldn't be that stupid. He's a pro who's very familiar with HQ. He definitely wouldn't leave behind ironclad proof like surveillance footage. Luke was amused. Harrison will definitely be touched to hear you praising him like that. Stunned for a moment, Selena then smiled as well. She certainly wasn't praising the SWAT captain when she analyzed him like he was a criminal. Especially now that he was the prime suspect, she couldn't say anything like this outside. Gold Nugget whined in the back seat. Luke, okay, it won't take long. Your feast isn't going anywhere. Satisfied, Gold Nugget turned its head away to look at the scenery from the back seat once more. The car soon reached HQ, and Luke went to look for Harrison right away. The guy's situation wasn't bad. He hadn't been handcuffed, and before things were cleared up, he wasn't willing to leave HQ. He and Sanchez were sitting in one corner of the office, both frowning and thinking hard. Luke greeted them and comforted them. Okay, I'll try my best to help. Harrison nodded his head and forced a smile. Thanks in advance. Luke didn't waste any time and turned his head to say to Sanchez, tell me what happened to you from yesterday to today, and give me as accurate a time frame as possible. Sanchez looked at Harrison, who nodded. Trust Luke. If he can't do it, we'll have to wait for the internal affairs investigation. Sanchez snorted. What's the big deal? I've been investigated plenty of times. Harrison, stop playing the tough guy. Seeing everybody's strange looks, he hurriedly amended, you're a woman, but this isn't just a minor case of hitting some suspects. Just answer Luke's questions. Then, Luke began to ask questions, and Sanchez answered them. Different from when he was interrogating criminals, Luke was very quick and only asked each question once before he moved on, only repeating a question now and then to confirm the time frame. It was different from when the same questions were asked again and again when suspects were interrogated. Harrison and Sanchez both felt better, since Luke wasn't treating them like suspects. Luke was very quick, and finished asking his questions in 10 minutes. After asking for Sanchez's permission, Luke and Selena drove Sanchez to her home. He did a round of Sanchez's place unhurriedly. He didn't enter her bedroom, but paid special attention to the hot girl's makeup and toiletries. Leaning against a wall and pondering for a few minutes, he said, let's go back. Sanchez was puzzled, but they all went back in the car. On the way, Luke received a call from Harrison, who gave him a new piece of information. The three of them took a detour to an alley on the south side before they finally returned to HQ. After looking for Harrison, Luke got right to the point. I'm basically sure that this has nothing to do with you, but some things are hard to explain. We'll still need the professionals to handle this. Harrison and Sanchez were both stunned. Looking at their expressions, Luke said in a low voice, you should know that some people are naturally endowed with unusual abilities. Right? Seeing their enlightened expressions, Luke smiled and made a call. This time, he called Wales. He didn't have a good feeling about Flegg's agency, and would rather hedge his bets with Wales that the twins hadn't fallen into Hydra's hands at S.H.I.E.L.D. Wales arrived very quickly along with 7 other agents. After a routine inquiry with Harrison and Sanchez, Wales spoke to a certain big shot at HQ and took over the case. On these sorts of matters, the FBI's 17th Division clearly had a tacit agreement with the police department. Everybody in the know was asked to sign non-disclosure agreements. Thankfully, to contain the impact, the big shots at HQ hadn't let word of Harrison and Sanchez's matter spread from the very beginning, so things were still under control. Harrison and Sanchez weren't transferred or punished, which sent a clear message to all the officers in the know. The police department often dealt with dubious officers by suspending them or handing down disciplinary action. Conversely, if this didn't happen, that meant that the officers were innocent. After Wales said that he would be taking over, Luke and Selena said goodbye and left. Although Harrison and Sanchez were no longer suspects, they had to work with the investigation. He left before they could say their thanks, and they could remember this favor. In their car, Selena asked, "Why are you sure that Sanchez is innocent?" Luke chuckled. The Sanchez yesterday wore Coco Chanel Eau Fresh, but she didn't have that scent on her or at her place today. You saw her perfume bottles too, right? Selena was enlightened. I was wondering why you kept staring at her lingerie near the nightstand. It turned out you were just looking at her perfumes. Luke. Right. I also checked her body wash and shampoo. Selena laughed at him inwardly but didn't say anything. She would never admit that she thought Luke had such strange interests, to skip over the bedroom and check out the bathroom instead. She uses peppermint shampoo and body wash. The Sanchez who sat next to me yesterday didn't have that smell, Luke continued. Selena was startled. You actually remember details like these? Luke shrugged. She was the only other person in the back seat yesterday except for Alex. He stank from not bathing in a while, and I couldn't focus on him. Selena, fair enough. What Luke didn't say was that he smelled traces of the extraordinary twins in the room, along with the cocoa perfume which Sanchez had worn yesterday. But tangled up in the cocoa perfume was the unfamiliar scent of another girl. As the first ability which Luke acquired and the one he used the most, using sharp nose came to him more naturally and smoothly than even shooting. He could analyze how a scent might have come about without even thinking. The feeling was very hard to describe. It was like how some top basketball players could charge into the zone and shoot the ball using various different postures and just by relying on their senses, without even needing to look at the ring. Actually, Luke was even more adept at sharp nose than that. It only took him a brief moment to know that the unknown girl had sprayed on the cocoa perfume. Even more strangely, she and the Sanchez from yesterday used the exact same amount of perfume in the exact same way. With both smells mingling together in one room, the differences between the two clones were even more obvious. Furthermore, Luke had already noticed the bizarre combination of Harrison plus the cocoa perfume in several locations at HQ. The car which Harrison had used to take the twins out of the police department had also been found abandoned on the side of the road in a neighborhood on the south side. They had detoured to the alley on the south side earlier precisely to examine the scene. In the car, the combinations of Harrison plus the cocoa perfume and the strange girl plus the cocoa perfume appeared again in the driver's seat. Luke already had an answer. But it had already been a while since the car was abandoned, and the scent in had already faded. Luke couldn't track down the girls and could only return to HQ. He silently made a note of the scents of the three girls and hoped he would meet that unknown girl again someday. She was one interesting person. There was only one other person who had earned this sort of attention from Luke. It was Stu, the high school student who vanished after the massacre in Woodsburg. One should always have a dream, who knows, it might come true one day. Thinking thus, Luke drove home. After they got home, Selena found Claire in the training room. Claire had been interested in boxing recently, especially in the band skills which Selena had taught her. In this regard, Luke could only solemnly warn her not to use these skills in a regular fight. Claire could only use them when her life was in extreme danger. These skills could cause severe injuries. As long as the victim wasn't an invulnerable extraordinary person, they would be crippled. But this was a dangerous world. Luke didn't think it was right not to teach Claire how to protect herself, so he let her learn from Selena. In any case, it wasn't bad for this little monkey to spend her excess energy on picking up self-defense skills. As Luke cooked in the kitchen, Gold Nugget sat at the door and waited for food. Luke threw some food to it whenever a dish was ready. The dog head had become pickier and pickier. It absolutely refused to eat anything that was the least bit lacking. Luke forbade it from entering the kitchen, claiming that he didn't want dog hair in the food. The dog head could only endure it. While it didn't drop hair, Dollar did. An hour later, Luke moved the grill to the backyard. Selena and Claire were finished with training as well. They showered and then soaked in the big bathtub. Luke chatted with them from the side. Claire said enthusiastically, "Did you know that a knee breaker appeared in LA recently?" He's awesome. Luke and Selena didn't think much of it. In LA, the city of crime, all kinds of weird nicknames were floating around. Names like Bloody Hands or Human Butcher were common. In comparison, Knee Breaker didn't sound fierce enough. But as Claire babbled on about Knee Breaker, Luke's expression turned strange. When she said that Knee Breaker broke the hoodlums' legs, robbed them, stripped and tied them up, then hung them from lamp posts, Selena coughed so hard she spat out the juice that she was drinking. Claire gave her a strange look. "What's wrong?" Selena wiped her lips. "Haha. It's nothing." She gave Luke a quick glance as she spoke. The dog who was gnawing on a bone next to Luke's feet quietly got up and took the bone with it to hide among the flowers not far away, before sneaking looks at everybody else. After a brief silence, Luke smiled. "That's why you shouldn't wander around at night, or you may run into weirdos like that." He stressed the word weirdos slightly. Claire nodded. "All the people Knee Breaker beats up are gangsters. I think he's a good guy. But what if there's a pervert out there who specifically goes after women?" Saying that, she lowered her head to look at a certain body part of hers that was still growing. Luke looked at the sky, lost for words. Would a good guy hit a woman in the chest? Well, maybe if the woman was a villain. Contrary to Selena and the dog's expectations, Luke didn't bring up the topic again. Luke went out again that night. Inside the house, Selena and the dog secretly peeped through a gap in the curtains as they watched him disappear, before they communicated telepathically with each other. The dog head said carefully, "Do you think the fiend is going on a rampage?" Selena thought for a moment before she shook her head. "No. If he was angry, he would have already scolded us in the afternoon." The dog promptly felt like he had been granted amnesty. "Good. My money stash is safe then." Selena glared at it in dissatisfaction. "That's what you're scared of?" The dog looked at her aggrievedly. "What can I do? I can't go to work, and Luke has only taken me on one mission so far." Selena was lost for words. That made sense. She had started earning money since she was 18. Naturally, she didn't understand the pain of unemployment. Thinking for a moment, she lay back on her bed. "Don't worry. Luke didn't say anything, which means he's fine with it. He won't punish you as long as we abide by the safety rules and we don't expose ourselves." The dog head was relieved, but suddenly sensed something wrong. "What? In any case, he'll only punish me? You'll be fine. Apologize to me for that thought." Selena rolled over lazily. "I'm telling the truth. Why should I apologize?" After thinking for a few seconds, the dog had finally realized that she wasn't wrong at all, and could only yell in despair. "This isn't fair. I want to watch HBO." Selena yawned. "Go watch then. Remember to close the curtains and use your earphones." The dog head resentfully returned to the new dog house next to the bed. This was something it had bought with its own money. Not only was it much bigger, it also had a cover which made it look like a small tent. According to the dog head, it was an adult too, and needed its own privacy. Taking out the tablet which Luke had modified for it, it pressed the play/pause button with its paw and continued to watch the rest of episode 5, season 2 of This is Sparta. Dollar had closed its eyes. The tablet was placed behind its butt, so it wouldn't affect its sleep. The earphones from the tablet were stuck to its back, which wouldn't affect its sleep. Except for the flickering light in the dog house, it was all quiet in the room. Elsewhere, Luke put on a set of new clothes in a new safe house as usual. He then left in a second-hand Chevrolet. He would abandon the safe houses after using them once or twice. In any case, he wasn't short of money. It wasn't hard for him to take advantage of the loopholes on online rental sites and use fake identities to rent houses as well as buy cars. He didn't pay a cent less and would abandon these locations and cars after a month at most, so his safety wasn't an issue. He paid with the dirty money that was in his inventory, which was no skin off his nose. He still didn't know how to use up the $200 million from Hernan. Under these circumstances, although the cars he bought were second-hand, he specially inspected them to make sure that they were all still in good shape. He would never forget how Alex, that unlucky B***starred, ended up in jail. He used that lesson to remind himself, safety first. Driving east, Luke stopped at the end of a street and got out. Taking a few twists and turns, he entered an old alley where an old van was parked. Luke went to the van and opened the door. He grabbed a hand that was holding a gun and played his voice recorder with the other. "It's me, Puncher." The hand immediately stopped struggling. Luke got into the van and closed the door. "Why are you still in LA? And you were still out and about in the last 2 days?" Luke smelled blood from her waist injury. It had clearly reopened. Bloodmint put the pistol away and was silent for a moment before she said, "It's been too chaotic recently. What can they do if I leave?" She looked at the slums outside the window. Luke heaved a soundless sigh. Was this woman a saint in her past life? Her own life was so tragic, yet she didn't forget to protect these people whom she barely knew. He typed, "You should go. You can come out of hiding after a few months at least. I'll keep an eye on things here for you." Bloodmint was silent. There was a struggle in her eyes. Luke typed again, "The police's attention is now focused on Alex, who was just arrested. This is the best time to leave. Once things settle down, the police will come after you again. You'll be found sooner or later." Bloodmint finally took a deep breath. She appeared at a loss. "But where can I go?" Luke thought for a moment before he took out a key as well as a note which had a long string of letters and numbers printed on it, and gave them to her. "Rio, Brazil." Bloodmint looked at him strangely. "What's this?" "The key and password to a safe in a certain private bank in Rio. The cash in it will be enough for you to lay low for a while," continued the anchor's voice. "I can't accept this." Bloodmint frowned and wanted to give it back. Luke raised his hand. "It isn't hard for you to make money with your skills, but to avoid the police and the fraternity, it would be best for you not to do anything. Take this money and live quietly for the time being." Bloodmint shook her head again. "I'll go, but I don't need this." Luke chuckled soundlessly, before he typed and played, "Just consider it a loan. You can pay it back with interest after this period. But you'll have more options if you have enough money, so don't turn this down." Looking at Bloodmint, who was still hesitating, he thought for a moment before he added, "Rebecca spent some time in Rio as well. She left in a good mood. Maybe you will, too." Bloodmint was tempted. After hesitating for a long while, she finally nodded. "Then consider this as me borrowing the money from you." Luke nodded in satisfaction. "If possible, don't give up on working out, otherwise you won't be able to defend your turf when you return." Bloodmint was lost for words. The little girl had told her how 30 of Garcia's men were killed. This Puncher was even stronger than she had imagined. No wonder he said he and Rebecca were close. The weak wouldn't win Rebecca's respect. "Luke, remember, leave Los Angeles in a day or two." Bloodmint, "Why the rush?" "Luke, I'll clean up this area. There'll definitely be a lot of people who'll be coming around here to look for leads." Bloodmint, "Got it. I'll leave latest the day after tomorrow." "Luke, you promise?" Bloodmint smiled bitterly. "I promise." Luke nodded in satisfaction. "You can still follow LA news when you're abroad. I guarantee you won't be disappointed." Bloodmint, "Huh." Luke didn't say anything after that, and simply slipped out of the van. He was only giving Bloodmint a hand in passing. The key and password which he gave her came from Pedro, that minor boss in Rio. Luke hadn't thought much of the $2 million in cash back then, and had only taken the key and the password. Letting Bloodmint use that trash now wasn't a bad idea. As a semi-official fraternity assassin, she was somewhat of an extraordinary person herself. She was ruthless toward criminals but had compassion for people she didn't know in the slums, which matched Luke's own worldview. Also, considering Bloodmint's personality, she would definitely pay back this favor. It was for this reason that Luke had called on her before his cleanup, so that she wouldn't become collateral damage. Bloodmint was fierce, but her imagination was limited by her capabilities. Relying purely on passive defense to protect an area was impossible. Thinking this, a cold light flashed in Luke's eyes. The east side of Los Angeles was basically uneventful that night. Selina yawned and got up. Smelling the aroma of food through the slightly open door, she complained, "Can't you close the door when you go out?" Getting out of bed and putting on a t-shirt, she glanced at Gold Nugget's luxurious dog house and was even more unhappy. "I already said 1,000,000 times, switch to hibernation mode if you're not using the tablet. The battery's running out but you don't charge it. Is Gold Nugget going through puberty? Why doesn't it listen to anything?" That being said, she still plugged in the tablet to charge it, paused the show that was playing, and switched it to hibernation mode. However, the intense battle scene on the tablet made her want to beat the dog again. "What use is there in watching this? You're not human." As she grumbled about a particular dog head, she went to wash her face and brush her teeth. It was still dark outside, but she already had enough sleep. These days, she could go to bed before midnight and get up at 5 in the morning without feeling exhausted during the day. The benefit of rising early was that there was more time for breakfast. She would read the news and files for an hour, train for an hour, and then go to work with Luke. There was plenty of time for breakfast. Coming out of the bathroom, she went to the kitchen. Gold Nugget was sitting at the kitchen door as usual and accepting food samples from Luke every now and then. When Luke asked if it tasted good, it nodded its head. Hearing the noise, Dollar looked back and immediately went over to greet its young master obediently. This was Dollar's natural instinct, so Gold Nugget never stopped it. The dog would feel depressed if it was stopped, and Gold Nugget would suffer from that emotion as well. Besides, Selina's arrival meant that breakfast would start soon, and it wouldn't need to rely on small snacks to sate its hunger. Everybody wolfed down the food at the dinner table. When they were done eating, Gold Nugget looked at Luke pitifully again. Luke ruthlessly squashed its delusions. "The food on the stove is for Claire. That's not nearly enough for you. If you want to eat more, you can have some raw beef and seafood." Gold Nugget quickly gave up. Actually, it wasn't that hungry, it was just a gut ton. Claire had a much smaller appetite than the three of them. The 2 steamers of buns on the stove indeed weren't enough for Gold Nugget. Luke petted the dog with a smile. "We'll go to the cake store and buy you a Napoleon cake. Will that do?" Pleased, Gold Nugget nodded. Selina, however, mumbled, "This guy's going through puberty. It doesn't listen to anything I say. We should cut down on its snacks for 2 days." Gold Nugget immediately bristled and barked. Selina was shocked. "You're swearing." Gold Nugget instantly wilted and began to whine. Selina pointed at it. "Look, it picked up foul language from watching HBO every day." Gold Nugget couldn't defend itself as it had really learned those obscenities from TV shows. Luke heaved a sigh. "Gold Nugget, don't tell me you're really going through puberty." Puberty basically equated to the rebellious phase. During this phase, many kids would act out and challenge everything and anyone. In Luke's 2 lives, he had seen too many hot-blooded and disobedient kids. They gave him quite the headache. Gold Nugget shook its head quickly. It would be an idiot to acknowledge it. Wasn't that giving the fiend an excuse to take back the $20,000 it had just earned from the mission? It was bold enough to argue with Selina because it was mentally connected to Selina and knew that she loved Dollar and therefore treated it nicely. Besides, Selina was forgiving. She never really punished it even if she claimed she would. On the contrary, the fiend might smile every day, but when he got angry, he would give. ID nugget and energy rubdown. It was as painful as an electric shock for humans. That wasn't something it wanted to experience at all. Luke glanced at it and nodded. Alright, it seems you're not getting cocky. Turning his head, he said to Selena, you should let it watch more soap operas when it has nothing to do. The kind about old friends, the trials of adolescence, I love my home, that sort of thing. Selena was enlightened. That's right. That should teach it more about life. Gold Nugget couldn't be any more despairing. It knew that the fiend was always biased toward Selena. Gold Nugget, who had been about to go through late puberty, was scared back into obedience. Its mood didn't improve until they left home and it had today's cake. When it came to food, the fiend was quite nice to it, at least. He was also generous enough with money. After the ocean liner mission last time, Luke asked Gold Nugget how much of a bonus it wanted, and it had asked for $20,000. Luke had handed the money over in full right away. As to why the pilot could get $200,000, Selena had also explained it to the dog head. That man's special plane could be considered an early investment, and most of the money for the ticket covered the plane's depreciation cost. In comparison, the dog head was only doing hard labor, so it naturally couldn't be paid as much. Just as its mood was starting to recover, the ground suddenly shook, and Gold Nugget dropped the Napoleon cake that was in its mouth. Although it reacted fast enough to save it, a bit of the cream still fell onto the back seat. The dog frowned and quickly swallowed the cake in a few bites, before it licked the cushion with its big tongue. Unfortunately, the cream had already slid into the gap between the cushions. It's over. I'm going to be taught another lesson. The dog couldn't be any more despairing. It furtively raised its head and looked at the front seat, only to see that Luke hadn't noticed at all, but was looking outside with his brow furrowed. At that moment, the ground hadn't stopped shaking. Luke pulled over and said, "It's an earthquake. Selena, turn on the cameras and see if there's been any disasters nearby." As far as he could tell, this wasn't a small earthquake. An earthquake that could shake a moving car had to be a magnitude 5 at least, and the source couldn't be far away. Luke got out and stood on the road. The tremors were even more obvious and lasted more than 30 seconds. He started to wonder, don't tell him it was a major earthquake. Luckily, the tremors settled in less than a minute and didn't go higher than a magnitude 5. It wasn't too bad. Inside the car, Selena alerted him, "There's activity on our internal channel. A huge number of emergency calls are flooding in regarding accidents caused by the earthquake." Frowning, Luke quickly got in and started the car. "Okay. Gold Nugget, stop licking. It wasn't your fault." Gold Nugget's scrunched up face immediately relaxed. It barked. "Luke, however, you have to be more careful when you eat. You're the only one who sits there." Gold Nugget began to whine. Selena snorted. "You have the nerve to say you'll wash it? I'm the one who washes it for you every time. Your new dog house is even more complicated. How can it be washed in the future?" Gold Nugget barked in dissatisfaction. Luke said with a smile, "It's fine, the dog house can be vacuumed. It doesn't smell, anyway." Gold Nugget was conflicted. "It's true that I don't smell, but why does it feel weird, the way you say it?" When they arrived at the police department, all the detectives of the Major Crimes Division were waiting in the hall. After they arrived, Dustin nodded. "Okay, basically everybody's here now. Let me now explain what we'll be facing today." Nobody in the Major Crimes Division was really surprised. They knew that Dustin had been waiting for Selena and Luke. Dustin coughed lightly and said, "The epicenter of the earthquake this morning is about 60 kilometers to the north of the city center, and we clearly felt the tremors here. A lot of emergency calls are now coming in. If it's a regular case that isn't directly related to the earthquake, ignore it, got it?" "Got it," replied everybody at the same time. Law and order has been shaky in LA recently. After this earthquake, there's bound to be many people who'll take advantage of the disaster. Dustin continued, so, I want you to warn the gangs under your jurisdiction not to cause trouble for us during this time, or we'll settle the score with them later. Everybody nodded silently. They were being asked to notify the gangs that they were familiar with. Of course, that didn't mean that they were colluding with the gangs. Once this was over, LAPD would come down even harder on whoever added to their woes during this time. HQ had a division which specialized in gang affairs, but the Major Crimes Division detectives in each precinct couldn't idle by either. There were tens of thousands of gang members in Los Angeles. Relying on just HQ's gang intelligence unit to put pressure on the gangs wouldn't scare the gangs at all. Conversely, the unit would just be run ragged, and wouldn't be intimidating enough. The Major Crimes Division was different. Each Major Crimes Division was a tiger which clashed daily with the gangs in their precinct, and knew them very well. If they really wanted to give the gangs a hard time, all they needed to do was set up a perimeter at a few critical locations. This time, the detectives weren't acting on their own, but with the collective will of the police department. The police had no problem killing a few small fry who were acting up to intimidate their fellows. Seeing everybody nod, Dustin lowered his voice and added, remember, HQ and the precinct are right behind you. Don't worry too much. If any of them dares to try anything with you, don't bother with it and just report back. SWAT has cancelled all their leave and is standing by. Luke was amused. Wasn't this just telling them to use the simplest and crudest way to get things done? Whoever dared to provoke them would receive a warm visit from the professional goons that were SWAT. Dustin's briefing lasted no more than 5 minutes before he dismissed everybody. He just needed to let everybody know the official stance on this issue so that his subordinates would know what to do in the next few days. During these few minutes, the phones rang non-stop in the Major Crimes Division, which suggested a super busy day for everybody. Luke and Selena didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, they went to Elsa's office. As a small squad, they had to communicate with Elsa first before what looked like imminent chaos took place. Luke's meaning was, call me if you need anything. I'm a pro at beating up people, at your service. Elsa accepted without a qualm. She wasn't exactly an outstanding fighter, and neither was her new partner, Simmons. Luke's combat ability had always been the foundation of her confidence. Elsa had always been sure that her former partner and current subordinate was definitely the most capable fighter in LA. 10 minutes after arriving at the police department, Luke and Selena drove out again. The police intercom had practically crashed. The operators were already trying to work on the signal jam, but many police officers still wanted to throw their walkie-talkies away. Luke's solution was much simpler. He gave Elsa a satellite phone since cell phones could barely get through either, with everybody calling each other to confirm that they were okay. There was nothing Elsa could say about her subordinate's extravagance. Not only would he beat people up for her, he even gave her a special means for calling him. How considerate of him. Once they left, Luke and Selena were constantly busy on the streets. They caught some small hoodlums. If they were obedient, then fine. If they wanted to run, Luke and Selena roughed them up a bit and had them relay a message to their boss. The message was basically what Dustin had said. The police department's intention had to be spread far and wide. It was just that this sort of threat couldn't be directly said on TV by the police bigshots. They could only speak with veiled meaning on TV. There was no way that the uncultured and brainless gangsters could understand. The most effective approach was to have the detectives of the Major Crimes Division warn them in plain words. A distant bigshot couldn't hold a candle to the person who dealt with you directly, everybody knew this. Furthermore, it was the distant bigshot who was now telling the person in charge to crack down on things. LAPD was definitely one of the most sensitive police departments when it came to public disorder. Learning from their mistakes in the past, their current methods weren't wrong. Luke and Selena ran around the entire morning, mainly to spread the word among the hoodlums. In passing, they also arrested 6 groups of hoodlums totaling 15 people. Some of these guys were low-level hoodlums, and some were just slackers. They didn't care what the police said. All they cared about was what they could steal and loot. Seeing how LA was a little chaotic due to the earthquake in the morning, they couldn't help taking advantage of the situation. Altogether, these people had looted a phone store, an appliance store, and 4 small supermarkets. In the end, the ones who looted the phone store only took 10 to 20 display models. Who knew if they would collapse once they found out that these phones didn't even have a battery or a motherboard? The pair who robbed the appliance store were very diligent. Holding the salesperson at gunpoint, they began to move everything from TVs and fridges to consoles onto their pickup, as if they were going to replace all their home appliances for free. In the end, Luke and Selena who were passing by stopped them. This pair were so busy moving the appliances that they had put their guns away. When Luke and Selena pointed their guns at them, they didn't dare yell, "Hands up," as usual. Instead, they shouted, "Steady. Hold that LCD TV steady. Don't raise your hands, or we'll shoot." After instructing the 2 diligent robbers to put the TV down in the back of their pickup and handcuffing them, Selena looked at the appliances they had already loaded and scratched her head. "Do we have to call the forensics department?" Luke also found it amusing. Those 2 guys had moved appliances weighing at least hundreds of kilograms onto the pickup. The forensics department would definitely curse if they had to transport the appliances back to the police department as evidence. He shook his head. "Let the street patrol take over. They can call whoever they want. We're only responsible for catching them." They decisively tossed the responsibility over to the street patrol. The salesperson at the appliance store looked at them and asked, "Can we move the appliances back for sale again?" Luke and Selena quickly shook their heads. If the appliances were moved back, that would be troublesome for the street patrol. It would be best to hand over all aspects of the follow-up to them from the start, including the diligent pair. These 2 groups of robbers were quite ambitious, but the other 4 groups proved how low the bar was for thieves. These 4 groups all looted convenience stores, mostly for snacks. They didn't even take the money. That was right, all they looted was snacks. The snacks each group stole were worth less than $200. It was all junk food. 2 of the groups had slightly better taste. One looted 2 bottles of whiskey, and the other stole 2 beers. But that was all. It was also why Luke wasn't heavy-handed with thieves who didn't hurt anyone. It would be like shooting someone in China for stealing a bag of vegetables, which was too ruthless. The 2 thieves who stole the whiskey, for example. They committed the robbery after getting drunk. At first, the shop assistant at the convenience store called the police because someone was smashing up their store. But after Luke and Selena headed over and listened to their drunk tale, they realized that these people were there to steal the whiskey. They could only chuck the 2 drunkards into the patrol car and send them to the custody center to sober up. And while Luke and Selena were confronting this pair, 3 men and 1 woman were about to run off with 2 beers, only to be blocked at the door by the sales assistant. Luke and Selena didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After scaring the group with a few words, they found out that these 4 were just kids. They were all high school students who weren't even 16 yet. What could Luke say? Give them earnest advice? That wouldn't help, and he didn't have time for that. These were just 4 brats who couldn't buy any alcohol, and who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to steal some. He could only write down their addresses and warn them that he would go to their homes to arrest them if they did this again. Watching as the 4 kids, who had yet to fully recover from their fear, leave, Selena said to Luke with a smile, "You really are like an old man. The way you spoke just now reminds me of Robert. That's exactly how he scares the kids who steal alcohol in Shackleford." Luke sighed. Kids tend to be adventurous. Some people may be obedient and responsible in their 40s, but they might have been the worst brats when they were younger. Besides, didn't you drink beer in secret when you were a teenager? Selena chuckled. My parents couldn't be bothered to care. As long as I didn't drink right in front of them, they pretended not to know. Luke was lost for words. Mario and Sandra were Mexicans. 20 years earlier, they were also absolute brats who dared elope for the sake of their unborn baby. Luke and Selena spent the whole morning dealing with petty issues like these. Nothing major really happened. Luke wasn't really surprised. Generally, it was the brainless guys who popped up first whenever there was bedlam. It was when everything was utter chaos and the police department was overwhelmed that the smart professionals would find a chance to do something big. Now, all that mattered was whether or not LAPD could suppress the riots before they got out of hand. If they succeeded, then everything would be fine. If they didn't, then it was inevitable for Luke to make a killing in experience and credit points. But he wasn't hoping that things would go bad. He had a lot of ways to earn experience and credit. He wasn't insane enough to want to accumulate points at the cost of ordinary people encountering disaster. Luke and Selena drove to In-N-Out for a takeout of burgers. Looking at Gold Nugget's doubtful expression, Luke said helplessly, "We have to work today. We can't sit down to eat in a restaurant when everybody else is busy, can we?" As a tag-along, what could Gold Nugget say? It simply opened its own bag of 2 burgers and ate them. After finishing the 2 burgers, it raised its head and whined. Luke knew it was complaining about how lousy the burgers were. He said with a smile, "It's $5 each. How can they compare to the top burgers that cost $50 each? Just deal with it." Although they were served by the same restaurant, the $50 burgers were specially made for Tony, the great magnate. Gold Nugget whined pitifully. Luke looked at Selena. Selena's voice was muffled by the burger in her mouth. "It's only commenting on the burgers, not complaining about you." "Luke, Gold Nugget, good boy." Gold Nugget mumbled to itself, "It's not like I'll be able to eat any top-quality burgers today, no matter how much I complain. I don't want you to hold a grudge against me." Right at that moment, Luke happened to see an image on the TV in the fast food restaurant. A female anchor seemed to be asking something, and a bearded middle-aged man was answering her. Luke's eyes swept past, but he was suddenly stunned and immediately looked back. He had already learned to read lips, which was a useful ability. Just now, the middle-aged man had clearly said earthquake. Staring at the TV screen for a moment, he frowned hard. Selena found that odd. What happened? Looking at the TV which had switched to another channel, Luke had a bad feeling. There was an interview with some sort of seismologist just now. He said that this earthquake is the beginning of the plates slipping in the San Andreas Fault. Selena was stunned for a moment. The San Andreas Fault? Wait, the beginning? Does that mean there'll be even bigger earthquakes later? Luke, yes. He said that what happened in Los Angeles is just the beginning. The subsequent earthquake that will take place in San Francisco will be even stronger. Selena was surprised. The official measurement for the earthquake this morning was a magnitude of 5.3. Won't it be a magnitude of 6 or 7 if it's stronger? Luke nodded. We need to look at the seismic intensity of an earthquake. The one in the morning was probably a 5.2, it won't be a small one if it hits a 7. What he didn't say was that if what the middle-aged man said spread, even bigger problems awaited LAPD. Of course, it was the San Francisco Police Department that would suffer the most, since a large-scale exodus would take place over there. But Luke had no time to worry for the San Francisco police. He had a minor problem himself. He had initially been planning to clean up the gang members on the east side of Los Angeles and harvest the lives of the desperados who had come here from around the world for the $100 million. Now that this earthquake had happened, he wouldn't earn any less experience and credit points, but he might not have time to carry out his plan. But law and order in Los Angeles was still somewhat under control today. Perhaps he could get it done at night. With that in mind, Luke still wasn't free in the afternoon. The assignments came in non-stop as there was a constant stream of lootings and shootings. As long as they drove out, it didn't take long for them to receive calls for help from nearby patrol officers. Like startled loaches coming out after the tremors, the people who lived on the bottom rungs of society crawled out of the corners and mud and searched for targets. The bizarre lootings in the morning were just the appetizer. Luke and Selena were deluged by more oddities in the afternoon. Some women broke into convenience stores and looted baby diapers and milk formula. They had children but no income. Robbery was a crime, but could these people be sent to jail? After Luke escorted them home and confirmed that they had babies at home, he could only let them go. He dealt with them exactly like how he dealt with the kids who looted beers. He wrote down their names and addresses and said that they were all on the blacklist. Then, he left. Selena simply looked at him without saying anything. Everybody had different views. Some people might believe that it was best to send them to prison, otherwise they might think they were lucky and commit a crime again. Luke, however, felt that it was enough to teach one or two of them a lesson. If a person didn't change their ways even after their names were recorded by a detective of the Major Crimes Division, the chances of pulling them back onto the right path weren't high. Luke just wanted peace of mind. He didn't want to make a few children orphans after an afternoon of work. There was also a group who stole a car, and in passing helped the house owner move house free of charge. When the house owner got home and realized something was wrong, he called the police right away and reported the robbery. Luke and Selena, who happened to be in the area, went to stop the moving company. The three men from the moving company even claimed that the house owner had asked them to help with moving, but when Luke asked them for the house owner's name and number as well as their own identities, they couldn't answer him at all. As the moving company team was collectively escorted to the police car, Luke agreed with the house owner's request to have the stuff moved back to his house. These three guys had taken the house owner's microwave and fridge. Without these items, it was basically impossible for regular people to eat. After all, most locals ate takeout. They took it out of the fridge and heated it in the microwave. It was pretty heartless of this free moving company to go after the house owner's food, as if they wanted him to starve to death. Incidents like these could be considered the normal ones. On a Hispanic block, a mother called the police and claimed that her son had threatened her with a gun and robbed her of her money. After they came over, they found that the son was only 10 years old and was holding a water gun as he argued with his mother. His mother didn't give him money to buy toys, so he took out the water gun and said that he would kill his stingy mother. Then what? Then nothing. Luke confiscated the murder weapon and told the mother that he could send her son to the custody center, and the juvenile detention center after that, for him to be re-educated. However, he wasn't clear on the terms of bail and the fees at these places, so she could wait to be notified later. The mother and son immediately stopped fighting. This wasn't a joke. When the police caught anyone, they could indeed let them go over a small matter with a warning. It was like the criticism a person got from spitting on the streets. But if they were annoyed and decided to be strict, there was nothing wrong with sending the culprits to the custody center. Leaving the Hispanic neighborhood, Luke and Selena sighed almost at the same time as they looked at the mess around them. Luke asked first, "What are you sighing about?" "Selena, I'm thinking it's a good thing my parents chose Shackleford and found decent jobs on the ranch. It's very hard to move forward here, right? What about you?" "Luke, coming out of this environment and making something of yourself really is a struggle. What I wanted to say, though, is that if a riot happens, this is probably where it'll start." Selena shook her head. "There's nothing we can do about that. It's all up to God." Luke nodded in agreement. If no more earthquakes happened, these minor disturbances would gradually settle, like the silt stirred up at the bottom of a pond. Therefore, everything was up to God. When he got home that night, Luke looked at the experience and credit points he had earned and smiled bitterly. This had to be a joke. How did he earn almost 1,000 experience and credit points for catching petty robbers and thieves? Were there so many hidden criminals in Los Angeles? He felt helpless. Back at home, Luke was in no mood to cook too much. He simply stuffed the marinated ingredients into the oven before he stretched out on the couch. He was still full of energy physically, but the weirdos had mentally exhausted him. Fortunately, Claire had already come home, and she pulled him into a conversation. Luke simply told her about the ridiculous things he had run into during the day. Claire burst out laughing as she listened, which lifted Luke's mood. Sometimes, running into weird situations was nothing if it could bring joy to family and friends. Luke also told her about the news he saw today, but Claire found that odd. No, why didn't I see anything like that? Luke was stumped. You didn't? Claire quickly shook her head. She thought for a moment and said, right, I made a friend during the National High School cheerleading competition. She said she would be going to San Francisco. I'll ask her. Luke, if she's from a regular family, I don't think she'll know anything. Claire took out her phone and searched for the number while she said, her mother's boyfriend is the rich CEO of a major San Fran corporation. Luke, your friend's mother is really amazing. After speaking to her friend, Claire hung up. She said she hasn't heard anything of the sort. Her mother's boyfriend is going to San Francisco tomorrow. She'll fly with them and spend the holidays there. Too bad I have to stay in LA and get used to the environment here. Luke could only crush her fantasy. If there weren't any earthquakes, it would be fine if you wanted to visit for a few days, but don't go now. Claire turned solemn. She knew Luke very well. She knew that he never joked about serious matters. Even during April Fools, all the tricks he pulled were nothing serious. Should I tell her and her future stepfather not to go to San Francisco? Claire hesitated. It wasn't right to stick your nose into someone else's personal itinerary. However, if an earthquake was going to happen in San Francisco, how could she watch her friend enter a danger zone and not do anything? Luke raised his hand to pick up the tablet. I'll look into the man who was on TV at noon first. Saying that, he quickly typed Lawrence Hayes from Caltech on the tablet. Reading for a moment, he turned grim. The man who was on TV is a professor from Caltech who specializes in earthquake research. Apparently they've made some progress on predicting earthquakes. They can predict when earthquakes will happen to some extent. Claire thought for a moment. Then, is his prediction accurate? Luke, it definitely wouldn't be that accurate, or he would be an internationally renowned specialist and I wouldn't have needed to look him up, but there should be some truth in it. Claire hesitated. Then should I call Blake or not? Luke frowned and raised his hand again. Let me talk to the professor first. This time, he got up and went to the backyard, where he spoke for a long while before he returned. Claire, how did it go? Luke, you should stop your friend from going to San Francisco, and also tell her not to stay in tall buildings in Los Angeles. The same goes for you. If possible, avoid the city center and high-rises for the next few days. Claire, is what the professor said true? Luke shook his head. I just asked him how confident he was in his speculation. He said that there was a 90% chance of a bigger earthquake happening. Claire found that strange. And you just bought what he said? Luke glanced at her. I said that as long as his prediction was accurate, I would donate to his research program, whether the earthquake happens or not. Claire, fine, money really does solve a lot of problems. There weren't many people Luke had to inform. He just called Jenny and told her about the possible earthquake, telling her to stay in low buildings for now. Surprised, Jenny asked him a few questions, and learned that Luke's source wasn't certain, so the news couldn't be spread so recklessly. If this news went out, it was hard to say if it was a malicious rumor to create chaos or a kindly warning. On many occasions, the consequences of a disaster weren't as bad as knowing beforehand that it would happen. If the rumor spread, the severity of the situation might be exaggerated 100 or even 10,000 times, and a minor event might cause utter chaos. In his last life, some of Luke's relatives had once bought 10 years' worth of iodized salt because of the rumor that the salt could fend off nuclear radiation. His own family wasn't that bad, they only needed to go out and buy salt again after 2 years. Information that couldn't be verified, hence truly couldn't be shared recklessly. Claire eventually called her friend Blake, but judging from her expression, the outcome wasn't very good. Luke hugged and comforted her. It's unverified information. You've tried your best. Depressed, Claire nodded and didn't say anything. Luke, however, continued, if an earthquake does happen, make sure you're safe, and try to come home and stay here. His house was a bungalow with no tall trees or electrical poles nearby. It was indeed the safest place during an earthquake. Claire said helplessly, didn't you say that it's just speculation? Luke patted her head. I don't care about other people, but I care about you. After all, you're my sister. Claire couldn't argue with that. That night, Luke roamed around outside again and returned before 3 in the morning. He didn't have much to show for this trip. The bugs that he planted in the rooms of a few well-informed gang members didn't catch anything important. Everybody was discussing the chaos caused by the earthquake. There was very little information on what Luke was most concerned about, the desperados from outside town. Man proposed, but God disposed. Luke sighed inwardly. Currently, whoever wanted to rescue Alex would have to break into the county prison. Any gangs who got this idea into their heads would have to be insane and extremely paranoid. Without precise intelligence, it would be hard for him to get rid of them in a quick operation. If he was slow in wiping them out, some of the more suspicious criminals might flee. And that would be a drop in his net profit. A little depressed, Luke and Selena went to work as usual the next day. They got to the police department earlier than the day before, but when they entered the Major Crimes Division at 8, they were still the last to arrive. Dustin gave another briefing. He first praised everybody for their hard work the previous day. He then revised their assignments for today. The results of the detectives going out yesterday to pass the word around at the grassroots level were pretty good. Today, it was time to refocus on public order and help the patrol officers nab the restless fellows. Dustin assigned everybody to different areas, but told Luke and Selena in passing to go to wherever they were needed in order to stamp out unrest. Gunfights didn't break out very often when detectives worked cases. It wasn't uncommon for detectives to not have to shoot at a suspect for many years. But the situation wouldn't be very stable in the days to come. Dustin reminded everybody to be prepared, and to not forget to wear bulletproof vests while on assignment in troubled environments. The briefing once again wrapped up in less than 10 minutes, and dozens of detectives of the Major Crimes Division poured out. It was another busy and noisy day. Luke once again earned a lot of experience and credit points. They dealt with plenty of trivial and minor cases such as looting, theft, brawls and vandalism for the entire day. Luke's earnings of more than 1,500 experience and credit points amply demonstrated how the simple and honest folk of Los Angeles relied on their diligence to sustain themselves. That night, Luke went out again. He was going to wipe out a gang tonight, and in passing, obtain all the information that the boss had on those desperados from out of town. Driving a second-hand black Toyota, he avoided surveillance cameras as he drove through the alleys. In the end, as the Toyota was passing through an alley downtown, something happened. The ground started to shake, and the apartment buildings on both sides of the alley trembled. There was the sound of all sorts of junk falling and breaking, along with the sound of breaking glass. The lights in the apartment buildings came on one after another. Children wailed and adults screamed. It was as if the entire city had suddenly come to life. Unfortunately, this wasn't just a figure of speech, and came with dire consequences. Up ahead, a tall, partly lit building wobbled like it was dancing. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and a plan that Luke had been pondering for a long time popped into his head. Was now the best time for it? Quickly making up his mind, he put on a set of equipment from his inventory. He also sent a message to Selena to confirm that she was safe. Selena instantly replied that both she and Claire were fine. Luke simply told her to tell Claire and Dollar to stay at home, while Selena could do as she liked. They would definitely get a call from the police department soon to go out and maintain order. Selena could help buy him some time to get more experience and credit points. If he showed up with his real identity and couldn't use his full strength, his rescue efficiency would drop more than tenfold. Luke put on all his equipment in less than a minute. Ensuring that he hadn't left anything in his car, he got out, flung out his grappling hook, and went up to the rooftop of the apartment building. The rooftop of the 6-story building shook even more intensely, but Luke was steady as he stood on the edge. He looked around, then quickly jumped off. 2 cars had collided on the street. Because of the earthquake, the female driver in one car had swerved into the opposite lane and hit another car. Both drivers were protected by airbags and safety belts, but the female driver's car was leaking oil. Luke quickly jumped off. The cape he was wearing turned rigid before he landed, allowing him to glide the last few meters down. The cape then turned soft again as he landed right next to the cars. The window of the front door was broken. He grabbed the door and tore it off, before he got the dizzy female driver out. Holding her with his left hand, he opened the back door open with his right hand and grabbed hold of a girl who was about 7. He took the mother and daughter to the other car, one in each hand. The man in the driver's seat was crying out, "Help me. My leg's stuck." The unlucky man's left leg was pinned under his crushed car. After examining the situation for a moment, Luke tore off the door. Pushing up and stepping down on the door frame at the same time, he created a big enough gap to drag the man out of the car. While the man yelled in pain, he looked at Luke gratefully. He had smelled oil, who knew if his car was leaking? Luke didn't forget to pick up a phone from the footwell on the driver's side, and gave it to the man. Then, with the man in one hand and the mother and the daughter in the other, he took them inside an apartment building on the side of the road. The earthquake had already stopped at that moment. Despite the minor cracks in the apartment building, it was generally intact and much safer than staying outside. Paying no attention to the astonished expression of the old lady who was the building manager, Luke turned around and left. Lives were at stake in the emergency, and saving them meant experience and credit. He had no time to talk at all. After Luke left, the old manager finally asked carefully, "Did he rob all of you? Do you want me to call the police?" Both the man and the woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man was more tenacious despite his broken leg, and said, "No, he saved us. He's a hero." The old manager was surprised. "Then why is he dressed like that?" "He's like a," she couldn't find a suitable word to describe him. The girl, however, suddenly said, "He's a superhero. He definitely is. That's why he's dressed like that." The old lady didn't argue, but couldn't help mumbling to herself, "No matter how you look at it, he looks like a supervillain, dressed all in black like that." Luke had no idea that the old manager was roasting him. He was busy running toward his next batch of experience and credit points. After running dozens of meters, he flung out his grappling hook and climbed up to the 3rd floor, then climbed into a window. Inside, a woman who was bustling about shrieked in fear, and the 2 kids behind her did the same. Luke simply ignored her and quickly scanned the kitchen before he turned off the gas valve in one corner. "I've closed the valve. Open the window for ventilation, then call the police." A deep and mechanical voice rang out, before Luke jumped out of the window. "Ah!" The mother and children shrieked again. This was the 3rd floor, and there was no fire escape outside. They ran to the window, only to see that Luke hadn't smashed into the street down below, but was running off dozens of meters away. The bigger of the 2 kids, who was a boy, asked curiously, "Mom, who was that man just now? Is he Dad?" Man proposed, but God disposed. Luke sighed inwardly. Currently, whoever wanted to rescue Alex would have to break into the county prison. Any gangs who got this idea into their heads would have to be insane and extremely paranoid. Without precise intelligence, it would be hard for him to get rid of them in a quick operation. If he was slow in wiping them out, some of the more suspicious criminals might flee. And that would be a drop in his net profit. A little depressed, Luke and Selena went to work as usual the next day. They got to the police department earlier than the day before, but when they entered the Major Crimes Division at 8, they were still the last to arrive. Dustin gave another briefing. He first praised everybody for their hard work the previous day. He then revised their assignments for today. The results of the detectives going out yesterday to pass the word around at the grassroots level were pretty good. Today, it was time to refocus on public order and help the patrol officers nab the restless fellows. Dustin assigned everybody to different areas, but told Luke and Selena in passing to go to wherever they were needed in order to stamp out unrest. Gunfights didn't break out very often when detectives worked cases. It wasn't uncommon for detectives to not have to shoot at a suspect for many years. But the situation wouldn't be very stable in the days to come. Dustin reminded everybody to be prepared, and to not forget to wear bulletproof vests while on assignment in troubled environments. The briefing once again wrapped up in less than 10 minutes, and dozens of detectives of the Major Crimes Division poured out. It was another busy and noisy day. Luke once again earned a lot of experience and credit points. They dealt with plenty of trivial and minor cases such as looting, theft, brawls and vandalism for the entire day. Luke's earnings of more than 1,500 experience and credit points amply demonstrated how the simple and honest folk of Los Angeles relied on their diligence to sustain themselves. That night, Luke went out again. He was going to wipe out a gang tonight, and in passing, obtain all the information that the boss had on those desperados from out of town. Driving a second-hand black Toyota, he avoided surveillance cameras as he drove through the alleys. In the end, as the Toyota was passing through an alley downtown, something happened. The ground started to shake, and the apartment buildings on both sides of the alley trembled. There was the sound of all sorts of junk falling and breaking, along with the sound of breaking glass. The lights in the apartment buildings came on one after another. Children wailed and adults screamed. It was as if the entire city had suddenly come to life. Unfortunately, this wasn't just a figure of speech, and came with dire consequences. Up ahead, a tall, partly lit building wobbled like it was dancing. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and a plan that Luke had been pondering for a long time popped into his head. Was now the best time for it? Quickly making up his mind, he put on a set of equipment from his inventory. He also sent a message to Selena to confirm that she was safe. Selena instantly replied that both she and Claire were fine. Luke simply told her to tell Claire and Dollar to stay at home, while Selena could do as she liked. They would definitely get a call from the police department soon to go out and maintain order. Selena could help buy him some time to get more experience and credit points. If he showed up with his real identity and couldn't use his full strength, his rescue efficiency would drop more than tenfold. Luke put on all his equipment in less than a minute. Ensuring that he hadn't left anything in his car, he got out, flung out his grappling hook, and went up to the rooftop of the apartment building. The rooftop of the 6-story building shook even more intensely, but Luke was steady as he stood on the edge. He looked around, then quickly jumped off. 2 cars had collided on the street. Because of the earthquake, the female driver in one car had swerved into the opposite lane and hit another car. Both drivers were protected by airbags and safety belts, but the female driver's car was leaking oil. Luke quickly jumped off. The cape he was wearing turned rigid before he landed, allowing him to glide the last few meters down. The cape then turned soft again as he landed right next to the cars. The window of the front door was broken. He grabbed the door and tore it off, before he got the dizzy female driver out. Holding her with his left hand, he opened the back door open with his right hand and grabbed hold of a girl who was about 7. He took the mother and daughter to the other car, one in each hand. The man in the driver's seat was crying out, "Help me. My leg's stuck." The unlucky man's left leg was pinned under his crushed car. After examining the situation for a moment, Luke tore off the door. Pushing up and stepping down on the door frame at the same time, he created a big enough gap to drag the man out of the car. While the man yelled in pain, he looked at Luke gratefully. He had smelled oil, who knew if his car was leaking? Luke didn't forget to pick up a phone from the footwell on the driver's side, and gave it to the man. Then, with the man in one hand and the mother and the daughter in the other, he took them inside an apartment building on the side of the road. The earthquake had already stopped at that moment. Despite the minor cracks in the apartment building, it was generally intact and much safer than staying outside. Paying no attention to the astonished expression of the old lady who was the building manager, Luke turned around and left. Lives were at stake in the emergency, and saving them meant experience and credit. He had no time to talk at all. After Luke left, the old manager finally asked carefully, "Did he rob all of you? Do you want me to call the police?" Both the man and the woman didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man was more tenacious despite his broken leg, and said, "No, he saved us. He's a hero." The old manager was surprised. "Then why is he dressed like that?" "He's like a," she couldn't find a suitable word to describe him. The girl, however, suddenly said, "He's a superhero. He definitely is. That's why he's dressed like that." The old lady didn't argue, but couldn't help mumbling to herself, "No matter how you look at it, he looks like a supervillain, dressed all in black like that." Luke had no idea that the old manager was roasting him. He was busy running toward his next batch of experience and credit points. After running dozens of meters, he flung out his grappling hook and climbed up to the third floor, then climbed into a window. Inside, a woman who was bustling about shrieked in fear, and the two kids behind her did the same. Luke simply ignored her and quickly scanned the kitchen before he turned off the gas valve in one corner. "I've closed the valve. Open the window for ventilation, then call the police." A deep and mechanical voice rang out, before Luke jumped out of the window. "Ah!" The mother and children shrieked again. This was the third floor, and there was no fire escape outside. They ran to the window, only to see that Luke hadn't smashed into the street down below, but was running off dozens of meters away. The bigger of the two kids, who was a boy, asked curiously, "Mom, who was that man just now? Is he Dad?" The woman choked and shook her head quickly. "He isn't Dad. Dad's still on a business trip. But he's a good guy. I think." "But why would a good guy be dressed all in black without even revealing his face?" That was a problem. Good guy Luke, who had just been mocked again, ran toward the next batch of experience and credit points. He gained 500 experience and credit points for helping the woman turn off the gas valve. Clearly, there might have been a gas leak accident with heavy casualties if he hadn't been there. So, don't refuse to do good just because it's small. Reciting this ancient Chinese saying, Luke sped up. On his way, he helped a dozen people and obtained hundreds of experience and credit points each time. Passing by a window, he suddenly drew in his grappling hook and grabbed onto a windowsill that he had been about to sweep past. Jumping through the window, he kicked two guys who were busy packing up the illegal drugs. He grabbed the bags of white crystals and flushed them down the sink. System: destroy the illegal drugs. Completed. EXP plus 500. Credit plus 500. Bingo. He had earned so much for less than 10 seconds of work. It was perfect. He didn't even touch the piles of cash on the table, and left through the kitchen window as quickly as he had come. On their knees in one corner of the room, the two drug dealers retched and felt sorry for themselves. Ow, D*MN psycho. That's $200,000. OW, flushed away. If Luke were still here, he would have said, "Please prepare more for me next time." After this windfall, he went straight to the rooftop and flew across a few apartment buildings before he leaped off. At a street corner, a patrol car had crashed into a wall while an SUV rammed into the left side of the car. In the police car, the white officer in the driver's seat had passed out with a bloody face, and the black officer in the passenger seat was yelling desperately into his walkie-talkie. The police comms were already overloaded. Nobody responded to his call for help. The left door was being crushed by the SUV, and the right door was pressed right up against the wall. He was pinned inside the crushed car and couldn't move. There was no way to escape through the front or rear window. At that moment, a dark shadow landed from the sky next to the driver's seat. Looking at the person who was all in black and towered like a giant, the black officer's eyes bulged. What the hell? He then saw this black giant open the door of the SUV and kill the engine. After examining the unconscious driver, he turned around. To the officer's shock, this black giant simply put his hands on both cars and pushed them apart. With a screech of metal, the SUV backed away. Bam! The driver's door of the police car was swiftly pulled open. The black giant quickly examined the white officer's injuries, then said in a cold, mechanical voice, "Officers, how are you feeling?" The black officer pointed at himself blankly. "Are you asking me?" The black giant, "I'm asking the both of you." The black officer came back to himself. "My leg's stuck." The black giant, "Is it broken? Or you just can't move?" The black officer had already checked his leg. "It's just stuck, it's not broken." As they spoke, the black giant finished examining the white officer. "I'll put him in the SUV. Drive the car and take them to the hospital. You have to hurry, this officer has a head injury and will need surgery." As he spoke, he quickly moved the white officer to the back seat of the SUV and then transferred the SUV's driver to the passenger seat. He then went to the back of the police car and gave it a push with his leg. The police car jerked forward a meter to expose the right door. The black officer got out of the car and thanked him profusely. The black giant, however, pointed at the SUV. "Stop wasting time if you don't want your partner to die. Send him to the hospital now." The black officer nodded quickly but didn't stop expressing his gratitude. In the end, the black giant raised his hand, and he shot straight up into the air, disappearing from the officer's sight. The black officer gaped in shock. "What the F*** is that?" He raised his head and faintly saw the edge of a broad black cape flash over the rooftop. But his gaze quickly shifted away as he bore the black giant's warning in mind. An earthquake had happened, and the hospital would soon be filled with people. If he didn't get his partner to the hospital quickly, there wouldn't be enough doctors or operating rooms on hand. After helping out several more groups of passers-by and residents who had run into accidents, Luke heard a notification on the police frequency in his left earpiece. "A number of people are stuck in the sightseeing elevator at Wick's Plaza downtown. Officers in the area, please provide backup ASAP." Luke tilted his head. Wick's Plaza? Wasn't that the dancing building at the beginning? Looking up, he could faintly see a bunch of people yelling at the top of the plaza that was over 30 stories high. 10 meters from the top was a sightseeing elevator on the outside of the plaza which looked like it would fall at any moment. Luke quickly sped up and leaped from the rooftop of the 10-story building he was on. The cape on his back instantly hardened to support him as he glided through the air over building complexes to the plaza hundreds of meters away. As he was approaching Wick's Plaza, he suddenly heard the drawn-out shriek of a woman as well as a desperate cry from above. He raised his head slightly, only to see a tall and slender figure falling through the air. Not far above him, someone had stuck their head out through broken glass and was yelling, "No." Luke switched directions in his glide and flung the grappling hook out at the same time. Moving sideways a few meters, the grappling hook was secured in place just as the slender woman reached him. Luke grabbed her with one hand as he let the rope unwind in order to offset the woman's momentum. He himself wasn't afraid of the impact, but he didn't have Superman's stabilizing field. If he directly stopped her fall, she would have broken bones all over. Using the rope of the grappling hook to offset the brunt of the impact, they had already dropped down a dozen stories. Reaching the end of the rope, Luke instantly recalled the grappling hook, and his cape unfolded and hardened. He glided down with the woman in his arms and put her down at the entrance of the building. He glanced at the sign at the entrance, Stark Tower. He had saved an important employee of a certain rich guy. When he copied the man's abilities next time, his conscience would be clear. Thinking that, he didn't stop after he landed, but sped up and used the momentum from his glide to abruptly leap and soar once again toward Vidic's Plaza. A whole elevator of trapped experience points was still waiting for him. Behind him, the woman who had seen her life flash before her eyes in those short 20 seconds was shaking all over and could barely hear the screams around her. It wasn't because she was a coward. Anybody would be considered brave if they didn't piss their pants after falling 100 meters. The fact that she could still stand on her own feet showed how tenacious she was. At that moment, security inside the building poured out to escort her inside. The earthquake had already stopped. Without transportation, it was more dangerous to linger outside the building. On the other end, Luke arrived at Vidic's Plaza in less than 10 seconds. The sirens in the near distance indicated that the patrol cars were on their way, but there was nothing they could really do. Without professional equipment and time running out, they could only stare helplessly and anxiously at the tottering elevator. The firefighters might have a way. They were professionals and had more tools, but they wouldn't get here in time. With 2 grappling hooks in both hands, Luke threw them out in turns and moved up the wall non-stop. These grappling hooks had been specially designed with his extraordinary physique and rapid ascension in mind. In just a few seconds, he reached the top of the elevator. He shot out 2 alloy rope darts, which wound around the sightseeing elevator several times before they tangled together underneath the elevator. The ends of the 2 rope darts were bound to the metal parts of the building as an additional safety measure for the elevator. Only then did Luke speak. "Everybody in the elevator, listen up. The elevator has been secured, and you're safe for the moment. I'm going to break the glass on the inside and get you out. Please don't move around or panic." As he spoke, he moved to the side of the sightseeing elevator which faced the building. He couldn't touch the glass facing outward, because of the tilt in the elevator. Everybody inside was gathered in that direction. If he broke the glass there, someone would instantly fall. The dozen people in the elevator were trembling as some yelled WTFs and OMGs. While some were about to piss themselves. Luke ignored them. The elevator was in bad shape. The metal support above it was groaning and twisting at a visible rate. It wouldn't be able to hold out for very long. Luke took out a curved knife from his back and stabbed it into the glass wall of the elevator. The knife cut forcefully into the glass, which shattered. This was just regular tempered glass. The entire thing would shatter as long as one part was broken. It was also the reason why Luke only dared to touch the glass wall of the elevator that was facing the building. The dozen people in the elevator cried out again, and some of them even started to flail about. "No, God, save us. Stop this lunatic." Luke was completely unperturbed. They were dozens of meters up in the air in a transparent sightseeing elevator. It was understandable that their emotions would be unstable. Luke took out another rope dart and tied it to his dagger before he suddenly threw it at the glass wall of the building, shattering it. Luke looked inside, only to see that there was nowhere to secure the rope darts. Putting the dagger away, he threw out the rope dart again to wrap around the largest and heaviest table in the room. He then attached the end of the rope dart to a buckle on his waist, before he leaped into the sightseeing elevator through the hole. The people in the elevator shrieked again. Luke, however, just said, "Crawl away once you're inside if you don't want to get crushed by someone else." With that, he grabbed the 2 people closest to him and threw them behind him. With miserable shrieks, they flew out of the broken hole. They passed through the hole in the elevator and the broken glass wall of the plaza and fell into the room inside the building. But they were still screaming wretchedly and for one moment forgot to stop. Luke didn't stop moving at all and grabbed another 2 people before throwing them behind him. With another 2 screams, 2 more people were thrown into the building. By the time it came to the 4th pair, they were no longer screaming as Luke grabbed them. The first two people to be thrown into the building had been screaming loudly, but when they saw the building's interior decor in front of them, their voices quickly dropped as if someone had turned the volume down. They mumbled disbelievingly, "Am I saved? Am I saved?" Luke, however, grew impatient. "Didn't you hear what I said? Crawl away once you're inside. If you can't, have someone help you." The people inside were too elated to hear what he said. Luke didn't repeat himself, and just threw two more people in. Bam! Bam! The first two people were hit by the incoming people from the elevator. These latter two were more clear-headed, and swiftly retreated on all fours. The gutsier of the two also dragged away the two unlucky bastards who had trouble catching their breaths after being hit. Because he was in a hurry, Luke's rope darts weren't overly reliable, and he didn't dare exert too much strength, so the people he threw inside were still 3 to 4 meters from the edge. If they all crowded around the opening, they would block the way for the last few people. That would just delay him from earning credit. With the two unlucky bastards as an example, everybody else learned their lesson. They could laugh, cry or do whatever they wanted after they crawled off a few meters, as long as they didn't get in the way. While this big dude in black was gallantly saving everyone, he didn't seem to have a good temper. After throwing out 7 pairs of people, Luke finally saw 2 old acquaintances. He had seen them when he was climbing up earlier. They were famously beautiful ladies, but had been pressed to the glass by everybody else and couldn't move at all. Their charming and attractive faces were squashed into weird shapes. Luke could even see traces of their pink foundation on the glass. He almost impulsively fished out his phone to take a selfie with their scary looks. But to maintain his air of mystery, Luke didn't do this ridiculous thing in the end. He had just grabbed their arms, when the elevator's metal support couldn't take it anymore. It snapped, and the entire elevator tilted 45 degrees and began to drop. Both women shrieked. Even though he was wearing noise-filtering earphones, Luke couldn't help frowning. Was this the lion's roar too? Fortunately, their screams weren't actually as powerful as Stephanie's lion's roar, though they could still make an ordinary person's ears tingle. At that moment, Luke suddenly decided to have some fun. When he grabbed the women's arms, he recalled the rope darts that were wrapped around the elevator and the one around his waist and put them back into his inventory. Without the rope darts to hold it up, the elevator tilted even quicker and plummeted in the blink of an eye. The 2 women whom Luke had grabbed shrieked even louder when they realized that the distance between them and the elevator wasn't growing wider, they were falling too. As the dark ground rushed up to meet them, the women stopped screaming. Air filled their wide-open mouths as they fell, and they were too anxious to make any more noise. Resigned to their fates, the women were already starting to pray to God before this last sprint to heaven. What they didn't notice was that Luke had gripped them firmly under their arms. Then, his broad cape unfolded and changed shape before it turned rigid. They suddenly stopped falling as their rapid descent turned into a glide. Stunned, the women turned their heads, only to see 2 enormous black wings above their heads as the 3 of them glided forward. Luke even had the strength to turn around and take them back to the entrance of the plaza. Landing with a few quick steps, he put down the 2 women who had been hanging off him. "Ladies, just now, His lips twitched under his helmet. He pushed them into the building before saying, "Goodbye." He had to slip off now. He had already seen a suspicious stain on one of the women's clothes. His sharp nose also told him that he had probably gone too far with his joke. But they're safe and sound. It's definitely better than getting killed by the fall. Whatever the case, I saved their lives. While trying to convince himself, he began to run. After taking a few steps, he heard a shaky yell behind him. "Who are you?" It was from the woman who hadn't pissed herself. Clearly, she had more guts. Luke didn't turn around. An electronic voice rang out. "I'm Batman." The woman muttered the name several times before she finally came back to her senses, and turned to her partner in concern. "Jennifer, are you all right? The other woman was trembling as she said, Can I borrow your shawl? Both of them couldn't help but look at her lower half. The first woman silently took off her shawl and tied it around the second woman's waist. Luke had had his bit of fun with that sky-high rescue and practical joke, and now focused on saving people. As he rescued more and more people, the police intercom started to explode with reports. Operator, there's a guy all in black and wearing a black cape. Same here, he's saving people, he's in the Central District. He just rescued a family of 5 trapped in an apartment building. He took down a few drug dealers who engaged with police officers. He ran into an apartment building that was on fire and saved 2 little girls. My God, is he really human? He punched a hole in the wall on the 2nd floor and created an escape route for people caught in the fire. God, is he an angel that you sent us? Rubbish, would an angel wear all black? The color outside doesn't represent the inside. Dudes, you have no idea what I just filmed. The guy flew into the sky and caught a woman falling from Stark Tower. Then, he flew down with her. My God, that's unbelievable. I saw it too. He has bat wings on his back. Rubbish, only devils would have those sorts of wings. He isn't a devil at all. He's a hero. At HQ, the director who had rushed over to supervise the situation was dumbfounded by the report from the head of the intelligence department. What the F***CK? The head of intelligence smiled bitterly. It's true. Our comms are bursting with similar news. The director covered his forehead. So you're saying that a mysterious guy in black and who has wings is rescuing citizens before we can? The head of intelligence, yes. After a brief silence, the director roared, then what are our officers doing? Watching him grab the limelight? Do you have any idea how many media outlets will mock the police for not being able to compare with some guy in black? The head of intelligence sighed. By a rough estimate, not including civilians, he has already saved Pepper Potts, Mr. Stark's PA, some members of a Hollywood film crew, which include the famous director Scott Jones and the stars Jennifer Perry in She-Ra, and Jonathan Hans and his son, who were having dinner. The director sucked in a cold breath of air. Are you kidding me? The head of intelligence shook his head. No. And that's just what we have confirmed. He moves very fast, and, he can also fly. Most of the people he rescued weren't spotted by our officers. The director, are you saying that he might have saved even more VIPs? The head of intelligence, he's active in the city center, which is where the celebrities of LA or even the whole world are gathered. It won't be surprising if he saves dozens of big shots and stars tonight. The director's head started to hurt. Damn it. What statement could he make tomorrow, with this guy in black saving so many big shots and civilians? Should this angel, with black wings be given a medal for his bravery? Then what about LAPD? Were all the police officers useless small fry? Luke had no idea that he had just given LAPD a serious problem. He was too busy roaming downtown. He helped anyone who was in need and racked up experience and credit points. It wasn't like he was deliberately rescuing the big shots. It was just that apart from the regular citizens in the apartment buildings, most of the people who were still out and about downtown this late were the celebs and big shots at various gatherings. The earlier earthquake had caused the buildings to sway like they were dancing, so parties held on the higher levels would definitely suffer. Unlike what the director thought, Luke was too busy to save all of them. He only helped out in an emergency, or when the situation was too tricky for the police and firefighters to resolve. In any case, he wasn't a firefighter, and wasn't afraid of complaints. He just needed to relocate the people in danger to a safe area. Whether or not they pissed their pants in the process was none of his concern. Initially, he could have rescued more people. But 4 to 5 helicopters soon flew swiftly through the night sky to surround and film Luke even as he was jumping down from a building on fire with a couple. It was still late at night. To film him clearly, the helicopter's lights lit up Luke's position. It was nothing for Luke. His helmet completely covered his head and his lenses automatically filtered the strong light. But the couple he was holding were scared witless. In the light of the helicopter's lamps, a black giant was holding a couple in both hands. Both of them felt like they were in a scene from TV, where a criminal held innocent people hostage when they were cornered. The young man stammered, Dude, I can give you as much money as you want as long as you let me go." "Luke, your place just burnt to the ground." The young man, "I have my card with me. There's still some money on it." "Wait, didn't you say you have no money, which is why you've been using my card?" The girl couldn't help but interject. Luke could see the veins throbbing on the girl's head. He turned his head to look at the young man. "You should give your money to your girlfriend. Serves you right for calling me a kidnapper." Luke murmured to himself as he ran off into the alley next to the building. The couple were dazed for a moment. Remembering what Luke said before he left, the girl interrogated her boyfriend again. "Didn't you say that you maxed out your card? Also, what did you say just now? Let me go." "Excuse me? You couldn't even say, us, when we're running for our lives." The young man, "It was a lie." "Were you tricked, too?" The girl sneered. "He saved us and didn't extort money from you at all. You were just so scared that you accidentally blabbed the truth, right?" The young man blushed, but there was a guilty look in his eyes. Clearly, the girl had hit the nail on the head. But they had barely started fighting, when two news vans screeched to a stop near them, and two groups of reporters got out and scrambled to interview them. One of the female reporters was more decisive. "I'll take the man and you take the woman. Let's split them up. You don't want the other channels to beat us to it, do you?" The male reporter from another TV station quickly accepted the proposal. Early coverage meant higher views. At that moment, a lot of people were paying attention to the Black-Winged Angel. "Huh? What kind of nickname is Black-Winged Angel? Which dumbass came up with this? It sounds awful." Grumbling in his heart, the male reporter pulled the girl aside and offered her $200 for an interview. Naturally, the girl accepted his offer. Even if she didn't, her shameless boyfriend would agree to that old lady reporter. In the end, her boyfriend really agreed to be interviewed, and only for $100. Of course, the female reporter wasn't really an old woman. She was just the typical mature working lady, and was only 29. On the other end, Luke was still being chased by a couple of helicopters. They were all professional paparazzi who had been following breaking news for decades and had excellent air and ground coordination. The news vans arrived and stopped the couple, while the helicopters wasted no time following Luke. Using the complicated terrain as cover, however, Luke soon got rid of them. After helping another 4 patrol officers take care of a bunch of cornered armed drug dealers, the helicopters showed up again. F***CK, you really are super paparazzi. Do you have sharp nose, too? Cursing inwardly, Luke gave up. Batman was the biggest news that night. There was no way that the reporters would let him go. Luke hid among the buildings again. The helicopters searched back and forth in the night sky but couldn't find him at all. Several minutes later, Luke spat as he crawled out of a sewer and cursed, **T. You paparazzi managed to do something which hundreds of armed criminals couldn't. The scariest creatures in the world are bystanders." Ducking into a building nearby, he quickly took off his equipment, then sent a message to Selena. "Where are you now?" "Selena, Reddick Plaza in the Central District." "Luke, a notif from PD?" It was noisy on Selena's end. "Yes. There was a dinner party on the top floor when the earthquake struck. All the participants are stuck there." As he put on his regular clothes, Luke said offhandedly, "They're stuck, not dead." "Why were we called in?" Selena said moodily, "They're big shots, they can't run down the stairs. The landing pad on the rooftop is also blocked by the metalwork falling over. PD now wants us to bring them down." I really don't know what all that food these big shots eat is for. Luke was amused. It's to power their brains to make more money. Selina wasn't in the mood for jokes at the moment. You better hurry up. Several people have already asked about you. I said you were helping out elsewhere. Luke changed clothes, jumped out a window, and started running. I'll be there in 5 minutes. He was only a kilometer away from Reddick Plaza. 5 minutes was enough time for him to get there. Making his way through alleys and buildings that didn't have any surveillance cameras, Luke reached Reddick Plaza 3 minutes later. He put on his badge and was about to go in, when his phone rang. It was from Claire. He wasn't too nervous, nothing could possibly have happened to Claire. When Selina came out, she had left Gold Nugget at home to protect Claire. The dog's symbiotic ability was a life-saving skill, or Luke wouldn't have taken it in at all. As he moved, Luke picked up the call. What's up? Claire, Luke, are you okay? Luke smiled. How can I not be okay? I didn't even lose a single hair. Claire was relieved at first, but then asked nervously again, where are you? Luke, at Reddick Plaza downtown. Stunned for a moment, Claire then exhaled softly. That's great. Do you remember my friend Blake? Luke, the one from the cheerleading contest, whose future stepfather is a super magnate. Claire, that's right. She's in the underground parking lot in Reddick Plaza. She said that she's stuck in a passage that has collapsed. Can you get someone to? Luke, okay, I got it. Appearance, phone number. Claire, let me check. She quickly rattled off a number. She's 18. She's very pretty, with black hair and grayish-blue eyes. They're big and beautiful and look like a cat's. Luke, that's all. The description was pretty vague, but it was basically enough. Claire, well. She's at least an E-cup, and she has beautiful breasts. You'll understand when you see her, you can't miss it. You're a girl, why are you paying attention to your friend's cup size? Luke mocked inwardly. He picked up his pace and said, okay, I'm going into the underground parking lot. I'll tell Blake to call you later. Claire, you have to be careful. If it's too dangerous. Luke smiled. Stop worrying, I have more experience than you do. Right, call Robert and Catherine right now and tell them that we're okay. He understood what this little monkey was trying to say. In the end, Claire cared more about her brother. She had called Luke only to see if he could find someone else to rescue Blake, not go himself. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the police had their hands full tonight. After hanging up, Luke sent a message to Selina and went to the underground parking lot. No rescuers had arrived here yet. The entrance to the parking lot had collapsed. No cries for help could be heard from within. Worried about the big shots on the top floor, the officers on the scene hadn't had time yet to examine this area. There was no telling how Blake was doing, but since she could still call Claire, who relayed that she was only stuck, it wasn't too big a problem. Luke moved forward at a moderate pace. This place had already collapsed in many sections. Who knew what the situation was like under the building? He didn't want to be buried as well. He probably wouldn't die, but it would be time-consuming and humiliating for him to crawl his way out, covered in dirt. As he moved, he activated Sharp Nose again. Going around several collapsed sections, he finally detected the scents of a girl and a man. Standing next to a pit, he looked down below and understood the awkward situation they were in. There was a luxurious Benz at the bottom of the pit, and half of the car was buried under a few cracked cement blocks. That was why any cries for help here could barely be heard from the entrance. The people in the car couldn't crawl out from among the cement blocks, so they were stuck inside. Luke didn't hurry to take action, but observed the environment carefully. This place wasn't a danger to him, but if another cave-in happened as he was dragging the two of them out of the car, they might not be able to survive. It was actually safer for them to stay in the car for now. After examining the surroundings for a moment, Luke relaxed. The car just so happened to fall into an underground passage. However, there were only thin cracks in the cement walls, so it wouldn't collapse anytime soon. Now, all that awaited him was the hard labor. Jumping nimbly onto the top of the car, he called out softly, "Hello, anybody in?" The girl, who had already stopped calling for help, got excited. "Help! Help me! I'm stuck in here." Luke raised his voice a little. "Don't panic. I'm clearing the cement blocks around you. Are you Blake?" The girl's voice paused for a moment. "How do you know that? Did Daniel send you?" Luke chuckled. "Claire called me. I'm her brother. I'm an LAPD detective. She's never mentioned me." Blake exclaimed in delight from the car, "Luke. Are you Luke?" Amused, Luke didn't stop moving and casually shifted the heavy cement blocks to the side. "It seems that you do know me. Then I don't need to introduce myself." Blake was both surprised and thrilled. "She talks about you all the time. She says that you're very awesome and that you're her idol." Luke laughed out loud. "She always tells me that I'm like a slow old man." Hearing the noise above her, Blake didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A slow old man. He was the first police officer to enter the underground parking lot after it collapsed. He was faster than anybody else. Chatting idly with Blake, Luke was able to calm her down a little. "Blake, tell me your current situation. Are you hurt? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Can you move in the car? Also, is there anybody else in the car? How are they?" Answer as briefly and simply as possible. Blake was stunned. This tone totally reminded her of her father. She now knew why Claire said that he was like an old man. But it was just a passing thought. She quickly described the situation in the car. Blake was in the back seat. She didn't think she was hurt, but the driver in front of her was unconscious and probably wasn't doing well. Before the earthquake, she had just gotten downstairs and was about to take the car home. The earthquake struck as soon as she got into the car, and the driver hit a car next to them. Before the driver could reverse the car, the ground collapsed, and the car fell into this underground passage to be buried under the cement blocks. It could only be said that Blake was unlucky and lucky at the same time. Some of the cement blocks weighed hundreds of kilograms. However, they didn't fall directly from the top to smash onto the car, but fell from the sides. Otherwise, the top of the car would have been crushed, no matter how sturdy the luxurious Benz was, and Blake would have either been crushed or suffocated to death. The driver had been unconscious since the collapse. Part of the right side of the car was mangled, squeezing Blake into a narrow space on the left. She could barely budge. As he listened to Blake, Luke moved swiftly. He was on top of the car. Nobody in the car could see him, so there was nothing to worry about. He would have already gotten them out if he wasn't worried that carelessly throwing the cement blocks aside might trigger another cave-in, or another tremor might happen. Even then, Luke had finished cleaning up by the time Blake related the drivers and her situation. "Can you move away from the sunroof? I'm going to remove it and get you out," said Luke. Blake shifted inside. "Okay." She had barely said the words, when Luke punched through the already cracked sunroof, grabbed, and pulled. He took out a flashlight and turned it on, before he gave it to Blake. "Light up the area where you're stuck. I don't want to dislocate your joints when I move you." Blake managed a smile even though she was still scared. "Of course. You're strong. Claire said that before." She didn't really take it seriously. In a situation like this where it was hard to use force, there was no way a regular person would be able to dislocate her limbs just by pulling. But Luke mumbled inwardly, "It won't just be a dislocated limb. If I really use my strength, you may be missing an arm or leg when you get out of here." He didn't want to tear apart such a beautiful girl. That was right. After he turned on the flashlight, Luke confirmed Blake's identity, and she was indeed a beautiful girl. Just like what Claire said, her eyes were big and a deep grayish blue. They were particularly deep-set, and looked like those of a cat. Secondly, she had a magnificent bosom, and it was natural, God-given E-cups. For a girl who just graduated high school, this was absolutely world-class development. Not many girls layered up in June in LA, looking down from the sunroof. Luke had a very clear view. Claire was quite right. It was impossible for him to mistake Blake for anybody else. Beautiful girls might not have beautiful E-cups, and girls with E-cups might not have big, beautiful, grayish-blue eyes. These thoughts flashed through Luke's head in less than half a second before he refocused on her pinned body. After instructing her to shine the flashlight on her surroundings, he knew what to do. Stepping onto the back of the driver's seat through the sunroof, he said, "Give me your hands and let's see if we can get you up. Tell me if you feel any pain." Blake stretched out her hands, and felt them grasped by two big hands. She was then gradually pulled up by a stable and enormous strength. "Wait, it hurts." Blake cried out just as her head reached the sunroof. Luke stopped moving. "Where does it hurt?" Blake frowned and tried exerting strength a few times. "It's my ankle. I think it's stuck." Luke pressed down harder on the front seat to push it further aside. "Try moving now and see if you can pull your foot out." Blake furrowed her brow and bit her lip hard. "Wait, I think there's some space for me to move around now." They were in that awkward position for around 10 seconds, before Blake's expression suddenly lit up. "Okay, I'm out." "Luke, then I'm going to continue." Blake nodded. Luke was also helpless. The car just happened to be stuck inside the underground passage, and there wasn't enough space around it. The front windshield was blocked by the driver and more cement blocks. The rear windshield had partly collapsed in and was jammed as well. Neither of them was accessible. Of course, it would have been simpler if both victims were unconscious. Luke could have cut open the top of the car open with a dagger. The good thing was that Blake was about to be free. Now that her ankle was free, Luke pulled her out. However, when she was crawling out of the sunroof, both of them felt embarrassed, because she got stuck again. "Luke, I'll pull my legs back first." Blake simply nodded in embarrassment. Just now, her impressive bosom had been pressed to Luke's legs inside the car. If Luke used more force, he could pull her out, but she would probably be stripped of the low-cut dress that she was wearing. A moment later, Blake stood next to Luke on the top of the car. Luke leaned down and reached for a cell phone in the back seat. He then gave it to Blake. "Come on. I'll give you a ride up." He bent down slightly, and she obediently got onto his back. Holding her with one hand, Luke exerted strength with his legs and his other hand, and swiftly climbed out of the collapsed passage. It wasn't safe down here. There were still faint aftershocks every now and then. Luke didn't want to see her crushed to death under a piece of falling concrete. "Wait here and don't go anywhere. I'll rescue the driver and get the both of you out together," he said as he put Blake down. Blake nodded again and didn't say anything. Luke jumped back into the underground passage again and crawled into the car through the sunroof. 2 minutes later, he carried the unconscious driver up. "Come on. Follow me. Keep your footing and don't rush." Supporting the driver on his back with one hand and Blake with the other, Luke chatted with her to distract her from the driver covered in blood. "Why are you here alone?" "Blake, one of my mother's friends had a party upstairs, so I came with him." "Luke, why didn't he leave with you?" Blake's expression wasn't very good. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "He had something else on, and left first." Luke looked at the girl's face and found it strange that the girl called Claire instead of her mother's friend for help when the man was probably still in the plaza. But something had probably happened which she didn't want to talk about, so Luke didn't ask further. Just like that, the three of them carefully made their way out of the underground parking lot. Luke stopped a patrol officer, told him about the driver's injuries, and had him call for an ambulance. He then turned around and said to Blake, "Okay, follow the ambulance later, and get yourself checked at the hospital if you feel unwell. Call me if anything happens." Saying that, he gave her his card. Blake accepted the card and said, "Thanks." Luke nodded and turned around. "All right, I need to get back to work. Sorry that I can't escort you, Blake stepped forward and gave him a big hug and a kiss on the cheek. "Thank you very much, Luke." Luke gave his trademark smile. "You're welcome. It's my job." He then turned around and walked into the plaza. But at that moment, he couldn't help but sigh feelingly that her bosom was the real deal. Blake's expression was complicated as she stood there and wrapped the casual jacket she was wearing around her. It had also collected a lot of dust, but still looked a lot better than her dirty and ragged dress. It was Luke's, but he had given it to her when he saw her sorry state. Thinking about what Luke said earlier, she had complicated feelings. Some people earned a scant wage, but were willing to risk their life to rescue her. Some people worth billions disappeared while she was still trapped underground. She finally made a decision on something she had been pondering: she would stay with her father in Los Angeles instead of going to San Francisco. Luke didn't know that his casual words would change the fate of a certain family in the future. Different from innocent Blake's notion that he was going to save the masses, Luke had gone into the plaza to rescue those stupid big shots. That was the description which Selena sent to him. She clearly wasn't in a good mood. That was because she was climbing the stairs. At a height of 82 floors, Reddick Plaza looked splendid, but when the big shots didn't dare take the elevators and couldn't leave on helicopters, it became a lofty, annoying mountain. And for LAPD, it was even more annoying. That was because LAPD's biggest boss received multiple calls demanding that the big shots on the top floor be rescued even though all the officers were busy. As one of the few elite female detectives in the Central Zone, Selena was instantly given the order to rescue 2 female big shots. She had cursed out loud on the spot. None of the officers around her said a word, and simply looked at her in admiration. They didn't have the courage to curse the big shots as idiots, although they felt that the description really fit. Selena was resentful, but she had ample stamina, and only muttered to herself unhappily. The other 2 female officers with her could only climb the stairs with dark faces as they silently cursed the big shots and their families above them with all the obscenities they knew. Thinking about how they had to climb up 82 floors just to bring a group of women down with them again, their hearts collapsed at that moment. They were women, too. When Luke called, Selena and the unlucky officers were taking a break. Climbing up 50 floors in one breath was completely different from climbing up to the 5th floor. If the higher-ups hadn't called to urge them on every now and then, they would have taken a break on the 30th floor. As Luke ran upward at a normal speed, he was thinking that this was too much of a waste of time. He had to think of another way to send these idiots off. Thinking that, he sent a message to Selena. Selena perked up at his message and hurriedly agreed. She didn't want to spend the whole night climbing the stairs. Tonight, a lot of people in Los Angeles needed help. But the big shots upstairs were absolutely the last people who needed the help. Luke and Selena didn't want to waste time on them at all. Luke reached Selena and the others 5 minutes later. He looked at the officers and smiled. "No rush. We'll go up first for a look. If we can clear an area for helicopters to land, I'm sure those big shots are rich enough to call for helicopters to ferry them off." The officers were sitting on the stairs and sweating all over. They nodded and smiled, and one with slightly more energy said, "That'd be great. Thanks." With that, Luke and Selena continued up the stairs. Selena had already recovered, but after 2 floors, Luke put her on his back and said in a low voice, "Okay, let's go up quickly and get rid of those idiots." Carrying Selena, Luke ran all the way to the rooftop without entering the banquet hall at all. He put Selena down. The 2 of them examined the rooftop. Selena said with a strange expression, "Isn't it just a big metal frame? The helicopters can land the moment it's moved." Why did they want us to climb 82 floors to pick them up? Luke pondered for a moment. Because they're idiots. Selena snorted in disdain. Even idiots know to find ways to survive. Can't those guys find a way out for themselves? Luke shrugged. They've probably been so busy making money that they forgot how to do hard labor. Okay, I'll pull the metal rack to one side. You tell those idiots, those esteemed ladies and gentlemen that they can call for helicopters and get the hell out of here now. Selena naturally had no objections. She also switched on her walkie-talkie and said to the officers who were resting on the 50th floor, "Hey, you don't need to come here anymore. It's just a few metal frames on the rooftop. The helicopters can land once they're moved away." Why didn't those people move them? How would I know? Maybe they're all handicapped. Handicapped how? Let me think, mentally, probably. Luke had just walked over to the metal frames. He was quite amused by Selena's words. She must be pissed tonight. But he couldn't blame her. Even Luke himself wanted to beat someone up. It was just a big metal frame and some miscellaneous junk on the rooftop. The metal frame had fallen onto the landing pad, making it impossible for helicopters to land. But while the metal frame was huge, there was no way it weighed more than 10 tons. Indeed, just a few people wouldn't be able to move it, but there were almost 100 people in the banquet hall on the top floor as well as waiters and staff members. None of them had actually tried moving the obstacles away. It was easy to clear the landing pad. The metal frame didn't even need to be carried away, and could just be pushed 10 meters to one side. The landing pad was very smooth, and hadn't been damaged at all. Even if regular people weren't that strong, 20 to 30 people working together might be able to do it. If these people were a little smarter and had tools, they would have been able to get the job done in a dozen minutes. But it had almost been an hour since the earthquake happened, and the people in the banquet hall had done nothing more than to call the police and demand that the officers take them down. How disgusting. Luke didn't bother to call for help. After all, he was alone on the rooftop. He simply dragged the metal frame by its sharp end off the landing pad unhurriedly. After hauling the greatest obstacle away, he went around the landing pad and kicked aside the miscellaneous items on it. In less than 5 minutes, the landing pad had been cleaned up. It had taken him even less time than climbing the stairs. He didn't dally, but went downstairs. Los Angeles was still in chaos at the moment. With his identity as a detective and operating at the peak strength of a regular person, he could still help many people and earn a lot of experience and credit points. The moronic big shots in the banquet hall weren't worth mentioning compared with experience and credit. He had only taken a few steps, when he saw a helicopter flying over rapidly. Narrowing his eyes, Luke sighed when he saw the LAPD insignia, and could only stop for the time being. Since he had seen them, he had to inform these unlucky colleagues about the situation. The LAPD helicopter arrived and landed very quickly. The pilot was clearly a pro. Luke finally smiled. He waved and yelled, "Why are you here?" "For fully armed SWAT members, get out of the helicopter." Harrison was in the lead, followed by the hot lady Sanchez. Jim was with them as well. The last team member was a white man called T.J. McCabe. Luke had only seen him once, on the escort mission for the real Alex the other night. Seeing Luke, Harrison signaled for him to talk as they walked. "We happened to be in the neighborhood, so we were sent here." They ran into the building through the rooftop door, which muffled the noise from the helicopter, and Harrison's tone returned to a normal volume. "This is a cushy job from the boss, for us to impress these big shots." Looking at Luke's strange expression, Sanchez snorted. "Boss, aren't we here to suck up to these rich guys? Don't talk like it's something to be proud of." Luke chuckled. Jim and McCabe couldn't help sniggering as well. It couldn't be helped. Harrison had always done his own thing. He just got the assignment done, and would never suck up to anyone. Harrison said helplessly, "Aren't you in the same boat?" Luke couldn't help but glance at Sanchez, and the hot lady said with that laid-back expression, "I only suck up to the men I like." She stopped abruptly. All four men were looking at her weird, even the annoyed Harrison. A moment later, the men all burst out laughing, and Sanchez slapped her forehead, vexed. She was used to being blunt normally, and had accidentally exposed her true nature. Jokes aside, Luke understood what was going on. While PD had confirmed that Harrison and Sanchez were innocent, they were still under a lot of pressure. Their boss sent them here not really to suck up to the stupid big shots, but for them to obtain merits. This way, they could use their achievements as insurance next time. While he pondered this, Luke simply explained the situation with the stupid big shots and gladly threw the burden to Harrison's team. Watching Luke slip off, Sanchez said enviously, "Hey, look at him. He can go wherever he wants. He even dumped this on us." Harrison coughed and cut off her complaints. "Say that again after 2 months, when you have the leeway to make mistakes again, okay?" Sanchez shrugged but shut up. On Luke's side, he called Selena to come out. She was surrounded by several upper-crust ladies who wanted to know when the helicopter would arrive. At that moment, she pointed at the door. "The SWAT's helicopter is here. Their captain is here as well. They'll be responsible for your evacuation." When the women looked at the door, Selena seized the moment to run away. She had gotten good at throwing the responsibility to somebody else. After all, she was around such a great teacher who led by example all the time, and she was making great progress. She met with Luke at the door and they went down right away. After the 30th floor, they ran into the police officers who were going upstairs. They smiled and informed them that SWAT had taken over and they could go back now. All the police officers were most grateful. As they ran downstairs, Selena didn't forget to complain about the stupid big shots on the top floor. "Do you have any idea how condescending those people are? They asked me why the police weren't there yet. Do they think that climbing 82 floors is the same as walking 100 meters? Luke jumped down to the next floor. Aren't they scared of dying?" Selena also jumped down the stairs after him. "Some of them are, and some came with bodyguards. They already left by the time we arrived. Those left upstairs aren't at that level." Luke was enlightened. "So they're putting on airs and acting bigger than they actually are." Selena, of course. They were bossing around the staff and waiters. They had all kinds of demands and had no time to check the rooftop. Luke found that odd. Then how did they know that helicopters couldn't land on the roof? Selena, the bodyguards of the big shots who ran off first checked it out. Everybody else heard their report and didn't bother to go up again. Luke, fine, we can't assume that everybody is proactive. Some people are still lazy even with the threat of death. As they mocked the big shots upstairs, they jumped down the stairs like agile monkeys, and in 2 minutes, left the plaza. They then got into their car, which Selena had driven over. This time, Selena was the driver and Luke was in the passenger seat, which made it easier for him to get down and save people. With Selena collecting information on their surroundings via the drones and cameras on the car, his rescue operations became more focused. They did their best to find emergencies and major accidents to help at. A stream of experience and credit points continued to flow into the system. However, no media paparazzi bothered to interview them. Both the detachable siren flashing on the car and the badges that Luke and Selena were wearing made these professional paparazzi lose interest. Police cars weren't uncommon, and police officers were rescuing people everywhere. Their target wasn't those ordinary police officers, but that extraordinary person, Batman. This superhero who suddenly appeared out of nowhere during this catastrophe was their real target. Thus, as the media helicopters hovered in the sky and the news vans interviewed the people saved by Batman, nobody bothered with a certain minor detective in his police badge and police car who was still diligently saving people. After bustling around all night, Luke and Selena finally left the Central District at dawn. All the public service departments were rushing about, but most of the emergencies had been taken care of, and Luke and Selena just told Elsa that they were taking a break. Returning home, Luke opened the door and glanced at Claire's room. He then made a shush gesture at Selena. Selena looked at him suspiciously. Luke changed into house slippers and then pointed at the shoe cupboard that his body had been blocking. Selena immediately understood. There was a pair of gray high-heeled sandals on it. They didn't belong to Claire. The little monkey was too active and only wore sports shoes. While the high heels looked dirty, the brand suggested that they were expensive. Claire would never buy them for herself. Luke and Selena didn't have to be too careful, as long as they didn't talk and laugh too loud. The house was reasonably soundproof. They each took a shower and got something to eat from the fridge. Gold Nugget slipped out of the room and wagged its tail at Luke. "Luke, fine, nothing happened here last night. You did a good job." Gold Nugget's eyes bulged, it wasn't entirely satisfied. "That was it?" Luke gave it 2 plates of food from the table. "I made you something." Gold Nugget frowned, but after thinking for a moment, it still lowered its head and focused on the food. It had planned to ask for a reward, but Selena suddenly warned it via their link not to say anything. Sensing Selena's thought, Gold Nugget shut up. But it was still a little confused. Wasn't it a human rule to get paid for the work you did? Looking at its expression, Selena said telepathically again, "The rule doesn't apply to family and friends. I don't charge you rent for sleeping in my room every day, right?" "Gold Nugget, it's Dollar who sleeps in your room." Selena was astonished. "You're getting better and better at being shameless. Who have you been learning from?" Gold Nugget didn't stop eating as it glanced at a certain someone at the dining table. Luke, who had been reading the local news while eating, turned his head. "What's wrong?" He didn't notice their telepathic conversation at all, but was fully focused on the news on the tablet. "Luke, you're back," someone called out cheerfully from the other side of the living room. Luke raised his head with a smile. "Of course. We were busy for the whole night, we need the break. You could have slept a little longer." "Blake, good morning." On the other side of the living room appeared 2 beautiful girls in loose t-shirts and shorts. Their hair was uncombed and their clothes were rumpled. Claire ran over and circled Luke as she said to Selena, "Right, good morning, Selena." Selena said good morning back and continued eating, not bothered at all by Claire's offhanded greeting. Luke was her brother. Naturally, Selena couldn't compare with him. She simply waved her hand. "Blake, can I call you that?" Blake walked over a little quicker and smiled awkwardly, "Yes." "Selena, hello." "Selena, if you're hungry, come and have some food. It's easier to fall asleep when you're full." Blake was surprised. "You sleep when you're full? How much weight would you put on?" But looking at Selena's figure, she didn't say anything at all. Selena wasn't afraid of putting on weight. Coming back to herself, Claire then dragged Blake to the bathroom. A moment later, they returned to the dining table, and everybody started to chat. Luke and Selena didn't ask why Blake stayed over. They didn't think she would be happy to talk about it. They talked about the earthquake last night. The LA news was playing on the tablet nearby. Looking at Claire, who was eating cheerfully, Luke asked, "Did you call Robert and Catherine?" Claire nodded. "I called them last time and told them not to worry right after I called you." Luke didn't ask more. After breakfast, Selena immediately returned to her room to sleep. Her stamina wasn't as good as Luke's, and she needed a good rest after a busy night. Luke, on the other hand, made himself a pot of green tea and watched the news on TV in the living room as he enjoyed his tea. Claire returned to her room and got some rest as well. She barely slept the previous night because she was too worried about Luke. The living room was peaceful once more. Nothing but soft sounds from Luke's tablet could be heard. Suddenly, He raised his head and smiled in the direction of the hallway. Don't want to sleep? Blake walked over and felt less anxious when she looked at his smiling face. My heart is a mess. I can't fall asleep. Luke pointed at the couch. Sit down and let's talk. Blake was still wearing the big t-shirt and shorts. She looked a lot brighter after she cleaned up. The rise of her t-shirt and her fair and beautiful legs were very attractive too. After a quick glance, Luke asked, "Where's your family?" Blake smiled bitterly. My dad's working. My mother went to San Francisco the day before yesterday and won't be here until noon. Luke hummed a response. If it's possible, it's best if you don't go to San Francisco. Claire told you, right? Blake nodded. Yes. That's why I put it off yesterday, but in the end. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I just wanted to say thank you. Luke raised his eyebrows and smiled. Didn't you already thank me last night? Looking at his smile, Blake finally smiled too. I wanted to say it again in case you forgot. Luke shrugged. Then I'll make sure to remember it now. They talked in low voices for a while. Lying down on the couch, Blake fell asleep before she knew it. Luke shook his head lightly. While Blake had talked and laughed, there had been a lingering gloom in her eyes. She wasn't as cheerful as she seemed. Covering her with a blanket, Luke gestured to Gold Nugget to play on its own and not make any noise. He then got up and went to his workshop. Depressed, the dog raised its head and mumbled to itself, "Doesn't this fiend like pretty girls the most? Why is he letting this one go? Is it because her breasts are too big?" The dog thought that this was a problem worth studying. After entering the workshop, Luke contacted Robert and Catherine first and told them that his villa was still safe and they could continue with their trip. Hanging up, he got to work. The fake Batman suit which he had used last night was a test product which he had made earlier on. It was bulletproof and could glide and change directions rapidly in the complicated city terrain. Secondly, it had a completely enclosed helmet and an independent filter and oxygen supply system that could defend against poisonous gas. Whatever he said was also converted into a mechanical voice. He finally didn't have to type on his phone anymore. The suit was also a lot bigger than Luke himself, at more than 2.1 meters tall. It was also the reason why people unconsciously mistook him for a supervillain when they first saw him. In the Batman suit, his towering shadow put immense pressure on regular people. His physique was completely covered up in the suit as well. It was impossible to discern what he really looked like from recorded footage. During last night's operation, he hadn't used any guns or heavily wounded any criminals. At most, he just broke a limb here and there. That was deliberate. Thinking about it, Batman showing up in this Marvel clone world to still uphold the principle of no killing and guns, and just saving people, was a little exciting. Thanks to the progress he made with his skills, his research on the Predator's equipment, and his funds that were starting to grow, his experimental Batman suit had already become outdated before it saw any official use. Luke was already working on a new suit in a vastly different style. If he didn't take out the Batman suit, he would never have a chance to use it. With the grand use of this outdated suit last night, he earned more than 3,000 experience and credit points in the first hour. The Batman suit finally didn't go to waste. Its debut before it was retired had been a splendid show before the world. But Luke had to work overtime on the new suit. It was also doomed to become outdated very quickly, but it was the nature of human technology to progress and become obsolete as it was used again and again. In any case, he could now afford this much. As he worked, he glanced at the LA news on the tablet next to him every now and then. All the news was on Batman. Even news on the earthquake only ranked second. Although it was a magnitude 7.1 earthquake, there hadn't been any really major catastrophes. Very few buildings had collapsed directly, and there basically hadn't been anybody in them. Hence, a mysterious hero who suddenly appeared before the world grabbed the headlines. At that moment, in a luxurious villa in Malibu, Los Angeles, Tony Stark was watching the news with a woman on the couch. Looking at the TV, Tony said, "This man in black doesn't even dare show his face. What kind of superhero is that? Humph. If I were him." That being said, intrigue flashed in his eyes. Who was he? He was Tony Stark, a one-of-a-kind genius and the smartest scientist mankind had ever seen. He didn't even need to look carefully at the lousy black suit to have a rough idea of how it worked. With his current skills, he could create something that was 100 times better looking and more practical. The woman next to him turned her head expressionlessly. "Mr. Stark, the coward you just described saved me last night when you were having fun with the Maycover girl for Moon Illustrated." Tony Stark's expression immediately collapsed. That was what upset him the most. He had the skills and the abilities, but had never thought to make that kind of suit, much less use it to save people. Rather than go out to save them, he made donations in the aftermath which could help more people as well as reap more benefits for his company. Personally going out to save people was too brainless a thing for him to do. Which now led to this awkward situation. Even if Stark Industries donated huge sums of money, the entire world would ignore it in the next few days, and the people of Los Angeles wouldn't have admiration or respect to spare Stark Industries. Since the very beginning, most people only admired and respected Stark's money. All their reactions were over his money and not Tony Stark himself. The man on TV who didn't spend a single dime, however, had gained worldwide attention and countless loyal supporters. Even more depressingly, Miss Pepper Potts, his indispensable PA, seemed to have become a hardcore fan of Batman. That really sucked. He could only continue to act tough. "I'm just feeling sorry for his technological expertise. Look, he's still using metal links in his alloy rope. I don't see any sort of auxiliary power system on his equipment either. Also, he's actually just punching these hoodlums. This is just old-fashioned armor made with modern materials." Stark didn't notice that the more shortcomings he pointed out, the more displeased Pepper got. As he spoke, he became more and more engrossed. He was at the top of the trade when it came to technology. "This cape is the only interesting part, but gliding is still too old-fashioned for this age. I could totally use a plasma thruster to make the suit fly instead of glide. Should I make a big toy for myself too?" An idea suddenly popped into his head as he spoke. Along with it, designs and inspiration flooded his brain like a tide. Who was he? He was Tony Stark. He was a super genius who could invent something groundbreaking once he was inspired. He didn't notice the dark expression on his PA's face at all. He just said that he was going to come up with a security plan for High Falls and told her to take care of the earthquake donations that the company would make, before he disappeared into the elevator. A helpless expression on her face, Pepper slowly got up. She sighed and turned to look at the TV. On TV, a man in a black suit had just broken through a wall on the 5th floor. Holding a family of 3 in his hands, he glided over the flames before landing on the ground. The whole family couldn't believe what happened. The man hugged his wife and daughter and cried in disbelief. "We're all alive. That's great. That's really great." The man in black, however, ran off into the flames again. "When will you grow up a little and be like him?" Feeling bitter, Pepper finally said, "Turn off the TV." "Very well, Miss Potts. Your mental state is not very good today. You need to get some rest." A gentle male voice rang out. Pepper smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Jarvis. You're much more considerate than Tony is." "Jarvis, Mr. Stark just isn't good at expressing his feelings." Pepper raised her hand. "All right, enough. Goodbye, Jarvis. Goodbye, Miss Potts." In a wrecked bar, a frustrated bartender was cleaning up the mess. There were broken bottles everywhere. Part of the ceiling had collapsed as well, and dirty water covered the floor. He shouted angrily, "Wade, how about lending me a hand?" Wade was sitting in front of the TV with his legs up on the counter to avoid the filthy water on the floor. He sipped leisurely on his beer. "I'm a customer. I paid for this beer and all the other drinks I had." The bartender gave him the finger. Resigned to cleaning up on his own, he mumbled, "It's useless to watch TV. You can only kill people for money. Want to become Batman? In your next life?" Wade snorted. "Don't think you can talk me out of making money. What makes you think Batman's poor? Just look at his equipment. I bet you $100 that it isn't cheaper than $100,000. The bartender, do you think I'm an idiot? His equipment is worth $100,000 for the bulletproofing alone, not to mention the fact that it can fly." Wade shrugged regretfully. He had planned to win back the money he had just spent on drinks. On the TV at that moment, a dark shadow flew over to grab a woman who was falling. He then glided around in a half-circle and landed. Putting the woman down, he flew off again. Wade was a little envious. This guy was really rich. That cape alone that could glide was more expensive than anyone could imagine. It was much harder to make than the bulletproof armor. But why did this guy cover his face? Nobody would cover their face unless they were hideous. Or maybe this guy's face was disfigured. I would never wear a helmet or mask to cover my handsome face. How demeaning. Wade couldn't have felt any more superior. I may not be as rich as you, but I'm more handsome. At the same time, in a rundown apartment unit somewhere in LA, a bunch of people were also watching TV. Seeing the black giant kick away a criminal who was fighting a police officer, a bald man swallowed and mumbled, "Don't tell me we'll run into this guy during our operation. Idiot, can't you see that he's mainly saving people?" Those criminals were beaten up only because they were in his way, a middle-aged Latino man scolded him. The bald man touched his head. "Ah, that does seem to be the case." But the other people in the room weren't as dumb as he was, and thoughtful expressions flashed across their faces. Looking at their expressions, the middle-aged man could only continue, "This Batman never appeared before this. He probably only took action because of the earthquake. Besides, he didn't kill anyone, and only injured them at most. Also, that's LA's Central District, our target is in the east in LA County dozens of kilometers away." When everybody heard that, they finally stirred as they voiced their approval. The middle-aged man didn't pay any mind to the noise and continued to boost morale. "Don't forget that we're after the $100 million reward. If you're afraid of death and don't want to make a fortune, you should quit now, that'll mean more money for the rest of us." Everybody was silent. It was an eternal truth that people died for money the way birds died for food. They couldn't abort the operation just because of some mysterious man in black. Speaking of which, this man indeed hadn't killed anyone, so even if they ran into him, he wasn't necessarily more dangerous than regular patrol officers. The patrol officers might shoot them dead, while they probably wouldn't die from a beating by this guy. Convincing themselves with this thought, they continued to make preparations for the prison break, unwilling to give up on $100 million. Luke didn't know that a certain tycoon had been inspired to develop an iron suit because of the lousy Batman suit, and that he had already started working on it. Neither did he know how the man had ridiculed everything about the Batman suit. Even if he did, Luke would only react with a smile. Tony wasn't wrong. Luke wouldn't argue with him. He had a large portion of Tony's skills and abilities, and was well aware of the shortcomings. But that couldn't be helped. Compared with Tony Stark, who was worth hundreds of billions, Luke hadn't nearly invested enough in equipment and research. That was the first point. Secondly, Luke and Tony had different physiques. The poor counted on mutations and the rich counted on technology. This American comic saying was utterly true. A mutation was a power obtained by the human body, and what the poor dreamed of. While Luke didn't have a mutation, his strong physique was also very economical. Tony might have to invest $100 million into developing technology to protect himself while Luke didn't need to when it came to ensuring his own safety. Tony Stark had the support of Stark Industries research, and had far more convenient access to the necessary technology and raw materials. Palladium, for example, was something that Tony could easily get his hands on. He could use a plasma thruster any time he wanted as well. Luke didn't have that luxury. Whether it was the radioactive nuclear material or the plasma thruster propulsion, they belonged to the military and were classified. As a huge military firearms business, Stark Industries specialized in these very products. But the moment Luke used these things, he would be hunted down by the various intelligence agencies. Rocket propulsion plus nuclear material equals. Anybody with common sense knew the answer. Unlike Tony Stark, who was only making a suit out of interest, Luke had always done things with a clear purpose in mind. He wouldn't blindly pursue glamour and progress, and would only choose the most suitable route for himself. Thus, to avoid Tony Stark detecting him, or other people sensing the similarities in their technology, Luke deliberately stripped the test suit of most of its abilities. Luke had also long taken Batman's high-profile debut into account. Given that he would be going to New York, it was an inevitable choice. However, if LA's Ghost Butcher were to appear in New York at the same time that Luke was transferred, anyone who paid attention to Luke would be able to discover this astonishing coincidence just by analyzing the data. It was like the old saying, too many coincidences basically were no longer a coincidence. Few people in intelligence were fools. Luke didn't expect them to be idiots. Luke had thus shown up in his guise as Batman in such a high-profile manner last night. He was going to use this new identity to strike at criminals in the coming months and completely put an end to the Ghost Butcher's operations. At the same time, setting up Batman as someone who saved people and didn't kill made him the polar opposite of the cold-blooded Ghost Butcher who killed all his opponents. In any case, crippling criminals was as good as killing them, and could be even more frightening. Broken bones were enough to prevent an ordinary person from working to the best of their abilities in everyday life. They would have a hard time moving about with multiple fractures. It would already be a huge feat if they could take care of themselves. If Luke really ran into the sort of supervillains that couldn't be beaten down, and were up and running after just a dozen days, Luke would deal with them separately. After all, Luke was more than who Batman was. At 2 in the afternoon, the house turned lively once more. Selina had already gone to the training room to exercise. Claire got up a little later and went to the training room as well. The noise she made woke up Blake, who was in the living room. Since she had nothing to do, she went to the training room to watch them. Blake was shocked by what she was seeing. She and Claire met at a high school cheerleading contest in a pretty dramatic way. The two of them were enemies, at first. Their cheerleading teams were rivals, and Claire's team lost. Then, someone in Blake's team mocked them, which almost led to a big quarrel between the two teams. As the cheerleading captain for the team from Knox High School, Claire stepped forward and proposed that they solve the conflict, with a duel. If the other side was afraid to fight, she also said that they could compete in other ways, like skateboarding, rock climbing or parkour. Eventually, Claire defeated several girls on Blake's side on her own. From skateboarding to a fight in the end, she crushed her opponents. After all, Claire was Luke's biggest fan and had learned the simplest form of practical Brazilian jiu-jitsu from him. In less than 5 seconds, she had her opponent in an arm lock. In the end, the winning team left, dejected and depressed, while Claire's team was in high spirits even though they lost the competition. On the second day, Blake went to find Claire on her own and had a fight with her. It wasn't a fierce fight, but it had taken Claire some effort to suppress Blake. After the fight, Claire finally asked Blake why she had come to her for a private duel. Blake bluntly said that her father had taught her to use her abilities to help those in need, not to use them in a fight. It was her teammates who had provoked the other team first. She didn't agree with them, but she couldn't stop them. After all, she was one person, and she wasn't the captain. She only went to Claire for a duel because she didn't want Claire to look down on her school. They hadn't seen each other again after that, but they kept in touch via the phone. After the fight, they found that they had a lot in common. That was why Blake had always thought that Claire was strong. But today, she watched as Selena easily tackled Claire and pressed her to the floor like a kitten, unable to move at all. The girl didn't nearly seem as tough as when she had fought Blake. Claire, however, was used to it. Celine had taught her too many lessons for her to find it humiliating anymore. While chatting with Selena, Claire learned that she had fought many fierce criminals in the last few months. It was only natural that she couldn't beat such a professional. After Blake came in, Claire directly invited her to train with them. You should exercise more if you're in a bad mood. Sweating it out will feel good, said Claire. In just half an hour, Blake sat on the side, sweating all over. Looking at Selena and Claire who were fighting again, she could only admit that she was far weaker than Claire in terms of both strength and combat tricks. After Claire's training was over, Blake accepted the bottle of water Selena gave her and asked curiously, Selena, is Luke as good as you? Selena, who was wiping her sweat, laughed and turned her head. You must be joking. Blake was stumped. Huh? Selena wiped her mouth with a towel. He taught me all my combat tricks. How can I possibly beat him? Nobody in the whole world can beat him. She secretly added. Blake gaped. He taught you that? Selena shrugged. He was the one who taught Claire her Brazilian jiu-jitsu tricks back in high school. Blake looked at Claire, who nodded affirmatively. Back before we first met, Luke taught me some basic Brazilian jiu-jitsu for 1 or 2 hours each month. Haha, at that time, I didn't really want to learn because I didn't like fighting. Blake, why do I feel like such a weakling? Looking at her face, Selena smiled. He's a police detective. Fighting is his job. You're just a regular student. Some self-defense skills will be enough for you. Let's go have lunch. After they all came out and showered, Selena sat down at the dining table. Wait a bit. Lunch is almost ready. Looking at the empty dining table, Blake felt a little doubtful. Selena had already noticed her expression. She coughed and said, Luke loves cooking. Of course, it's just the cooking, Claire and I wash the dishes. Blake gaped. He cooks. She had thought that Luke was somewhat like her father, particularly after she learned that he was very good at fighting. But he was also good at cooking. It was bizarre for her just picturing her father cooking in the kitchen. So to speak, Luke wasn't like her father at all. Luke came out at that moment and smiled at them. It'll be ready in a few minutes. A moment later, the 3 girls heard him call out, and they went to fetch lunch from the kitchen. It was the American version of beggar's chicken which Luke had baked earlier, along with grilled steak. Luke had only cooked the steak because he was afraid that Blake might not like the chicken. As it turned out, Blake fell in love with the beggar's chicken after the first bite, and she devoured it the way Selena had the first time around. While they were enjoying the food, the doorbell rang. Luke got up and answered the door. Of the 4 of them, only he had clean hands since the 3 girls were eating the chicken with their fingers. Opening the door, Luke saw a bald muscular man who was much taller and brawnier than he was. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, you must be Mr. Ray Gaines, right? The bald man grinned and shook his hand. Yes, Detective Luke Coulson. Nice to meet you. Just call me Ray. Luke smiled. Then please call me Luke. And this is... The woman behind the bald man stepped forward and shook Luke's hand. Luke, I'm Emma. Luke nodded and opened the door all the way for them. Come on in. Blake has been waiting for you. After they entered the living room, Ray and Emma were a little taken aback when they saw Blake at the dining table. Blake. Blake turned her head so abruptly that the chicken wing in her mouth swung and slapped her in the face, leaving a huge oily mark. Daddy? Mom? Both Ray and Emma didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had sensed that Blake wasn't in a good mood over the phone the previous day. When they spoke to Daniel Reddick, Emma's rich boyfriend, the man hesitated before simply saying that Blake had stayed over at a friend's. It didn't feel right that Blake would go over to a friend's instead of following her future stepfather after the earthquake. Ray and Emma were worried about their daughter, so they had returned from San Francisco in a hurry. But looking at their daughter who had grease all over her face, they realized that they might have been overthinking it. If her appetite was any indication, she didn't seem to be in a bad mood. Blake finally came back to her senses. She put down the chicken wing, stood up, hugged them and said quickly, "You're okay. You're both okay. That's great." She was so excited that the grease on her cheeks and her lips rubbed against her parents' faces. Everybody simply smiled. After a disaster, everybody always wanted to confirm their family's safety in person. Ray and Emma had been in San Francisco the previous day, where the earthquake had been a lot more intense. It was said that many old buildings had collapsed. It was understandable that Blake was worried about her parents. Luke was the same. Even though Claire had called, he had to talk to Robert and Catherine in person to assure them that he was fine. Now that Blake's family was reunited, they didn't stay much longer at Luke's place, and said goodbye after some formalities. When Luke walked them to the door, Ray gave him a card and shook his head. "I work for LA's Air Rescue. Call me if you need anything." Luke nodded with a smile. "Will do." Ray was a man who didn't talk much, but he felt very reliable. In saying those words, he was remembering the favor he owed Luke. Also, it was a very big one. He had basically implied that he would help out without question if Luke had a request. Air rescue could be useful. At least, they had helicopters on standby all the time. After seeing the family off, Luke and Selena changed and left home. It was past 1 in the afternoon by the time they arrived at the police department. Luke and Selena went to Elsa's office and saw that she was on the phone. Seeing them, she quickly hung up and opened the bag which Luke gave her to take out the cake that was inside. Luke gestured at Selena, who went to her own desk to fetch milk for Elsa. Finally, Luke said with a smile, "You should grab a bite no matter how busy you are. You're not a politician, Los Angeles won't fall into chaos if you take a break for a few minutes." Elsa's voice was muffled after she took a huge bite of the cake. "You know about Batman?" Luke spread his hands. "Who doesn't?" Elsa opened her mouth. "The police department, the city council should give this Batman a medal." Luke chuckled. "He saved so many people. Doesn't he deserve it?" Elsa rolled her eyes. "Come on. You've saved just as many people, right?" Luke smiled silently and quietly checked the system. Host's experience, 24,890/90,000. Credit, 14,590. There wasn't anything to be unhappy about, he had earned slightly more than 6,000 experience and credit points after a night's work. It had been over 20,000 credit points at first, but using his revenue from last night, Luke learned elementary sound wave, which cost 10,000 credit points. That was actually his biggest reward. Elsa didn't pursue the topic. She knew that her old partner never liked to brag about his achievements in case he attracted the paparazzi. She simply said, "Fine. This Batman's achievement in saving people is only the second reason. His real achievement is keeping the LA masses calm, so that no major riots took place after the disaster." Luke was stunned. "Is that true?" Elsa accepted the milk which Selena gave her and thanked her, before she continued, "Of course. A hero can boost the people's morale." Looking at Luke and Selena's bored expressions, she dropped the official rhetoric. "Everybody is talking about the life-saving hero, but there's no information on this guy who has demonstrated extraordinary abilities. Thus, they don't have time to stew in their unhappiness or plot something." Luke nodded with a smile. "Is that so? That's pretty good." The scary thing about bystanders was how they could twist a matter so that it went in a completely different direction and turned into something that even they couldn't control. Like right at that moment, when a bunch of hoodlums were discussing what place to loot. We can rob the convenience store at the end of the street. We just ran out of alcohol. I want snacks too. Don't forget the chips and popcorn. Me too. Let's watch TV after we rob the place. That guy in black is so cool. Ah, you think so too? Especially his cape. TV is nothing. There's already an online forum for Batman's fans with a lot of clips, screenshots and analyses on it. It's awesome. Then let's get this over with and come back soon. Just like that, a robbery turned into a misdemeanor that wouldn't trigger subsequent events since most people were too distracted to cause a riot at the moment. Whoever wasn't talking about the super amazing Batman today would be considered out of date. That was something that most ordinary people, including hoodlums, couldn't accept. The TV stations also contributed to the trend by airing Batman's life-saving actions as well as interviews with survivors continuously. Riots? Los Angeles was a city with a tradition of riots. It wasn't anything unfamiliar. A real-life superhero, on the other hand, deserved public attention. Just like that, a strange, relatively peaceful atmosphere permeated Los Angeles. While the city had suffered a bit from the disaster, nobody seemed interested in causing trouble. Even the protesters at City Hall were few and far between. Luke and Selina spoke to Elsa for a bit before they left her office. The Major Crimes Division had dropped all their cases to work in tandem with the patrol officer and help maintain law and order. They wanted to toss the most restless hoodlums into jail first as soon as possible before everybody turned their attention back to making trouble. Luke called Professor Lawrence Hayes of Caltech again, then had Jenny wire the professor some money. Naturally, the money was directed to Lawrence's research on predicting earthquakes. Professor Lawrence was the stereotypical researcher, who accepted the funding offhandedly. He just said that the earthquakes hadn't reached the highest level yet, and he had to keep monitoring the situation. After hearing that, Luke simply asked the professor to notify him once he discovered something, before he hung up. Selina's face was dark after Luke told her about it. Then how many more stupid big shots do we have to save? Luke chuckled. If it happens again, just say that your comms broke down. You're too naive. If you had played deaf and dumb back then, nobody could have dragged you into it. Selina slapped her forehead. I just wanted to save more people. How would I know that I would be saving those pigs? They spent the afternoon teaching the petty thieves, burglars and robbers in their precinct a lesson before they returned home at sunset. Claire had just returned home as well. She had taken a tour of USC in the second-hand Ford with Dollar by her side. Luke wasn't worried about her safety at all. She really was a naughty monkey who would go crazy if she sat still for too long. The 3 people and 1 dog had a simple yet sumptuous dinner, and Claire talked about what she had been up to. But the conversation soon turned to the hottest topic on the streets at the moment, Batman. Given how Batman had appeared, Claire was naturally a big fan and had been paying attention to the news. From what she said, while it wasn't very safe outside, it wasn't that bad either. Everywhere she went, she heard people talking about Batman. Some guys in USC were even starting to wear fake Batman suits. Luke was surprised. It's late June in LA. Aren't they afraid of heatstroke? Claire burst out laughing. You can never understand how cosplayers think. Luke shook his head. No, I do. As long as their cosplay demands it, they can wear thick pants in summer and go half naked in winter, right? Claire was astonished. Someone as outdated as you actually knows that. Luke smiled mysteriously. He had never been involved in cosplay in either of his 2 lives, but he could still tell when the cosplayers on his laptop screen were real girls or crossdressers. Of course, Batman couldn't be considered cosplay at all. That was because this place didn't have DC or the Batman comics. Bruce Wayne and his Wayne Corporation didn't exist either. Also, Luke's suit was only similar to Batman's, it wasn't identical. Bruce Wayne didn't have Luke's extraordinary physique, so their suits were designed with different starting points. Claire grew suspicious when she looked at his smile. "Have you secretly cosplayed before? And never told me because you're afraid I'll laugh at you?" Luke chuckled. "I don't have time for that. If I had that sort of time, I would totally go out as Batman and play a real-life RPG. Wouldn't that be even better?" He mumbled to himself. Done with chatting, everybody took a break and then trained after dinner as usual. But Blake's father, Ray, made a call and got right to the point. "Luke, forgive me, but I have to ask you a question." "Luke, it's fine." "What is it?" Ray couldn't help but lower his voice. "Are you sure that there's the possibility of an even stronger earthquake happening?" Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "This information is from Professor Lawrence Hayes of Caltech, but it was a private consult. I can't offer any proof or make it public." After a brief silence, Ray said, "But he predicted the earthquake yesterday. And he said that the earthquake belt extends to San Francisco." Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Professor Lawrence is a researcher, feel free to talk to him. I'll give you his number. You can call him and let him know I was the one who referred you." "Ray, thank you, Luke." Luke said with a smile, "You're welcome. Take care." He had a rough guess as to why Ray was asking this. He had clearly found out from his daughter Blake, and as a core member of LA's air rescue, disaster management was his greatest responsibility. The man was very diligent and had a strong heroic sense of dedication. He couldn't have become the captain of the air rescue force otherwise. It was a far more dangerous job than what regular police officers did. Ray wanted to be prepared before another earthquake happened. After hanging up, Luke trained with Claire and Selina for an hour and then worked overtime in his workshop. Late that night, Luke slipped out again. This time, Gold Nugget simply pricked its ears but didn't even bother to wake up Selina. Turn a blind eye, turn a deaf ear. That was a teaching which Selina had just imparted to it. The Fiend didn't like people who were too curious. Well, Gold Nugget wasn't human, but it still wanted the Fiend to be nicer to it. In a warehouse on the east side of Los Angeles, 30 criminals were rolling up their sleeves and eager to get going. They had been burning with impatience for 2 days. They had initially planned to carry out the prison break during the chaos after the earthquake, but that had been disrupted by the mysterious Batman. While Los Angeles was currently in some chaos, the police system was still functioning normally. The criminals were caught in a dilemma. In the end, they decided to take action today. A big group like theirs would be exposed sooner or later if they continued hiding in this warehouse. They would become the joke of the year among all robbers if they were caught before they took any action. Nothing but the sound of guns being assembled and equipment being sorted out could be heard. Few people were talking. "Whether we have a feast or eat sh*t will depend on our attempt tonight," a slim, middle-aged Latino man mumbled to himself.